Hello and welcome to round 3 of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Another round from Wijk. How could I not be great? There's been fighting chess galore, so we're in store for another great one, I think.
Yes, and well, let's have a look first of all at the results we had yesterday for those of you who might have missed the action. The big game of the day, of course, was Magnus Carlsen victory over Anish Giri. Actually, the first time that Magnus beat Anish here in Wijk, thus finally leveling the score. Anish famously beat him here all the way back in 2011, and ever since, Magnus was chasing that first classical Wijk win against Anish. He got it yesterday, Robert.
Yeah, that was a huge victory, and it was a resounding one because it involved an exchange sacrifice, beautiful tactics. Anish wasn't up for the task, and we can't forget about that game between Rapport and Van Foreest. It was a long battle, and unfortunately for Jorden, the reigning champion, he was not able to withstand the pressure. He made a mistake nearing the time control.
Yes, and if you've missed that game, you can check out our rapid recap on our YouTube channel where we go through the main points of that game. The other decisive result was Richard Rapport overcoming Jorden van Foreest after Jorden blundered late into the end game. So those were the two decisive results. And out of the draws, I think Robert Mamedyarov against Osipenko had to stand out.
Yeah, Mamedyarov has been playing such electric chess thus far. His two draws don't speak to the exciting chess he's been playing. We'll see how he fares in round 3 today.
Absolutely. So let's look at the standings after 2 rounds. We have 3 players in the joint lead: world champion Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Vidit Gujrati. And Robert, I suggest we go straight to today's pairings because I think there's one game that all eyes are going to be on.
Oh, for sure, because we have 7 great pairings every single day. But I think I know which one you're talking about. It's definitely this one between Osipenko and Karyakin, right?
The all-Russian clash, of course. Or could it be Anish against Mamedyarov? No, the game that I was talking about, here it is, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against world champion Magnus Carlsen. Not only 2 of the co-leaders of the tournament, but also the leading world champion against the winner of last year's World Cup. And of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has qualified to the candidates where he will try and become Magnus's next challenger.
And we know that Magnus likes a new feat, and he lost to Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the World Cup. Revenge is undoubtedly on his mind here in Wijk, but Magnus does have the black pieces. So when you're looking for a certain result, but you have the second move in the game, I'm not sure if that's comfortable territory for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I think a very interesting matchup here today. I'm very excited to see what happens. Of course, a lot of other great clashes. The American clash between Fabiano Caruana and Sam Shankland. Also, we'll see how does Anish bounce back against Mamedyarov, who had 2 exciting draws. So plenty of action to look forward to. And you too at home can get involved. Robert, how do they do it?
Well, they shouldn't forget to vote. Voting is a right. It's a duty, some might say, and you can get involved by voting on the results of these games here. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out. And remember to vote on all the games. Fiona, I mean, I think we can go vote as well, and then we'll be back and ready for the round, right?
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll see all the players come in, the start of the game. Plenty to look forward to. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're just 2 minutes away from the start of round 3 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And here we see the two Russian players, Andrei Yesipenko and Karyakin, ready to do battle. Also, Jorden van Foreest has just arrived for his clash against Pragnananda. And, well, Duda, Robert, we're not surprised. Magnus is very often the last to arrive in the playing hall.
He is indeed. They say save the best for last, and he's the best chess player in the world, so he has every right to come in last. But here we see all the players. There's the challenger section as well, so there should be 28 players filling up these seats.
Absolutely, and this one is another game I'm very looking forward to. Anish Giri, who last year went undefeated during the Tata Steel Chess Tournament yesterday, a tough loss against Magnus. And Shahriar, he has shown that he is not shying away from any craziness. And they're the all too familiar image in these pandemic times of Rapport arriving and the players wanting to go for a handshake and changing it to a fist bump at the last second.
I think they're just playing rock, paper, scissors, Fiona. You know, they want us to think it's about the handshake. No. They're just playing Rochambeau, having a little bit of fun. And we see Mamadjarov getting ready to start the clock.
Yeah, that was a funny image. I mean, it's not even 2 o'clock yet, but Shahriar clearly rearing to go.
Yeah, he seems quite eager, and if his play has been any indication, he's having himself a good old time. G4 on move 3 yesterday. The clocks have been pressed. Anish gets to make the first move, but we'll see what surprises Mamadjarov has for us today.
And, the clocks have been started. We see that Duda is actually waiting for Magnus. I think there was a video from the World Rapid and Blitz, wasn't it Magnus himself who waited? Was it for Duda or someone else? But we'll see. And there is Magnus. We just see him walking onto the stage. We get a proper handshake, and Magnus starting the clock. And we'll see what opening does Duda go for. It's 1e4.
And you are correct. It was Duda versus Magnus at the World Blitz, where he waited for him, which was very polite. It could have been the Rapid, but either way, it was these two players. So a ton of mutual respect between the two. Duda gets the white pieces. In this game, he starts with e4. Will we see one of these Rossolimo Sicilians from Magnus? He, of course, plays e4, e5 as black. He used that against Jan Nepomuchy. So I'm wondering if there are just these phases that Magnus goes through, how he decides on his first turn, but he is so versatile as a player that I wouldn't be surprised by any first move, at least one that's reasonable.
I would be surprised by one opening move, and that's 1c6, the Caro-Kann, because that's exactly the opening that Magnus used in his game against Duda, which was the streak, the no-loss streak ending game from Norway Chess a couple of years ago.
Yeah, so unhappy memories, but sometimes you need to fight through it, right? If you fall off your bike and you're trying to learn, you got to get right back on it. So we could see all pawns, no hope in a Caro-Kann.
And no, Magnus says we'll take it more solidly, 1e5. We haven't seen so much e4, e5 action so far in the tournament, Robert.
No, we haven't really. It's actually interesting. We've seen a lot of offbeat openings. We've seen some Catalans, but yeah, e4, e5, the traditional Spanish, that's not something that we have had thus far. But today's a new day, a new opening, maybe the theme of the day. And of course, we're still early here in Wijk. I don't mean to rhyme. I'm not Dr. Seuss, but it just so happened that it worked out.
I think maybe we had only one, right? In the Grandelius, the first round, Grandelius Jorden, or was it the other way, Jorden with the white pieces? But yeah, very few Ruy Lopez's so far, and well, we'll see which line Magnus goes for.
I think, of course, I never want to go away from Magnus against Duda, but I want to bring our attention to another game very quickly because it's not an opening we see every day. So speaking of how often things happen, I'm going to click on this game between Van Foreest and Pragnananda because, sure. Fiona, look at this opening here. Bishop c4 on move 3 in a Sicilian, right? It's like shopping one move short of expectations, but it's not a tactic because usually the bishop lands on b5 and threatens to take the knight. We've seen this many times, including the 2018 World Chess Championship. Instead, the bishop's on c4. Is that really what Jorden did? Is it a surprise against his young opponent?
I think, yes, clearly Jorden wanting to take his young opponent onto not novel territory, because I'm sure Pragnananda has seen the move before, but rarer territory, shall we say. Bishop c4 is not a move that we see often at all on the highest level. But Jorden, he's shown us last year already, always came very well prepared with some fresh, interesting opening ideas, and so much so that even world champion Magnus Carlsen, his attention was drawn and he recruited Jorden onto his world championship team.
Yeah, he is a great player, of course, but also amazing in preparation. He used it to his advantage last year. But there are some pluses of making a bit of an atypical move, because the most logical reply, in my opinion, is a move like e6, shutting down the bishop on the diagonal. But if you don't play Sicilians with the move e6, say you're used to playing dragon type of positions, fianchettoing the bishop, then e6 takes you out of your element. So I do like it from the perspective that now Pragnananda has to think, what does this guy want from me? There are many moves. d6 makes sense, e6 makes sense, even g6, right? But now you have to make a choice and then figure out what is Jorden planning. So I do like this from a psychological perspective, Fiona.
Absolutely agreed. And I think it's always interesting to see games that leave the beaten path quite soon, and we get to see some fresh ideas and fresh positions. Robert, shall we go to the bird's eye view and get some kind of idea of what is happening on all the other boards in these early stages?
You know, this has quickly become my favorite scene to look at. So we have 7 games, a bunch of options to choose from. And the top left, we have Duda against Carlsen. It might, you could replace Duda's name with Nepomniachtchi, because that opening looks very familiar from their World Championship bout. No surprise that Duda would have studied those games. Next to that, Dubov and Vidit. We're in an Italian game still, early stages. Caruana, Shanklin. That's in a Berlin. Is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave here? No, he's not. The World Blitz champion is not here, but his influence and the influence of many of the great predecessors in the Berlin, that's on the board. And actually, let me ask you, Fiona, while we stay in this view. So when you see the Berlin and you see Shanklin maybe testing Caruana in these queenless lines, what do you think his mentality is? Because Fabiano, he's had 2 draws, pretty solid start, not exactly what he wanted, but on Shanklin's end, he lost the game and then couldn't convert an advantage yesterday. So what do you think he's looking for from the black side of this Berlin?
Yeah, I'm curious. I think it means that Shanklin is very confident in his analysis. I have to say the Berlin opening, one of the ones that I'm probably least familiar with in the entire chess world. I've never played them on either side. I never had any interest in an early queen swap. Never looked at this endgame even once. But I would say a brave decision to challenge Fabiano here. I mean, he's so well versed. But yeah, Sam showing confidence, and I think what he wants is to keep it solid, and we will see. What is your impression of the opening choice? What do you make of it?
Yeah, Sam is extremely well prepared, but so is Fabiano, and he has a lot of experience. And he decided to go into the end game in the Berlin. The queens are off. So actually, I'll bring that board up so we can talk a little bit about it, because the first critical moment in this game comes right here after knight f6, because the anti-Berlin with the move d3 here, that's becoming increasingly popular as these top level players seek to avoid preparation, or at least the really deep lines, because then there's no queen trade, your pawn is defended. But as we see in the main line coming up here, d4, you don't want to take on d4, that opens up the e file, your king is still in the center, so the knight retreats. We see a swap and then a capture on e5, off go the queens. And Fiona, even if you don't play the Berlin yourself, of course, you're a very experienced commentator. We've seen this opening like 7 million times. Even if this opening has only been played 3 million times, we have seen it, way too much of it for most of our likings. But it is a fascinating endgame. And Shanklin starts with the move king to e8. In this position here, there are many options, king 8 being the most popular. Moves like bishop to d7, you could push your h-pawn. The move bishop d7 may say, I might move my king towards the queen side instead of back towards the center, but king e8 does make perfect sense. It protects f7 in advance. It allows black to continue playing here on the king side, and bishop f4, we see bishop e7, rook a d1, bishop e6, and b3. So we're not in new territory. Both players have seen this before. They're playing quickly, and there have been many games in this line. And I would say the big principles in this position, black has the bishop pair, but the compromised pawn structure. So I think people tend to struggle with this dynamic where like, well, I don't like my pawn structure. We're in an end game. But Fiona, how does the bishop pair compensate for the double pawns here?
Well, the bishop pair, I guess black is often looking for the position to open up for those bishops to get even more scope. We already see the bishop on e6 looking down towards h3. We see that a pawn has been pushed to h5, so very often black will be looking to open up the position to use the maximum power of the bishop pair.
That's true. And black can do that on both sides, right? There's sometimes where black tries to play a5, a4, but I think Fabiano chose a wise setup against this bishop on e6, because the last thing bishops want is to be staring into a pawn chain like this, and the b3 pawn limits the scope. So Shanklin is thinking here, I believe b3 is a bit of a rare move. There's moves like knight to g5, and after knight to g5, if we go down theoretical lines here, there's this funny move, rook h6. And I've played the Berlin from black's perspective mainly. And rook h6, if you're not familiar with this opening, you're not playing that move because you're walking into discoveries. But a move like rook h6, once the knight captures on e6, the rook takes back. And that rook is actually quite nice there because the bishop is well placed on e7. The knight on f5 is looking good, and this e5 pawn can be seen as a strength because it limits black's mobility, but at the same time, in certain endgames, it's a pawn that's gone too far, it's overextended and can be attacked. So instead of these kind of funkier variations, we saw b3 played, and now it's Shanklin, the one taken out of his preparation, perhaps, because we see him on screen, Fiona. Does that look like a thrilled chess player?
It doesn't, but then you very rarely, I feel like Sam, you see him looking thrilled more after a victory. Well, yesterday we saw him, of course, being quite disappointed after the game against Niels Grandelius. He was clearly the one in control. He had a big advantage at some point. But today, I don't know, Robert. I think you're never going to be too thrilled if you're playing the Berlin against Fabiano. It's never going to be a fun day at the office. But I think, yeah, Sam mostly just looking to stay solid here. And Robert, I've got an interesting question in the chat. I saw that Tanay Soda was asking, is it common to go for quick draws against compatriots? I think, unfortunately, we see that sometimes. But speaking about this game here, I absolutely do not think we will see a quick draw just because they are both from the US. Fabiano is, of course, looking to win the tournament here in Tata Steel. He is playing with the white pieces. Sam is one of the lower-rated players of the field, so I think we will absolutely not see an early draw here. What do you think, Robert?
Yeah, I think those draws are typically reserved for good friends, no matter what country they are from. We see that Karyakin and Mamedyarov historically have often made relatively quick draws. Now, Fabiano and Shanklin, I'm sure, have a ton of mutual respect. But from what I know of, they're not like best friends. They don't work together. That's always an awkward scenario when a second plays the person that they help prepare. So when we see Dubov against Carlsen, because they've helped that player come up with their openings and fine-tune them. So it's not a comfortable experience, but just being from the same country, I don't think that's particularly meaningful for the most part. They're professionals. They have to score victories in important moments. And if you're just saying, hey, I'm playing my friend, but wait, I also need that victory, that's not a good scenario to be in. So these players, they're very accustomed to playing people over and over again, even if they are friends, even if they are compatriots. So no, I do not think we will see anything except a battle in this game. Even if the result is eventually a draw, it will be a fight. And Sam Shanklin, he's looking like he's having an internal battle right now because he doesn't know what to do. And that's the beauty of taking someone out of their preparation, not with an exciting move. B3 is just a move, but then you have to ask what has changed in the position. Of course, I said in knight G5, there was rook H6, rook H6 not possible now, but in the future, will knight G5 be played by white? And then will rook H6 still be the correct move? You may ask, what has changed? It looks like nothing, but you need to figure that out. And Sam plays rook to D8, putting a rook to the open file rather than playing a move like H4, which is one that I was going to suggest, or even A5 on the opposite flank. Rook D8, of course, fighting for the open file. You can't really complain about that choice.
Yeah, I think this here will be a big preparation. Very often this is what we see in the Berlin endgame because, as you said, it has been played so many times. The players are so well-versed, and very often it comes down to these tiny nuances. Where is the new move, the new idea coming from? So we'll see. I think we'll come back here, Robert. I hope you don't mind taking you away from this exciting Berlin endgame. Maybe we can quickly again go to the bird's eye view for 1 second, but we were just talking about Dubov, and I was thinking maybe we could go there because I think one of the reasons that we have been seeing less Berlin endgames is because the Italian game, the gioco piano, has come more into fashion in the last couple of years, and that's what we have in this Dubov-Vidit game.
Yeah, it's a great transition to make. So we will look at the opening stage here because, as Fiona pointed out, we see bishop c4, the Italian game, and after knight f6, d3. So we were talking about how d3 can protect the e4 pawn in these anti-Berlin positions, but this is the start of the Italian. Bishop c5, c3. This is a flexible choice by white. Perhaps there's a b4, there's a d4 in the future, challenging the bishop on c5. But black continues with d6, opening up the light square bishop. And now, Fiona, this choice of bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. We see this quite often in these Italians. And the big question that is asked is, will black play g5? A very committal choice, making it more dangerous to castle kingside, even though black still can in many positions. But will Vidit say, I'm ready for this, I'm going to play g5? Or does he think, I'm playing Daniil Dubov? That guy is as creative as they get. He's clearly looking for something in this opening. Maybe I should refrain from these kind of pawn pushes.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm not sure, maybe you will know this, Robert, if Dubov often plays the Italian game or if the Ruy Lopez is more his preferred choice, because I think the question is often, did Vidit expect this? If he expected it, it's much more pleasant, of course, to face this decision if you have looked at it with your computer, with your second before the game. If you haven't looked at it in a while, it's more difficult to make the decision over the board about whether you want to go g5 or not.
Yeah, and it's because actually after the move d6, bishop g5 is far from the most common move. So already he has caught Vidit in an unfamiliar position because at this point in time, castling is what most players play. They say, I'm just going to get my king over to the king side, safe and sound. There are the move knight to d2, because the knight often reroutes d2, f1, and then either g or e3. So if you start with knight d2, you can play knight f1 before castling and then having to play rook e1 as well. So there are plenty of options here. b4 is another. So bishop g5, not the most common move, but played here in this game. And after h6, bishop h4, he plays the move a5. So on the other side of the board, stopping any sort of b4 pushes, but leaving this pin alive. I think that's a good practical choice against Dubov. You asked about Dubov's openings, generally speaking. The answer is he plays what he wants. That's what I've learned from Dubov. He does play the Italian from the white side, but he is so, I mean, look at this. Look at that move, knight a3.
Knight a3,
I mean,
wow.
I understand it, right? The knight is developing. It's probably just trying to drop back to c2, or it can hop into b5 because there's no a6 move. So in a way, knight a3 takes advantage of the fact that black just pushed this pawn because there's not an outpost, but it takes time for black to move the knight and then play c6 to kick it. And from b5, then you can play the move. Oops, sorry, I'm drawing arrows and taking them away. Then you can make the move d4, and it's all protected from both knights and the queen. So what a opening so far.
Yeah, and it's certainly an slightly uncomfortable spot to find yourself in when you're Vidit here, because we look at the clock, the players start with an hour 40 on the clock. So Daniil Dubov, after 8 moves, he's up 3 minutes, so he's played every move instantly. Yesterday, in his game against Karyakin, Dubov actually finished with more time on the clock than he started with. So Dubov, you already mentioned it, most chess fans will know, is so creative, so well prepared as well. So always a tough spot to find yourself on the receiving end of your opponent playing some not so common moves and blitzing them out like that.
Knight a3. More common here is the move pawn to a4 for white. And these positions usually go something like a4. I think g5 first makes sense. That way there's no sacrifices. Bishop g3, castles, king g7. I've seen this type of position with Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing a number of times. Maybe it's not this exact position, but it is similar to this. White brings the knight into d2 and so on. And playing a4 stops black from doing it. But Duda, Dubov. Duda plays this position. Dubov is playing the game here, and knight a3 is the choice. And I think most of our viewers would say,
I was literally just gonna ask you that.
Right? Like bishop takes a3 obviously is the move. And after pawn takes a3, we see a compromised pawn structure here from White's perspective. Now, there is a bit of good news. This pawn is up on a5, which means the b5 square is kind of White's for the taking, as it was in some of the other positions we were looking at. And the b file being open could be beneficial for White. And there is the 2 bishops advantage. So that's what I think White is looking to really use. It's not a clear position. I think that who has really benefited, it's both sides have benefited in their own ways. I mean, once a piece goes to the B file, black can play B6, shut it all down. So it's not like you're going to actually get pressure along the semi-open line. But still, having the bishop pair is nice. If you want to break this pin and make this move G5, that's always weakening on your king side. And White will try to make D4 happen at some point in the near future.
Yeah, and we see Vidit deep in thought. It's actually, I mean, the memes, I know you're not the biggest fan of all the chat memes, Robert, but it's so funny to me how Vidit, one of Vidit's thinking, default thinking pauses is the not like this emote. And yeah, he has a lot to figure out here. I think we'll come back to this game in a little bit. And I don't know if you want to jump elsewhere, if you want to have a look at the bird's eye view first, I'll let you choose, Robert.
Yeah, I love the bird's eye view, so we can stay here for a second. The Jorden van Foreest game against Pragnanda, that looks like it's at the local club and you have no idea what the players' ratings are because that's not an opening you see every day. Black is up a pawn and White moved that bishop twice. We see the bishop on b5 and a black pawn on e4. That's the top right-hand side of your screen, everybody. And we saw bishop c4 on the third move. So we can actually maybe bring that game up.
Also, just before we go there, Robert, I also wanted to point out the game between Niels Grandelius and Richard Rapport. In a while we can go there as well because we see a pawn already on g4, so that's also an interesting game which is catching my eye from the bird's eye view.
No, that's a good catch by you because I was so focused on this pin in the top right. I didn't look the bottom right. And that's going to be a sharp battle between two very adventurous players, Niels Grandelius and Richard Rapport. So I think we'll start top right just because we're only looking at it for a second. Then we'll go right to Grandelius Rapport. And of course, we will get to Duda Carlsen. Don't you worry. We know that's going to be a very important game for the standings. But I just want to bring up 3 moves ago. White played the move bishop c4 here. That's what Jorden did. e6, a principal reply, shutting down the bishop's diagonal with this pawn chain, and then playing for d5. So castles, d5, and most players would immediately capture on d5. Jorden van Foreest is not most players. He says, I'm going to play bishop to b5, so I'll move that same minor piece twice, and I allowed you to take control in the center. And after d takes e4, knight to e5, Fiona, we see the point. There is a pinned knight on c6, attack twice. You can ruin Black's pawn structure. But what is obscure opening line? And I guess my question for you is, do you like what Jorden has done? Do you think he's playing tricky chess, or is he just trying to catch his young, less experienced opponent off guard and try to take this one?
I think in general, I'm a fan of the players going for these more offbeat lines. I think as a chess fan, as a chess commentator, we commentate on so many Berlins and these positional Joko pianos with tiny nuances. So I think it's always a breath of fresh air, a breath of fresh air to see players like Jorden, players like Rapport, players like Dubov coming up with new ideas, even as early, as move 3 and 4. It makes our job harder, of course, as commentators when we have so many new people watching us in the chat. And every day we've been in this spot, because we will tell you and your coaches will tell you, develop your pieces, get your king into safety, control the center. So it's hard from that point of view to explain what the players are doing. But from the fan perspective, I really like seeing these kind of offbeat openings.
I love it. And it does make our job harder, because normally we can be like, oh, well, Magnus played this against 5 different opponents, and we can cite all this research and just from our prior knowledge of the game. This is new territory, and it's new territory for us. It's definitely new territory for Praggnanandhaa, but the one person it's not new territory for is Jorden van Foreest. He has worked on this at home. And you may wonder, why is Praggnanandhaa thinking at this moment? A knight was captured. Of course, he's going to capture the knight back. But let's wait a second. Let's take our time. Bishop d7 is sometimes a way to meet this knight capture. We will pin the knight to the bishop. He did capture back on c6. Quickly show you why bishop d7 isn't ideal. Knight takes a7, a wonderful move, protecting the bishop. And if black takes on a7, white will then trade bishops and say, I have evened up the material. Now your pawn structure is worse than mine, and your rook is weirdly on a7. So that was not an option for black.
I'm sorry, A6. Robert. I just have to laugh that the bishop is back on c4. Again.
It went back to c4, and it's just moving the same piece way too many times. But we'll get into why it makes sense just after quickly this. A6, knight d4 check to me makes sense. After a b5, knight b5, again, now we have material equality, and black has this e4 pawn that sticks out. There's a knight coming to c3. That e4 pawn will quickly be attacked. Not that easy to defend. So that is why Praggnanandhaa decided to take back on c6, which makes perfect sense. We see bishop c4, and that's why you had a good laugh here, because that bishop went c4, b5, back to c4, and black is up a pawn. But the thing about this position is double isolated pawns, double pawns in the center. And so white will make moves like knight c3, bring a piece to the e file like queen to e2, and go after the pawn. And if you were going to try to save that pawn, you need to make the move f5, which is so weakening. For example, bishop d6. Pawn h3. I don't want to lose my pawn with check. You play knight to f6, let's say. I play knight c3, and then queen e2, and I simply win the pawn by force. You can't defend it. So if you really want to save that pawn, you have to make a move at some point f5, but that weakens your pawn on e6, and I will play d3, be a pawn down, open up the e file, and try to just crash through. So there's going to be risky decisions that have to be made by Praggnanandhaa in this line, and Jorden is the one who's prepared here. This actually is really dangerous for Prague.
Yeah, I think actually today both our Indian participants in the Masters group, Praggnanandhaa and Vidit, both being put to the test straight out of the opening by 2 members of Team Magnus, and I think both of them will have to go deep into the tank because this is a position where it's not about coming up with your next move. It is about, how do I want to set up long term? Do I want to try and hold on to my pawn on e4? Will I give it back? If I give it back, what's the best way to do so? So a very interesting battle ahead here, and we see the close-up of Praggnanandhaa there, deep in thoughts, with the eyes sort of darting around the board.
And he's way down on the clock already. So Jorden, in his prep, he has put Praggnanandhaa to the test here. And the youngster, he'll need to come up with something pretty quickly, because it's only move 8. The position will remain sharp for quite a deal of time. And look at Jorden, arms crossed. He's feeling good about how this opening has gone thus far.
And Robert, actually very interesting insight from one of my dear Twitch viewers who's in the chat. Shout out to Frisky Frog, who said, and maybe we have to double check it, but he's usually quite reliable. He's saying he checked Lichess, and apparently Max Warmerdam had this position in a blitz game. Max Warmerdam, who is Jordan's second from last year. So some very interesting insights there.
Does that make Magnus's grand second? Like, you know, if he's the second to Magnus's second, is that a grand second? How does that work in chess? I'm just going to take us back to the bird's eye view and pretend I never said that, because asking questions that nobody wants the answer to.
So back to the bird's eye view. Back to the bird's eye view. What's going on in the Carlsen game? I think they are going down a path that both of them are quite familiar with. We will get to that in a second. Do you want to start with that? Should we have a quick look at Grandelius first? Which way do you want to go?
I did say we'd go to the Grandelius game, so why don't we go there? I made a promise. I'd like to keep it. It does look like a very interesting battle. Yesipenko decided to strike in the center with d4, so that might heat up at some point. But let's go to Niels and Richard here, because that's a Sicilian that promises to be a good game. And we are on move 8, and Report is thinking. So the last move play, let's go. We can just go through from the beginning, see how we got here in the Sicilian. d4, the knight came to c6, knight c3, and queen c7. So this move is very popular. From Black's perspective, it's quite flexible. Oftentimes we think in the Sicilian we need to play a6, but a knight coming to b5 will be kicked by a6 in the near future, so it's not too big of a concern. A g4 played by Niels, and what can we say, Fiona? Everybody is inspired by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, right?
Absolutely, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and maybe Alpha Zero and those guys had a thing or two with it as well. We see that players in general in the last few years have been taking a lot more liberties with their G pawns, with their H pawns. And yeah, here G4, well, immediately Niels wanting to play on the king side. Maybe, Robert, maybe you can try and explain what's the idea behind a move like G4, which right now it doesn't attack anything. It doesn't seem to be doing, to have any concrete threats. So maybe you can explain what are the ideas.
Yeah, G4 looks like a bad move, but it's not. It just looks that way, because what in the world is it doing? You're just throwing your pawn up there. Just to show everybody what's more typical, bishop e3 or bishop to e2, played tens and tens of thousands of times. It's a very common position here, but instead the move g4 is played, and that does prevent knight f6, because if you played knight f6, I quickly played g5, and guess what? Your knight is going, what? I assume back to g8, but I guess not. Maybe there's some kind of knight takes d4 that allows the knight to go forward. I thought g5. I mean, that looks reasonable to me. Maybe knight b5 first makes more sense, and then we can play a move like g5. That way there's no knight trade, because the point is the queen covers these squares. So that knight is not exactly happy on f6 because it has to drop back to g8. So that's the correct move order, but the point still stands that g5 forces the knight back, and that is the issue for Black. So instead of playing knight f6, h6 was played. That way Black can go knight f6, but we call this pawn a hook. And it's a hook because when White tries to play g5, it will open up lines because it attacks a pawn. So in the game, we saw bishop e3, and f6 and f3. And if Black dares to castle kingside, g5 will happen, and lines are opening up whether Black likes it or not. So Fiona, I really like the direction this game is going. It's going to be difficult for Black to decide what to do with the king because there's that pawn h6. So you played h6 to allow the knight out, but then you kind of regret playing it because you can't really castle kingside with ease.
Yeah, I think it's always an interesting question in these positions where we see early kingside pawn pushes of where does the king go. You're talking about the Black king. Do you think the White king will go queenside?
I think that, yes, the White king is going to queen d2, castle queenside, venture over there. And at some point, black has to make the move a6, because you don't want to allow knight b5 when you're not looking carefully, because that's going to be a big problem, hitting the queen and the dark squares. We see that this pawn structure, d7, e6, f7, that leaves the dark squares vulnerable, because pawns, right, they capture diagonally, and they protect the same color that they're on. So the d6 square could be a problem for black to deal with, and that's why a6 is the way to play, and maybe even b5 to follow up. So I just find these positions a bit easier to play from white's point of view. The ideas register a little more clearly to me. That said, Rapport is such an experienced player, and he loves tactical battles, but I do prefer Niels's position at this early stage.
Yeah, certainly an exciting battle ahead here between two very creative players. We see Richard has just made another move, so a6, trying to stop any knights coming to b5, which makes a lot of sense. Robert, I suggest we take our first quick break of the day, and when we come back, we'll look at the Magnus Carlsen versus Duda, well, Duda versus Magnus Carlsen clash. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the third round of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, we're back with the bird's eye view. Maybe a quick overlook before we finally dive into this Duda Carlsen game.
Yeah, honestly, we have some great starts to the games here. We saw Dubov against Vidit, that knight a3 move, which seemed to be a novelty and was captured by Vidit. We have a Berlin endgame between Caruana and Shankland. Van Foreest has surprised us all by moving his bishop 3 times in the early stage. And look at that. He didn't even play h3. He put his king on h1, giving up the h2 pawn to try to trap the bishop. But what a game so far between those two players, Van Foreest and Pragananda. I mean, we haven't even looked at Giri Mamadjarov, but that looks like it's shaping up for a fun one as well. And then Yesipenko against Karyakin, the countryman. d4 has been played, but no reaction really by Karyakin. Seems like a solid affair in that one. And we like the Sicilian between Grandilis and Rapport. So I think, Fiona, we're in store for a great day. We've already had 5 decisive games in the first 14 matchups and the 2 rounds. So I think we'll have more today to look forward to.
Actually, although I know you don't like predictions, Robert, so I'm not going to torture you on every game, but I like our little prediction of how many decisive games, which is a quick and painless one. Yesterday, I was way off the mark. I predicted 4. You predicted 3, close, but no cigar. How many today?
Oh, great question. I'm looking at the games. I will go with, I think 2. I think we'll get 2.
Okay, I want to outdo you again, so I'll go with 3.
Okay, it's funny because I was going to say 3 initially, and then I was like, if I say 3, Fiona won't say 3. So here, let me reserve that number for her.
You're so considerate, Robert.
Well, I do think that we have the types of games that are likely to end decisively. So I just very combative spirits for the players, at least in the early move. So let's go to the game between Duda and Carlsen. We promised everybody the world chess champion with the black pieces against the World Cup champion with the white pieces. We have to remember that Duda knocked out Carlsen from the World Cup. That was pretty amazing, a grand achievement from the Polish #1. And in this game, Fiona, I don't know if you want to, should we go back to the start, you think, or should we just...
I think it might be interesting, especially since you were one of the main commentators at the for the World Championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Carlsen. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the similarities, and maybe we can find where did we deviated, if at all.
Okay, well, we had e4, e5 throughout the match between Nepo and Carlsen. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he chose e4 a bunch, and Magnus did not play the Sicilian he did in 2018 against Fabiano Caruana. So we had a Spanish, a knight f6, castles. All of this is mainline stuff. Bishop e7, rook e1, and this b5, rook b8 business that happens here. The rook needs to slide off the a file because with the rook on a1, a takes b5 was a huge threat just a turn ago. You give white a free move, you lose a pawn. Now, in this position, black can choose bishop to b7 or b4, both of which are more popular than the rook b8 move. But now in my head, I think I have recency bias where like rook b8 is the move, even though these other 2 moves are more popular. It's kind of funny how that works, Fiona. We're like, Magnus plays something, so we just kind of assume that's what should be done, even if other moves have been played for a long, long time.
And I really think theory is also so heavily influenced by World Championship matches. So I think there is the recency element you mentioned, and then these moves that are played by the top players in the world, backed by top computer analyzers, backed by top teams, they pick up in fashion so quickly and get replicated a lot in no time.
Exactly. So, I mean, in the early game of the match between Jan and Magnus, at this point in time, a4 was not played. In fact, h3 was the choice. And then Magnus made this move knight to a5. So it was a very interesting try. It got a bit sharp, but Magnus was able to actually quite easily make a draw, it seemed, after a little while. So in this game, and as Jan switched to in the match, a4 is the choice. Now, as we mentioned, a4 attacks the b5 pawn, and Magnus decides on rook to b8, getting his rook off of the open or the opening a file. So this move, it does make sense. One of the times Magnus played bishop b7 as well. So he chooses what he wants to do on a given day. He is kind of unpredictable. Maybe that's the Jorden van Foreest influence, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it reminds me always of that video that was published after the match of Magnus's team of seconds. I believe they had a camp in Spain or somewhere before the match, where Magnus himself introduces every member of the team. You know, Peter Heine Nielsen is the adult in the room. Then Jan, he's the martial guy. I look up the video. I don't want to get things wrong, but then Jorden was introduced as the new guy, where they still would have to check if his ideas were actually any good.
I think they are quite good, but yeah, that video was really funny. I like the team spirit involved. There's clear chemistry between the various seconds, and well, h3 d6, the seconds for Magnus Carlsen should not be surprised to see this anymore. It was played in the World Chess Championship, and after c3 b4, we're still following game 5 from the World Championship. d3, pawn takes c3, takes, and here h6. That is different from what Magnus did in game 5. He chose the move pawn to d5, and pawn d5 loosens your protection of the e5 pawn, because you have this chain here, and that makes this pawn safe and sound. So I play d5, you're striking in the center, trying to open the board up a bit, but it is a logical move, though he got himself in some trouble in that game, where in this position here, his bishop was kind of awkward on d6, and later there was a moment where Jan could have pressed forward by trying to push his pawn up the board. So it's a bit passive from Black's perspective. So here in this game today, we saw h6, a sort of waiting move, bishop e3 developing, rook e8, knight d2, and bishop f8. So I would say that this maneuver, Fiona, of rook e8, bishop f8 is probably kind of awkward to many in the audience. Like, what are you really improving your pieces? Like, your bishop is going back to its starting square, but this is such a common Spanish decision to put the bishop on f8 and try to go g6.
So do you think, now that we've seen this maneuver, it means Black is straying from the plan of going for d5? He's not going to be looking to strike in the center anymore, but rather bring the bishop to g7?
Yeah, I think he's just going to refrain from doing that. He knows that's the type of game that Duda wants. He can play bishop e6 at some point to trade off those light square bishops. And what's happening here is that White has a bit more mobility in terms of the pawn pushes. We talked about d5, but when you make this move d5, you hurt your own pawn structure as Black, whereas the move d4 simply improves White's position, as long as you make sure that your e4 pawn is defended. So Black sits a little bit more passively, but it's nothing really to speak of, to complain about. White is going to attempt d4, and Black has to be comfortable with a more cramped position. And we know that Magnus has said during the World Championship in those interviews, he's like, yeah, it's a little bit worse for Black. You just have to be okay with that. And it seems like he is.
And you talk about White wanting to probably push d4 in the center. How soon, maybe this is an interesting question, when do we know as White that we are ready for that push? The knight from d2, for example, do we want that to stay there? Do we want to maneuver it elsewhere, maybe via f1 and g3? When do we know we're ready for the d4 push?
Such a good question that I honestly don't have a complete answer to, but I will try my best. A large part of it is the e4 pawn. And here there's a rook on e8 and a knight on f6. So you have to be very careful, which is why I'd probably lead with the move queen to c2, just to make sure that my pawn is defended. So when I do push d4, I don't have to worry about dropping a pawn. That said, I don't think you can actually capture on e4 if you play d4 right away, because after pawn takes, this is very common. Knight e4 takes, rook e4. You see the evaluation bar go up because bishop d5 is a move with a dual threat, hitting your rook and your knight, and you can't defend both. White simply scoops up material. So it is possible to play d4, but the downside of playing d4 is that it is committal, and we know chess players, they worry about commitment. But I mean that.
Robert, anything you want to talk about?
No, I don't think we need to dive too deep into this conversation, but from a chess perspective, not from a life perspective, the issue is that now there's this permanent tension. And while we like to maintain the tension in chess very often, it leaves black with the opportunity at some point to take on d4, and even taking immediately on d4 without following up with knight takes e4, because that's a bad move. But the fact that you then have to go and protect this pawn is going to be annoying. For example, if black plays knight to b4, now I am threatening to take your pawn on e4 because there's no bishop d5 funny business. We have to remind everybody quickly that knight e4 wasn't possible because bishop d5 forked the two pieces. And with the knight on b4, there's no knight to attack, and the d5 square is covered. So in this variation, after knight b4, this is why chess players are afraid of commitment, because how do you defend this e4 pawn? There's no queen c2, you'd lose your queen. And if you play a move like queen b1, you're walking into another pin. That doesn't look very comfortable. And this is what I mean by, trying to wait until the right moment.
Well, we'll see. I'm sure Duda, he seems like a man who handles his commitments well. We'll come back to this one. Maybe go back to maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view for a second. I saw a comment in the chat that Vidit, we see the position, we can't see the clock times, but apparently Vidit already under an hour, clearly caught by surprise by Dubov.
Yeah, I mean, great choice by Dubov. Even if it's not so much of an objective advantage, it is a practical one because players fear Dubov's preparation. They know how creative he is. They know how sharp the lines that he produces are. And when Magnus Carlsen puts his full trust in you to work with him and come up with Catalan lines, including yesterday's game, we don't know with 100% certainty that was a Dubov concoction. But Magnus, he was like, that may have been leftover preparation, and that's why he played so quickly for the first dozen or so moves. And yeah, I think Vidit, he should be nervous. He's not in the not like this pose anymore. So is that a good thing or a bad thing if you're reading Vidit's expression?
Well, it's a bad thing for chat, for sure. Less memeing. He does look a little less concerned to me, but who knows what that means. We see him there just dropping the knight back. We can go to that in a second, but I think there's two games, Robert, if I'm not mistaken, that we haven't looked at in depth yet. That's Giri Mamedyarov and Yesipenko Karyakin.
Yeah, we're never going to look at those games. I know people are going to be very upset with us, but we refuse. We are boycotting those games. Now, we can, of course, go to those games. Why don't we start with, I'm not sure. Which one would you want to
Let's start with Giri Mamedyarov. Giri is the local hero after all. I think it's always interesting to see how do these players bounce back after a loss. Of course, a tough game. We've talked about it plenty. So Anish today with the white pieces, and especially interesting with Shahriar, having played the way he's played the last 2 days, you never know what to expect, and the position certainly looks interesting at first sight.
Yeah, the Black King is still in the center, which means there may be some hope for G5. No, not actually. It's just a joke because Mamedyarov played G4 on move 3 yesterday. I don't really like his position right now. We can go back and see how we got here, but if we just take stock of the current situation, Black often is trying to play the move C5. And if you can make C5 work without any sort of issue, without it backfiring, then you often have a decent position. But something about this position as it currently sits, it feels a little awkward to me. And when Black tries to castle kingside, you have to watch out for the move E5, which opens up this bishop to the H7 pawn. So if you're not careful, White can launch a very quick attack. So C5 is the move you want. I think that it may be in the cards for Black, though if you do it before you castle, so let's say I go kind of a throwaway move, Queen E2, C5, and try to take with his knight, you do have to be really careful because your king is still in the center. So when I play this move, Bishop B5 check, your king now probably has to go to F8 because if you block with Bishop to C6, there it is. Yeah, I was waiting for that to happen. Takes, and Queen to B5 is devastating. Now your rook is pinned, in comes the knight to E5, and you are losing material. So you need C5 to fully equalize in many of these positions, but you can't rush that move.
Yeah, and I think once again we just see the importance. If you're watching this, in a lot of games, the principles are being kicked a little bit. We see a lot of games, we've seen a lot of games that are hard to understand, but I think this is a great example of why it is so important in general to get your king into safety as soon as possible. And Robert, maybe can we go back to the start here, because we had a semi-Slav, another opening I'm not too familiar with, but I was thinking, didn't Sopiko, who we are greeting if she's watching us, didn't Sopiko actually create some content on this Slav here?
See, this is dangerous territory, because now we have to ask the question, does Anish listen to his wife's chess advice? So I don't know if you want to take that one or if we should just pass on that for now.
Yeah, maybe better to pass on it.
But I believe you are correct, and these kind of lines, they're so fascinating. And first of all, hi Sopiko. We want to say hi. I'm sure she is following Anish's game, whether she's watching the live commentary. You're probably better off not watching. I get it, but we definitely hi to Sopiko. Hope you're doing well. And these lines are fascinating because you look at the initial setup. We have the pawn triangle here for black, which means that you're super solid and defended, but your bishop on c8 isn't very happy, and your pawns block your pieces. The knight, of course, can't go to c6. There's a pawn there. So white plays bishop d3 and castled very quickly. And only after a few turns did black decide to take on c4 and then lash out with b5, because your bishop has no future on this diagonal here. You can't make the move e5. White has that covered. So you play b5 and bishop b7, which looks kind of funky as you move your b pawn all the way up the board. You have a backward c pawn, but you are playing for this move c5.
And the question is, so after e4 and rook c8, we've already talked about the dangers of keeping the king in the center. So my question is, how does white fight now that he still has a little bit of time while the king is on e8? How do we fight as white against the c5 push?
I really like the starting move queen e2, and I played it kind of on a whim, but now that I realize it works out, that move looks quite nice, because the bishop on d3 is perfectly placed, aiming towards the black king side. So if you play queen e2 and black's like, I'm getting that king out of the center immediately, then I believe e5, hitting the knight goes to d5. That's the downside of playing e5, is you hand that knight a nice central square. And I'm looking for ways to go after this king. And if this bishop were not here, I might already have the bishop takes h7, check, knight g5, and going for like a checkmating attack immediately. So queen e4 naturally threatens checkmate. Black can stop it with g6. Maybe it's not the best that white can do in this position, but at least your bishop gets in. You have your pieces staring at black's king. Another option, because I just said I want the g5 square, I'm wondering, like, I can make a move like knight c5 and hope that you take it twice with your bishop. I doubt you will, but essentially I'm hoping that you go like this, and there it is, right? The evaluation goes up here, and knight g5 check. Very straightforward, a brute force method of going for a checkmate. Your king is, well, it's done.
Yeah, the famous, I believe, the Greek gift tactic, which is very useful to be familiar with for your own games. If you haven't seen this kind of motive before, look it up. It happens quite often in your games, and always something that black has to be on the lookout for.
And yeah, actually, it's funny because knight c5 was just a move to distract you, but now that I'm looking at it, it might just be a good idea for white. Like, your bishop on b7 is terrible because you can't play c5. We just said and showed why you can't take on c5 with your bishop. And so what do you actually do here?
Yeah, I mean, I really, it's funny that you showed this move quite randomly to demonstrate the dangers in black's position, and suddenly we turns out, well, this might actually be a very, very good move. Also, look at the power of that white bishop pair, with the bishop looking down at h7, the other bishop ready to join the action. Any move like h6 would always be very dangerous. We could even imagine some potential sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with that you talked about it earlier, h6 is a hook here. It's looking quite precarious for black. So yeah, not so clear how does black proceed. And I love that you highlighted this bishop on b7, which is currently completely dead. If I were black, of course, I would like to put some pressure on c5, try and get to that pawn somehow. I don't know if queen a5 is an option, or if I'm already in trouble on the king side.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you know you need to get that pawn, but if you move your queen away from the king's safety, your danger levels are very high. I don't know. I feel like this move is risking a ton, but I don't see an immediate knockout. I can, I see the eval bar saying white's doing great. It's one thing to know that white's better. It's another thing to prove it. So I think that queen a5, it's not easy to refute.
Yeah, not easy to refute, but at the same time, not really a move I want to make to remove the most powerful piece from contributing to the defense of the king side. So yeah, I think still some questions here for Mamedyarov to answer, and I'm curious to see if Anish goes for queen e2 or what he's going to go for.
It's all about figuring out the assessment of those positions we were just looking at right now. Because
look at Anish. What do you think this pose? It looks like he's not even really looking at the chessboard, but rather it looks like he's completely in his own mind. And very often this is a sign that players are trying to remember things, going deep into the memory vault.
Yeah, I think he's trying to calculate deeply, and he's closed his eyes because he sees the board in his head. He can visualize it, and he's looking for all sorts of tactical sequences because he probably feels that his position should be at least slightly better right now. But as we've been discussing, as soon as black plays c5 safely, not with the king in the center, then black's problems are a thing of the past. And he's trying to figure out, okay, at this moment, I know it's the time to maximize the potential of my position. How do I do that? I do like the move queen to e2. I was kind of throwing moves at random, and they just so happened to work out. But Anish doesn't have that luxury, because when our moves don't work out, we just take them back and find something better. If his moves don't work out, well, then his advantage is gone, and now he's kind of wasted the first move advantage.
Well, we'll see what he comes up with. We will leave these guys for now. Shahryar once again looking very relaxed there. But let's go to the Russian clash between Sergei Karyakin and I always get the colors wrong somehow, between Esipenko and Karyakin, which is the last game we haven't seen, and it's another Italian game. So a couple of them today.
Yeah, the position right now, not super duper exciting, but we can see how we got here. It was an Italian, as you pointed out, and c3, d3 looks like the game between Dubov and Vidit. And instead of bishop g5, which was the rarer choice that Dubov went with, we see the typical castle. And h6 played so that no piece can get to g5. And one of the mistakes that players can make is they say, well, my opponent played h6, taking away g5, I'm going to play h3, taking away g4. And there's one really important thing here, is that black has not castled. And I'm not suggesting that right now it's necessarily the move that g5 that should be played, but there are positions like this where black plays g5, g4, uses this pawn as a hook, and then just crushes white. And in fact, Vladimir Krumnik did something to that effect against Levon Aronian in the 2018 candidates? Yeah, I think it was the 2018 candidates, where he put his rook on g8, played g5, and just immediately went for an attack and won an extremely nice game. So don't just play h3 with your hand. You need to think before you make certain moves. Instead, in this game, we saw rook e1, castles, and then h3. Timing is everything. You need to make sure that your opponent's not going to benefit from your move, and that's why, Andre played it now. a6, a4, no b5 for you, and then a5. That's a funny move, Fiona, right? a6, and then a5. How do we explain that decision by Karyakin?
Like so many other moves, we struggle to explain. I think in general, I find that the Italian game, there have been so many developments lately that I'm really struggling to keep up and remember the different, because the Italian game is something that I've played with both colors, mostly from the black side. But obviously my opening preparation was nowhere near that of those players, and with theory moving so fast, I think that these days the Italian opening is so complex. There's so many tiny nuances. When do you put the pawn to a6? When do you put it to a5? When do you go d5? When do you not? When do you bring the bishop back from c5 to a7? And the same from the white side. So I always struggle to understand, and also how much of it is prep, how much do the players come up with over the board. I guess in this particular case here, I guess a5 is to stop b4, Robert?
Yeah. But it's just so weird because you could have played a5 immediately to stop b4. So there must be something about inducing the move a4, which is why Karyakin played a slow a5.
So yeah, let's continue from where we see that Yesipenko now decides to strike in the center with d4. The bishop is dropped back, and the white does the same. Very often that bishop, we're going to see it on the next move, doesn't stay on this diagonal, but rather reroutes to c2 to support the center.
Yeah, I tend to like these positions, at least slightly, from the white side, which is kind of funny because I always have them from the black side, where white has more space. The e4 pawn is well defended. E5 similarly is well defended, but it just feels like white has a bit more flexibility. This knight on b1 goes to d2, where it can either go to c4 or to f1. Now, in this particular position, you need to be careful about your d4 pawn hanging, because there are 1, 2, 3 pieces attacking, and if you move the knight to d2, you block one of your defenders. So knight a3 to c4 becomes an option. You can lead with bishop to e3, because bishop e3 protects d4, but then you have to watch out, did I blunder my e4 pawn? After e takes d4, can I take back with anything but the bishop? I'm not sure you can, because after c takes d4 here, not only can you consider knight e4, but this knight b4 move again is really annoying, where you attack this bishop and really just try to go straight for this e4 pawn. So we love playing d4 in the Italian, but when we commit to it, we have to note our e4 pawn becomes vulnerable, and this is a clear example of that.
Absolutely. A very maneuvering game here between the two Russian players, which is yet to spring to life. We'll come back here and to all the other games of round 3 after a short break, during which our producer Bigfoot is going to check in with the challengers and show some highlights from yesterday. So you don't want to miss that, and we will see you in just a few.
Yes, welcome everybody. This is the checkup with the challengers. Every day we're going to look in the challenger section, see if there are some interesting games ongoing, because we all know that the winner of the challenger section will be competing in the master section the year after. So every day we're going to have a quick look, and today we have Arjan Erigaisi versus Max Warburton. They both have half a point in their first match. This is the second round. We're going to see what they did. They actually have an interesting position. This is still theory. After knight to d7, you might think that after the move a5 right here, this knight is kind of a bit trapped. There's no way to go to a4, c4, d5, or go back. So this looked like a fantastic move, and we had to move bishop to a6. Hitting that rook, getting this rook to c8, hitting this the queen on c2, and being very much of a nuisance. This is still theory, and after taking on b6, rook to c8, the theory is actually you go queen to d1. Because after queen to d1, there's actually a very interesting position, a very interesting variation that we're going to have a look at. Queen d1, we're going to take on f1. We're going to throw in a quick to b7. Pawn to b7, hitting that rook, making sure that this pawn is a little bit of a nuisance. Rook to c7. And after we take this bishop back, we actually have a very enticing move. This is really cool. Bishop takes on c2. Now you cannot take here with the queen, because then you will lose this bishop, and black is actually up material. So you have to take with the king, and now the killer move right here, knight to e5. It doesn't look like we're doing anything. It looks like we're, being chill, putting up a knight in the center. So what does it threaten? After, let's say, a weird move, let's say h3, we take here on c1, queen takes, and bada bing, bada boom, your queen is mine with a nice fork there. So there's actually only one move that we have right here. It's going back to your little cave, king to g1, and after a trade on c1, knight to d3, this queen is looking at d4. These pieces aren't developed at all. This one's stuck behind their own pieces. And after, let's say, we get a queen, queen to d4 check, king to h1, knight to f2, and we have a repetition. We can also go in from time to time. You can go to h3. Doesn't really matter. I'm following the engine line right now, but this is a repetition. So this is the way black will go on. There have been games that have been going this way, but Max was thinking, he was thinking, and ultimately he decided to play the move. Rook takes h6. He actually spent an hour on this move. Obviously he saw this threat, he was calculating about it, he has very deep thoughts. But after bishop takes f2, we can just go through the game. King takes c2, rook takes c2. You lose your queen on c2, but you get a very nice pass pawn. This is what he was calculating. But after knight b6, the move that he probably missed is after queen c8, rook takes b6, queen c5 check, and we are winning that rook back. And unfortunately, Max had to resign not a few moves later because this pawn also fell, and these moves aren't developed yet. So, very nice game by Arjen. He knew his theory. Max spent an hour on that move, rook takes a6, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. Didn't plan out ahead. He actually tweeted about it. He says, sometimes the brain doesn't function, or the head doesn't function. I don't know, something didn't function by him today, but we hope he bounces back. He's a Dutch player, I'm a Dutch guy, so you got to root for your own country. But Arjen, with a point and a half out of 2, he joins the leaders, if I'm correct. And we'll be back soon tomorrow to see which challenger we're going to check in.
Thank you so much to our producer Vic for the insights into the challengers group, and Max Warmer indeed with a day off yesterday, but hopefully he will bounce back. And Robert, we are going to focus, of course, on our masters group, and we can just bring back the bird's eye view, which we both love so much and gives us a good overview of what's happening throughout the playing hall.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We get to see from board to board. I mean, the Dubov game, it looks like a pawn has been gambited in the center. I see Vida just went knight takes e4, so we'll definitely have to dive into that. But before we do, I see Giri played the move a3. So he played on the flank rather than in the center. We were talking about queen e2. Instead, he chooses a3, a fascinating decision by him. Fiona, the game between Niels and Rapport, we promised that it would be exciting. It's a Sicilian, but they're just not moving.
Yeah. Which is not such a bad thing, because it means we are more likely to get more action as the hours go by. So for now, where do you want to start, Robert?
Such a difficult question to answer. Look at Van Foreest against Pragnanda. It's a new pawn that Jorden is down. He has no F pawn, but he's trying to go for some kind of attack. Let us go. Which one do we choose, Fiona? Should we go to the Vida game maybe against
I think that's
Dubov?
Yeah. That was gonna be my pick, so I'm glad we agree. Let's start with Dubov, Vidit, and then we can maybe go to Jorden, which I agree also looking very interesting. So shall we go back a few moves? And first things first, let's look at the clock situation. Vidit almost down an hour already on the clock.
Yeah, he has been caught by surprise, but he is such a strong player that, of course, he can figure things out over the board. It was this decision first by Dubov to play bishop g5, a rare choice. Vidit follows it up with h6 and doesn't play g5, plays in the other wing, and then knight a3. So Vidit takes his time, he captures, doubles, and isolates White's pawns. And then, we see this move, knight b8 by Vidit. He does not like the look of this pin. And he says, I'm going to reroute my knight to d7 via b8. We see this in some Spanish positions. What do you make of this choice by Vidit facing preparation over the board and then choosing this move, knight b8?
I mean, it's surprising to me, and it's even more surprising because after the whole maneuver of defending the knight on f6 with the other knight, he then chooses to go g5, which I'm a bit confused as to why didn't he go g5? Why did he want to first bring the knight to d7 rather than going g5 immediately?
I guess Dubov provoked him. He said, I just have to. When Dubov went d4 here, that loosens up the e4 pawn. And we've talked about this in several games today, but this e4 pawn is under attack, can't be captured with that knight being pinned. And for some reason, g5, not the move that he wants to play. And there might be a sacrifice on g5 or just the simple bishop g3. And now the e5 pawn is under attack. So by putting the knight on d7, he's protecting the knight on f6, but also protecting that e5 pawn in the event that the bishop retreats to g3. And that's what we're seeing in the game. Knight d7, rook b1, which honestly, Fiona, invites knight takes e4 even more because now there's a fork on c3 in addition to attacking the bishop on g3.
I mean, Dubov, he really loves giving up material. And he really, as you said, has actively invited Vidit into playing all these moves, going g5, taking the pawn on e4. And I'm curious now to see what is his follow-up, because I think you have to do something about that pawn on c3. Not that you can't afford to lose another pawn, which very often Dubov is not afraid of, but here there's, of course, a big fork threatened.
I think what's going to happen is this. The f-file is going to open up. So queen c2 attacks the knight and defends the c3 pawn. And if Vidit takes on g3, f takes g3 is played, you don't like the look of this bishop, this rook staring at the f7 pawn. Sacrifices are going to be everywhere. You can't castle because queen g6,
Wow.
check. Pawn is pinned, win h6 with check, win g5, win the game. It's just a forcing sequence that leads to checkmate. So this is really dangerous stuff here for Vidit. And we see that the evaluation bar is still hovering around the middle, which honestly is not a great sign for black, because while that indicates you can find accurate choices that holds everything together, you don't have that much time, and you're playing someone who is ambitious, who loves sacrificing material, and it just looks so much scarier for black. That pawn, to me, it's not irrelevant, but I would much rather have the attack.
Let me ask you a question about a move which I think is going to hurt your soul. It hurts mine as well, but how bad is f5 trying to hold on to that knight in the center? But of course, I'm aware that I'm opening up my own king even further.
A brave choice, so I commend you for suggesting it, because that's the best thing that commentators can do, suggest moves even when it hurts them, because that's the thought process we have to go through. If we eliminate all moves that look bad, we'll often overlook the right choice. And f5, it's really not out of the question. It protects the knight on e4, which can't be kicked by a pawn. And you eliminate your right to castle kingside, but you probably didn't want to go there anyway. So I'm honestly getting behind this move a little bit more, though I think white can just take on e5. And if the pawn takes back, I'm already looking at just a simple rook e1 type of move, waiting for your knight to move or to sacrifice my rook for your knight just to open up the board. Later, the move rook b5 can even be played, going after this e5 pawn. And this knight on d7 can't move because there are two pieces attacking e5. I think it's a really dangerous scenario here for Vidit, king stuck in the center.
Absolutely, and I see in the chat, Poga is asking, so is castle queenside the only way for black, or would it be better walking into a fortress? I think it's a great question. I was thinking, I mean, even if I could castle queenside, which I'm still quite far removed from, it doesn't look that like the king would be very safe on c8 either, because remember, out in the opening, Vidit took the knight on a3, which opened the b file for white. So I wouldn't feel safe with the king on c8, with the white queen being able to come into the b3 to a4. So, yeah, queenside. So that's the reason, actually. I think it's a great question, because that's the reason why I'm worried for Vidit, because I am wondering what is he going to do with his king, especially now that lines are going to open in the center.
And taking that question and putting it on the board. I mean, knight b6 seems like a good starting point, because you're defending f7 by putting pressure on one of white's pieces. If rook takes b6 works, then black is just in such a difficult situation. I don't think it quite works, just because your attack isn't blistering down the f file. I mean, rook takes b6, pawn takes b6, and you're a little slow to get to the f7 pawn. You can't sacrifice all your pieces, because then you have nothing to checkmate with. Although the eval bar is like a yo-yo. It's going up and down, trying to figure things out. And if you don't sacrifice material and you try to continue playing for the initiative, maybe in bishop b5 check, because the pawn can't push, the knight would be loose there. I still prefer white's position, but as the question asks and indicates, if that king can get to c8, I mean, black will be feeling at least quite a bit better about his chances.
Yeah, so we'll see if Vidit aims for that. For now, it is Daniil to play. We see him there at the board. We haven't seen him yesterday. We didn't see him thinking at all. I think he more or less made a draw out of his preparation. But today, I think Daniil will be more excited. Yesterday, it was just sort of not a forced draw out of the opening, but quite an uneventful game. The game against Schach, if anything, was too eventful. Maybe his sacrifices there weren't quite as sound. But today, I think Daniil, for the first time, can be quite happy with what he got out of the opening.
I definitely agree with you. I look at this position, I look at the time. It's his style to play like this, and he is thinking, and that's a good thing to do at this moment, because I'm just saying queen c2, it attacks the knight, it protects the pawn, avoids the fork. Maybe there is a better move that makes black's life more difficult. You don't want to take rook e1 out of the question. I don't love that move, because I liked my rook on the f file, awaiting knight takes g3, f takes g3, but rook e1 could give up an exchange to break open the center and go for the king. These types of moves do exist, they are possible, and I wouldn't be totally surprised if a move like that were indeed good, but it's many options here. I think we'll see Dubov go quite a long time before moving, and he's already spent some time considering his options, and it's going to be a wild game as this one continues to heat up.
Very considerate of Dubov to take some time, giving us the opportunity to return to the bird's eye view and see what updates we've had. I'm particularly curious about this Van Foreest game against Pragnananda, which has changed a lot, and we see a very funny pawn center for black with the double isolated pawns on the C and E file. So maybe we'll go there next. But what else is catching your eye, Robert?
Well, now that you mentioned, I can't look at anything except for those double isolated pawns, and two sets of them. C6, C5, E6, E5. That bishop on D6 is terrible. Oh, gosh. Of course, it's not a winning position for Jorden, but when you think about the opening he played, this is the type of scenario he wanted, where, I mean, oh gosh, my stomach hurts.
Yeah, it feels like if we have this pawn center, we would like in return to be up more than just one pawn, because in the long run, I think at the very least, Jorden is always going to be able to pick up one of these pawns, because I think they're just simply too weak. But I don't think that's probably what's on Jordan's mind right now. I think he'll probably be looking for more.
That pawn structure really is something. And
is there a name for this pawn structure?
I hope not, because that means people are getting it, right? Like, if there's a name for it, it means it happens regularly.
I feel like there should be a name, like the same way, I don't know, I feel like the bathtub pawn structure, that's quite a recent one, right? You don't read about the bathtub in the history books.
You don't. But the bathtub, that's cozy. I like that formation. It's a bit of a phalanx there. Here, how could anybody like this? Look at those pawns. Like, I'm trying to come up with a name while I'm talking. It's difficult to think about, these parallel pawns that are doubled and isolated, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I see that Sam Copeland is in the chat with us. He's suggesting the Space Invaders pawn structure.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. However, the position isn't that bad for black, even if the pawn structure is not pleasant to look at. And the reason why is it's not easy to win any of those pawns. And with those pawns sitting where they are, they block some of white's pieces, particularly along the e file. You play rook e1, you're not actually threatening this pawn. The bishop covers it. And black will play the move knight to d5 if you keep your queen on f3. And even if you don't keep your queen on f3, knight d5 looks like a very reasonable choice. So it pains me, this position. I'm going to continue to be honest with people, but it's objectively not that terrible for black, even if practically it's incredibly uncomfortable and white is objectively slightly better.
And I like the goalposts pawns.
Oh, that's good.
That's a good one. And someone was asking, is it not the Irish pawn center? No, the Irish pawns, they are also painful to look at. That's when we have triple isolated pawns. I believe that's the Irish pawn center. But this one, we'll go with the goalposts for now. And we see Jorden there thinking, Jorden, who I'm sure will be very eager after yesterday's last 2 bounce back with the white pieces against the bottom seed of the tournament. But Praggnanandhaa, he's had a great start to his event.
He has. He's been very tough. He's shown good kind of mettle at the board. He's just been calm and able to, even in some slightly uncomfortable positions, deal with the pressure. I think if I were Jorden, as I try to actually consider moves rather than the structure, I'd probably move my queen off the f-file. I'm not sure it's entirely necessary, but I don't see the harm in just like retreating my queen to e2. This knight d5 move I know is going to happen anyway, and I'll just move my knight to e4. So I'm not afraid of knight to d5 because I love the e4 square. Knights should be in front of isolated pawns, and in particular in front of double isolated pawns. And something that's really important, that even if it undoubles pawns, I don't know if I would take on f4 because you don't have to, but something like this is still going to be pleasant for white because you have this knight on e4 and it's a dark square bishop. So you have an outpost and that knight can never be attacked. I would prefer to have that trade of bishop for knight if I didn't undouble those pawns there. So maybe start with just a queen g4 or something a little calmer, but the point remains that a knight on e4 is just a really beautiful piece.
Absolutely. And well, one thing Vidit and Prag haven't come today, both of them are getting very low on time. But if we switch the camera up again, I don't know if Prag is still there. Another thing they had in common is they were both sort of dancing behind the board, although now Prag is standing still. But just a second ago, we could see him, like Vidit a few days ago, against Sam Shankland. If you haven't seen it, head to the chess.com. I think it's on the Clips YouTube. The two players bobbing away, and Prag is back in movement, waiting for Jorden to make his next move. And Jorden actually decides to take on f6.
Wow. If I am Prag, I'm taking back with the pawn because I don't like this pawn structure. I don't know if you know this, Fiona, but I don't like this pawn structure.
No, I hadn't quite understood that. I don't think you made that clear enough, Robert.
I think g takes f6, even if it exposes the king a little bit, it makes perfect sense because the rook defends the pawn. You can bring your bishop back to e7 if it needs another defender. White will maintain and increase pressure, but at the very least, it gives black some hope because rook takes f6. It's one of these moves, you play it and you're like, I'm going to have a miserable defensive task. You just bring the queen back, you put the knight on e4, you can trade rooks, and the knight is obviously much better than the bishop, even though white would be down a pawn. If you go to an endgame with just knight against bishop, white is the one pressing for a win and black is just hoping to survive. So that would not be desirable, and that's why g takes f6 was played.
And at least we leave the pawn formation a little bit better than when we came here. So we'll come back to this one in a short while. But for now, let's go back one more time to the bird's eye view and see what is happening elsewhere.
Well, finally, Duda played d4. We've been anticipating a move like that for a while. Dubov has not moved. So I don't know if that's a very bad sign for him, because he gave up a pawn in the center of the board. And now he's thinking after the sacrifice. When you sacrifice material, I tend to think you want to follow it up quickly because it was an intentional sacrifice. So, Fiona, what do you make of that, at least generally speaking, that Dubov's the one spending time now?
Yeah, it's surprising, but didn't he say in his interview something about, he didn't, maybe we said it, but something about just sacrifice the pawn and think later. I think what Dubov said is just give up some pawn and then start playing for tricks. But hopefully for him, he has something more than just tricks in mind. It's hard. I think, Robert, it's an impossible task to ask me what's going on in Daniel Dubov's mind when he makes his move, his decisions. So I'm going to take us away from there. I'm going to quickly talk about the Niels Grandelius game, because we had talked about that early g4 push, and that pawn is just simply gone, has just been snapped off.
Well, we love a good Sicilian, and a lost pawn means an open file. Let's be optimistic. Let's think about the bright side of things. There is no G pawn, which means that soon, I wouldn't play it right now, but soon the rook is coming to G1 and putting pressure on Black's position. And I actually really like the way this looks for White. So let's go back to see how we got here. F3 was met by A6, Queen D2, and then Knight to E5. So the Knight comes to E5, and Knight C4 is a typical idea, forking the queen and the dark square bishop, in which case White can capture on C4, which is what happened in the game. F4, Knight went to C4. So why is I don't think Knight takes G4 looks that appealing. In fact, it looks kind of like the game. So what is it here that Black, is it this? Like, I'm helped because I have the evaluation bar. It's not a move that I would have thought about. I would have just looked at Knight takes G4, but I see the bar hovering, and it's a sacrifice. But I don't even know if after Knight takes E4 and White gets 3 minor pieces for the queen, what's going on there. That's a lot to calculate. And
maybe we can quickly show that, because it's not a material imbalance we see every day. So we could have gotten something like this, where White would have the 2 knights and a bishop for the queen.
Yeah, the E5 falls. That's another pawn, and bishop to D3, something like this. I mean, Black is better, at least at the moment, and I don't like the long-term prospects, though, for Black. I mean, these are some really good minor pieces that White has, and in our minds, when we calculate a position like this, I wouldn't know how to assess it. And even with the evaluation bar off to the side, I'm still not sure that I would take Black, despite what it says.
I also think that bishop b4 is such a difficult move to find in a spot like this. If we go back to the moment where Niels played f4, I think knight c4 is a natural move. It is the reason you came to e5 in the first place, and your knight is being attacked. So I think that knight c4 is just very often a move you make pretty much instantly. And you don't think about, oh, let me just make another move, which completely ignores that my knight is attacked.
And it's one of the reasons, the time limit exists, is players don't have forever to consider their options. And we do need to fight our instincts sometimes in chess. Like, we have these instincts that are essentially shortcuts to help us make decisions more quickly. But at the same time, our instincts prevent us from even thinking about moves like bishop b4 sometimes, because our knight's under attack. We played knight e5 to go knight c4. Bishop b4 didn't even look that appealing, because I don't really want to take the knight and give up all the dark squares. But here, bishop b4 with this crazy position, and even if the queen moves, let's say to d3, knight takes c3, this type of position you think, is a3 working here? What's the deal in this dynamic? But the whole point, for everyone wondering, is that this rook on a1 is lost. So after the check, you lose the rook and you just are down too much material. So yeah, I would not have found bishop b4. I'm completely going to be honest. Like, bishop b4 didn't cross my mind until I saw the evaluation bar tank downwards. And knight c4 is logical. Knight takes g4 is a move that steals a pawn, but it actually just kind of transposes, similar position to the game, where after takes, queen takes, you're going to play knight g4 anyway, most likely, and then as queen comes to g3, and white has a ton of activity for the sacrifice pawn. And if we see in the game, because that's where we are, it's actually quite similar in nature, where black's knight likely will take this bishop once white castles queenside, but we get this dynamic, Fiona, where way ahead in development for white, clear initiative, but black has the pawn. You've said you like pawns, extra material, you like bishop pairs, but I have a sense that you're going to take white in this position.
You know me too well, Robert, too well by now, because I also do love, as we all know, some attacking chess. I love pushing my f-pawn. I see a king that's still in the center. I would love to maybe play some f5 soon if I get the opportunity to just try and open up the black king as much as I can. And it's not so obvious to me what's black going to do. First of all, that bishop on c8 right now, I guess that is going to have to move at some point. I don't know if black is going to want to touch that d-pawn, because if the d-pawn goes to d6 or d5, either way, we can always take on d6, either straight away or en passant. And then the line, I really don't want that e-file opening in front of my king, I don't think. So I wonder, is black going to play b5? Which makes sense anyway, because the white king is on c1. So we can hope to get some counterplay against that. And also, maybe we can look to develop the bishop on b7.
All correct and all unclear. I mean, once you play bishop b7, or preemptively, I'll put my rook on g1 and go for the semi-open line, but black is up a pawn. So if the attack doesn't come swiftly, or black is able to make a move like d6 because bishops need and love open space, then that would be good for black. But for the time being, we see a rook on a semi-open file near where the king in the center is. This knight can hop into e4. The knight on d4 is well placed. As you said, f5 is an option, bringing the rook to the g file. So white has a ton of different potential moves here, and black is solid for now, but underdeveloped, and that could be an issue for black going forward.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this game develops. For now, I saw a couple of requests in the chat asking us to check in with Duda and Carlsen, which I think is our main clash of the day. We see from the bird's eye view, and you mentioned it already, that Duda has finally gone for the central push with d4, so maybe we can take a closer look there.
For sure. We left off when bishop f8 was played. Duda did choose the move queen c2. To remind everybody, the problem with d4 too early is that in this situation, the move knight to b4, just one more reminder that knight takes e4 is a blunder because of bishop d5. This is an important tactic in the Spanish for everyone to learn, that bishop d5, you lose a pawn e4, but you attack two pieces at the same time. Instead of taking on e4, knight to b4 is the good decision, because the e4 pawn is now under attack, and that's why you saw the arrow of queen b1 as a way to defend it. You don't really want to play the move e5, because while it is an advancing move heading towards the black king, you allow black to play a move like knight to d5, and now these knights are hopping into the game. The bishop is blocked. It would love to put more pressure on f7, but these knights are protecting one another. The e3 bishop doesn't exactly look great, and then this light square bishop for black can join the party. So it's overly committal. We had jokes about it earlier. Instead, queen c2 was played, and only after the bishops were traded did white play d4. And watch out, because that d5 square is where that pawn wants to go.
Yeah, so what do we do here as black to stop d5? Also, in general, I think one of the questions when I stream or when I commentate that I get a lot is, I think people find it very hard to decide how to deal with tensions in the center. At which point do we want to exchange? At which point do we want to keep the tension? And what would you say here?
Such a good question, because oftentimes in these Spanish the Roy Lopez openings, you don't really want to take on d4, because if you just look at this optically, you have given white control of the center, but you see the bar to the left-hand side of the board going down, which means that it actually has helped black's cause. And the reason why is that when there's a pawn 3 squares away from a knight, we talk about this very often. I know I talk about it all the time. People are probably sick of hearing it. A pawn 3 squares away from knight dominates that knight, and it takes away the b4 square and the d4 square from this knight's access. So by taking on d4 in this type of position, then the knight can hop into b4, where it attacks the queen. It means that the queen is going to have trouble keeping this pawn e4 defended. There are no tactics with a bishop on the light squares anymore. And if you play queen b1, you've walked into discoveries because there's a rook on b8. So a move like knight d5 now or in the future is going to be quite a nuisance to deal with. So I actually would, at this point, be open to the move pawn takes d4, but look at this. While I want 2 pawns in the center, it's advantageous to have pawns in the center when there are many pieces on the board, because pawns restrict pieces. For the moment, I'll take with my knight because I am forcing the action here. Both your pieces are under attack. The only way to save them is by taking, and now I can take with my pawn, not allowing you to pester my queen. I have exactly what I've wanted, 2 pawns in the center. Black only has 1. White is more advanced, has more space, and with more space means that the enemy's pieces are limited in scope, particularly this bishop on f8. Fiona, this would be like the ideal position from the white side in this game.
Yeah, so we'll see what Magnus decides to do. We will come back to this game, and all the others, all 7 games are still underway. We're almost 2 hours into the round. We'll take a short break, but we'll be back with all the action very soon.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
Some interesting insights from Shankland. He has had a shave. I love Robert, what he's saying about chess would be boring if the best ones always won. We saw it here last year with a big underdog victory by Jorden van Foreest. And well, Sam, he's here to fight it out, to fight for first place as well. And Robert, today a tough test with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana.
And I have to give Sam Shankland credit. He's always like up there with the best interviewees. He's so, I mean, he's so enthused. He's always willing to answer the questions. So I have to give him credit for that. And in this game, well, he's got to let his moves do the talking, and he has a bit of a tough position. I mean, Fabiano Caruana is obviously such a strong player, but the way I look at this position with those double Berlin pawns on the queen side, it means that black isn't going to get a passed pawn on that side of the board, despite having a 4-on-3 advantage. Let's cut the board in half. White has 4 kingside pawns, black has 3. So that's where white's advantage is. And black's doesn't have the same advantage because those pawns are doubled. It's hard to create a passed pawn. And there's a king in the center. The rook on g8 is kind of awkwardly placed. So I think, at least at the moment, this position is better for white. What really will tell the tale of this game is, will white be able to push those pawns on the king side? Will there be a g4 push at some point, even now? I mean, if we see a trade of pawns here, white will follow it up with f3, and we start to like the look of all of white's pieces concentrated on the king side. That said, it's a long ways away from being a big advantage.
If in this position, if I put my knight, I know it doesn't like to be on the rim, but if I jump into h4,
yeah, I will.
And okay. I was hoping you wouldn't hit me immediately.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think actually what you're doing is completely reasonable, because that's, if the knight went back, it would still go to g6. So like, you're going in the same direction no matter what. And I think that I have to, as white, play f3 because the g4 pawn is under attack. So we're getting back to familiar or expected territory, I should say.
Yeah, and then, well, you are more familiar. You said you played the Berlin as black as well. How as black do you try and fight against the pawn majority on the king side?
I wish I had the answer. I wish I could solve the Berlin. I mean, we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave play these positions time and time and time again from the white side. He believes in the Berlin, and it's because of this 3-on-2, now previous was 4-on-3 advantage on the king side, and trying to get those pawns mobilized. And black does have some play here. This knight needs to find better footing. Maybe it will go, you know, f8 to e6 at some point. I prefer to have the white side of these positions.
And Robert, actually, well, just when we came back from the break and we watched the Sam video, I saw a lot of positive comments in the chat about how great Sam was and his voice, and I thought, oh, I'm surprised. Turns out that was all sarcasm, because we played the interview muted. Blame Bigfoot, but we'll watch it. We'll watch it again right now, and after that, we'll come back to the bird's eye overview.
I remember coming here, first time was 2015. I was playing the B section. I had a fantastic result. I made +5, but Wei Yi was an absolute terminator. I played him with white in round 1, and it was a draw, and it was just, I never had a chance again. If I had known that he was going to go nuts, maybe I would have pushed a little harder. I remember at first it was chorus chess before it was Tata Steel, and I always remembered this was like the most important tournament of the year, the biggest, the best one. Tata Steel Chess Tournament, you know, they call it the Wimbledon of chess, and I think they've earned that name. It's just the best tournament in the world. Obviously, you know, with Magnus in the field and I'm in the bottom half, the odds are against me, but, you know, if the best player always won, chess will be a very boring game. I'm just going to play my best, and if the points come that way, they will. So I use technology for opening preparation for sure, but that's more or less the only thing I use it for. I think I'm more scared in terms of the future of chess of computers just processing faster, and then if they've become a little bit stronger. I worry that one day chess can be weakly solved. Luckily, I still think that day is very, very far away, and I think it will be after I'm retired many, many years in the future. It was a very memorable tournament for me, both with positive and negative attributes last time, but I'm really looking forward to playing again this year.
So good to hear from Sam Shankland again. And if you want to find those portrait videos, they get uploaded throughout the tournament. You can find them on the official YouTube channel of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, we're back in the bird's eye view. We were saying during the break, today is really a hugely exciting game. Where does your eye go first?
I'll just note that Fabiano was smart and he played F3. He's trying to time his G4 break perfectly, but let's stay away from that game. We were just looking at it. It will probably get interesting in the next few moves. Dubov against Vidit. We see the center opening up. The F5 move that you suggested, Fiona, was played by Vidit. So that one is definitely exciting. I mean, all across these games, the Grandelius report game, the B5 move just happened. Anish Giri, I think that's a game we could probably take a good look at because we haven't tuned in a while and it seems like he's up a pawn and he has a promising position at this point with Mamedyarev's king still in the center.
Yeah, so let's go there, and after that we can check in with Dubov and Vidit. So we left this off not too long ago, but the position has really exploded into life.
Yeah, I mean, A3 was the choice. That move caught me off guard. I wonder after B takes A3, was he simply going to take back, or was he? No, I don't think that works. Let's say B4 because if you take, there's some pressure down the B file. But when you do take, Black has A5 to follow it up with. I don't think that Black has solved all of the problems, but I was going for tactics that don't actually work out. So I'm going to take the move back. So Mamedyarev was afraid of something and went C5. But we talked about why C5 is a dangerous move to play with your king in the center. After knight takes C5, knight takes C5, pawn takes C5, bishop takes, A takes B4. Go ahead, take that pawn on B4. There are tactics here, and Black is going to be very unhappy about them.
Yeah, so Schach wisely decided not to take the pawn on B4, but instead dropped the bishop back to B6. And, well, Anish has picked up the pawn, and the Black king is still in the center. Do you think this is trouble for Shahryar Mamedyarev?
It really looks like it. And Black is one move away from castling. The extra pawn is doubled. So we see that the B pawns, there are two of them, and that's where the extra pawn is, but it's not that powerful. So I do think that Anish needs to work relatively quickly. I like the look of the move E5, just attacking this knight and opening up this light square bishop. If the knight jumps into D5, which is exactly where it wants to go, attacking this pawn on B4, I'm already looking at knight G5. Let's go. Let's try to checkmate our opponent, bring our queen out somewhere. We still have checks along the A4 to E8 diagonal. So I'm all in on the initiative here. Knight can come to E4 into D6 as well. Fiona, this looks really scary for Shahryar.
I mean, I would be terrified here. I don't see how Shahryar is going to be able to castle kingside in the near future. But if we look at the camera right now, it's on Giri. It was on Mamedyarev a second ago. He still looks nice and relaxed, but maybe those appearances are deceiving because I think Anish clearly in the driver's seat. We see the two players there. And I also, Anish, from his body language, you can tell, I think, that he senses today is my chance to get my first win here.
It is. There's a king in the center. He knows that he needs to push forward, and he should be confident. And Mamedyarev, he does look very calm, which is surprising to me. Maybe he doesn't think that his position is that bad. He is used to having crazy positions with immense complications, but I'm not liking the look of that king in the center. I think foundationally, Black's position is quite solid. Everything is defended. So if you can trade queens, for example, Black is not just fine, Black will be better. But why would Anish trade queens? There's a king in the center, there's an attack brewing, and so I do think we'll see an E5, knight G5 type of jump from Anish.
Yeah, and I think Shahryar would love to be playing this from the white side instead. There is a question in the chat from Rink. I never know if it's Rinked or Rink Ed, but if we go back to the position we had on the board that you showed after knight G5, He's wondering, does the crazy move knight e3 work?
Aha, cutting off the bishop from this knight. So it's a great idea. It's a nice tactic of interposing on the diagonal. The problem is, while you're attacking my queen, I will get rid of your knight first. You will take back because now my bishop defends the knight. And you're thinking, all right, if white takes on e3, then I take on g5. But white isn't obligated to take on e3 just yet. I will throw in bishop b5 check. I will trade queens, and then and only then will I take your bishop, and I will end up a piece ahead. So a really nice tactical idea. Unfortunately, from the perspective of Mamedyarov, it doesn't work out in this position because I'm removing the piece that's attacking my knight on g5. And just to finish off the variation, let's trade bishops, let's trade queens, and then, well, I have a fork on f7, but I'll just take your bishop and be up a full piece.
And once again, we see that the reason this nice tactical idea didn't work is, again, because the king is still in the center and exposed to all these different checks and tactics. So really a lot of problems to solve here for Shahryar Mamedyarov. Oh, and meanwhile, Anish has he's gone bishop b5 check.
Wow, he's, I think, forcing the king to make a move because bishop c6 doesn't seem that appealing from my perspective, as there's, I think there's just a pin and then knight e5. We talked about this earlier, and yeah, that's not going to be good for black. The king in the center, that's if Mamedyarov was castled, he'd be okay in almost all of these lines, and he's not castled, so he has to pay the price for that.
Yeah, so bishop c6 is just simply not an option, which means that Shahryar Mamedyarov looks like he's going to have to move that king.
F8. I mean, you don't want to go to e7. That's walking into danger on this diagonal here. So king f8. And then if I'm Anish, whoa, that bar is freaking out. I mean,
could knight d7 be a move?
Yeah, knight d7, unfortunately, like knight e5, and everything is a problem here. So king f8. So at first, it somehow really likes white's position, and then it comes back down to earth, like not so fast. The more depth I get, the more I see that black is doing okay here. But even a move like queen e2, now that the king is stuck in the center, maybe, I mean, this pawn e4 is a problem though, Fiona. That's the thing. Is like you have to be willing as white to probably give up this pawn, because the look of e4, I don't believe in the queen trade. I think that black is totally fine if the queens come off the board. So I'm guessing Anish is ready to sacrifice that pawn.
Well, the good news is you are a pawn up, even if it is a doubled B pawn. So yeah, I think Anish in good shape here, but we're only on move 16. Anish down to under 40 minutes. So at some point, white will have to speed up. But yeah, I believe Anish definitely here in charge. Shall we go, Robert, to the game between Dubov and Vidit?
Okay. Well, we have a view of all 7, and I will focus our attention on the game between Dubov and Vidit. F5 was played. Your suggestion. I don't think that Vidit could hear you, but he still listened. That's how
I think if he could hear me, he probably wouldn't have gone F5.
No, it's interesting. I honestly think that the move F5, it complicates matters in a way that makes it easier for black to play because it's harder for white to play. That sounds convoluted, I know. But the thing is, if you allow one side to have all these easy moves and you're thinking 5 minutes with every turn, we're on move 15. Vidit has 32 minutes. Yeah. He has 25 moves to make and 32 minutes. That's not a lot of time. And this is really complex. It, I think, is much better for white, but at the very least, he's caused Dubov to go into his time and start thinking every single move.
Yeah, so if we go back to that moment where F5 was played, I think was one of the first moments when Dubov really started going into the tank. Dubov, one of the fastest players, I think, in this tournament. And he decided to take on e5, which I guess makes sense because we talked about this in different games today. When the opponent's king is in the center, we want to open as many lines as possible against the enemy king.
Exactly, just that. And after d5, rook e1, watch out. Rook takes e4 might be white's next move. If black passed the turn, wouldn't be surprised to see that. So how do you avoid that? Knight takes g3, but in this position, after h takes, we talked about f takes when the rook was on f1, barreling down the file. Now we want to take towards the center and shield our king more. There's a problem. f5 is hanging. You can't move your knight because e5 is hanging in. E4 doesn't actually threaten anything because your queen and your king here means that pawn is pinned. So move like G4 and let's rip open everything. It's an exciting position, but more exciting for Dubov than it is for Vidit.
For sure. Yeah, I think Dubov putting on the pressure here, and not easy for Vidit. If we go back to the position we have on the board after rook e1, so we don't really want to take on g3, but do we have any alternatives?
We can't move the knight from d7 because then we drop e5. There has to be another move somewhere here. I'm just struggling to see it, Fiona. And I think
not
Vidit,
like this, Vidit.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I'm getting into the Twitch lingo. You know, I'm trying to.
Every day we break you down a little more, Robert.
That's right. My life is getting worse for it, but at least people can enjoy hearing me say "not like this."
But yeah, I mean, we are joking, but for Vidit, this is a very serious moment here. Because it's also, we already on that territory where every slight misstep, it doesn't have to be a big mistake, but a slight misstep here can immediately be game over.
I mean, he looks really unhappy. Vidit is like trying to dig deep into his calculations and find something that allows him at least some comfort. And it's not going to be easy. His king's in the center. He hasn't castled. He's lacking in development. And I do think one line is we just went down this path. But one thing that maybe, just maybe, can keep Vidit in this game is that making this move knight c5. You protect e4 another time. You protect f5 with your bishop. I don't like the look of this position. It still is great for Dubov here, but at the very least, you make white's follow-ups more difficult. If you take on f5, the bishop recaptures, and you can actually see the evaluation bar saying, whoa, black is holding his own right now because e4 is so well defended by all these pieces, and the knight on c5 actually looks quite nice here, defended by the queen. So there's much more harmony in black's position if those trades were to occur.
Yeah, so maybe some hope here for Dubov, but for Vidit. But once again, it's the situation. It's a very, very thin line to walk. And as the time ticks down, a few people in the chat were asking, what move are we on? We're only on move 16, which means that Vidit still has to make 25 moves. Reminder about the time control. It is one of the longest time controls there is on the circuit. Well, the longest, I believe, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then an extra 50 minutes for the next 20, and finally an extra 15 minutes after move 60 with a 30-second increment from move 1. And Robert, here, a quick look into the standings after 2 rounds.
Yes, we have 3 players in the joint lead: Magnus Carlsen, the world champion; Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the World Cup champion; and Vidit Gujarati, the champion of the people's hearts. So 1.5 of the 2 was the top of the leaderboard. That can all change in a moment. Duda is playing against Carlsen, and Vidit, as we've been showing, is in a tough spot against Dubov, who would like to leapfrog him in the standings.
Yeah, and well, we're back in the bird's eye view. Things have changed a little bit actually in the game between 2 of our leaders, Duda and Carlsen. Shall we go there and update that briefly?
Let's do it. Well, things are happening all across the boards. They're nearing that point. They're not quite in, near the time control yet, but they're like, I don't want to have 2 minutes left to make 10 moves. So the action is speeding up a bit. Here we see that there's some clarity in the position. There's a backward pawn on c7. The queen on c2 is happy to be where it is. There's a rook on a4, queen, knight, all defending this one pawn on e4. But that's because Magnus put his pieces in a formation to put maximum pressure there. And Fiona, I have to say this bishop on f8 looks excellent. The best piece on the board for sure. Attacking a lot, really has so much room to work with. But besides that piece, there really are no issues with White's positions, with Black's position. So I can see some of the merits in Magnus's choices.
Well, talking about that bishop, where would you like that bishop? If you could put it anywhere on the board, where would you like it to be?
Ooh, great question. Right here, b4. I want to get rid of this knight. That knight is very important.
Unfortunately, Robert, bad news. That isn't going to happen.
Okay, well, my second choice for that bishop is, can I put it here? On h7, change the color, move like a knight for one turn, and that way I can put pressure on the diagonal. But obviously, we're just joking around, but it goes to show that improving a single piece can make all the difference in chess. And White is slightly better here, but it's a nagging advantage. And you see Magnus's face. He's not happy. And I'm sure, if he does do an interview after the game, just like we heard in the World Championship, he's like, well, I didn't really like my position. It felt uncomfortable, but it wasn't that bad objectively. So that's the thing about Magnus, is he's the best player in the world. But one of the things he does so well is even when he's feeling this emotional discomfort, he can ground himself in the reality of the board, the objectivity, and say, I know I'm worse, but realistically, it can't be that terrible for me. So let's find the good moves.
Yeah, and I love the close-up we're seeing here of Magnus Carlsen, who will have some work to do. And I agree with you that Magnus is so good in defending these positions, but I think also Duda lately has really, really impressed me with how he deals with the small advantages, and Duda always so calm. So yeah, I think a very interesting battle here. Will Duda be able to pile up more and more pressure against Magnus, who is clearly not looking as comfortable as we see him looking sometimes?
You're right. And you asked what I would do with that bishop on f8. Let's talk about some of White's pieces. This knight on d2, I would love to get to c6, and not just because of the fork. I'm not trying to win material, but that's a square that White has under his control. So if I could bring my knight to f3 to d4 to c6, that would be ideal. But that's what Magnus's last couple moves were about. We left off after d4. The trade happened. Knight takes d4, very important to trade off the knight, so the knight could go to b4 after the pawn takes, and then he went queen e8. Immediate pressure on the e4 pawn. After d5, the rook dropped back to e7, and then he brought his rook to a4, which is why he went d5. We're justifying that move by bringing the rook to the fourth rank, where it now protects the pawn. If the pawn was in d4, it would not defend. So we understand the last few moves that have been played here, and now it's about going forward. One thing I would like to see from Magnus is, can he make this move c6 at some point? Because that's his real weakness in the position. If d5 and c6 are traded off, you no longer have a backwards pawn. You're trading off White's great pawn on d5 that's restricting Black's pieces, and then I think that there's no issue whatsoever for Magnus. However, if c6 doesn't work and he's unable to get it in, then he's going to be left with this problem, this eyesore on c7, and that's no fun.
Yeah, and Pracket in the chat is right. Magnus actually reached out. It looked like he was about to make a move and then sunk back into deep thought. And I think you're absolutely right. I think Magnus has been investing some time here because he is trying to figure out, can he make c6 work here? Well, we'll have to come back to find out. We will leave him to it for now. It looks like he's not gonna make a move right now anyway. So we're back in the bird's eye view, and really today such an exciting game. Jorden van Foreest against Pragnananda. They are down to just the heavy pieces, Robert. And do you think that the goalpost pawns are still a big problem for Prag?
Some might say the goalposts have shifted, and he is covering all of his bases. The rook on f5 covers the e-pawn, the rook on b4 trying to trade off for that rook on e4. So I really like how the teenager from India is playing this game. Pragnananda is an excellent player, but he's inexperienced relative to the rest of the field. So I think he's doing a great job right now. Jorden has everything he could have asked for. It's why he played the way he did. but I think that Prague is really playing some excellent chess. He's impressing me quite a lot in the first 3 games. I mean, I have to contextualize that. We know how great he is, how much talent he possesses, but oftentimes people think, oh, that person is the future. And I like to say, like, why not now? I mean, Pragnananda is really, really strong. He can beat anybody in this field, and his rating may be only, in quotes, 2612, and that's much lower than his colleagues, his competitors here. But I mean, he is so strong, and I'm really glad to see him performing well at the start of this event.
No, I completely agree, and we talked about it yesterday. Pragnananda, only 16 years old, which means that when the pandemic started hitting, he was only 14, so he has been deprived for a couple of years of getting invites to a lot of tournaments and playing as much as he would have liked. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a big rating jump, if not here, then in the near future. But playing here, making his debut in the Masters is such a great opportunity for him. And maybe just a very quick look at the actual position on the board. Prague's last move was rook f5, defending the pawn on e5. And Robert, how do you think that Jorden can continue to pile up some pressure here, or to ask some questions of Prague?
Well, you've heard, as has everyone, how much I dislike the isolated pawns, particularly double isolated pawns. However, they're very well defended because you can't triple on the e-file and just win the e5 pawn, as black will exchange rooks. But then I started thinking, what's the consequence of the exchange? Let's say queen e2 happens. It's clear. I have 3 pieces attacking your pawn. You don't want me to win that pawn, and so you'll take on e4. But what if I take with my pawn rather than my queen? And by doing that, I try to put a rook on d1 and take advantage of the only fully open file. In rook endings, and here's a queen and rook position, I don't want to call it quite an ending because the king is not that safe on g8, but in this type of position, controlling the open file is often more important than having equal material. So having a pawn deficit, but let's say this rook, I don't know, goes to f7 and I play rook d1 and you move your queen to e7, and I have the open file, and now I could start poking and prodding all over the place. If your queen leaves, in comes my rook to d6. So maybe I play queen h5, and I just start attacking you from all directions, not a checkmating attack, but trying to collapse your weak pawn. So that is what I might go for if I'm Jorden. I'm sure there's something that Prague can do to deal with it, but this is the type of position where Jorden has the ability to transfer his advantage. He can go from these terrible pawns for black to shutting down his attack of those pawns immediately by putting his own pawn on e4 in order to take advantage of an open file. I think this could be a really big moment for Jorden.
Yes, and we see Jorden there on the camera considering his options. I think I completely agree with you. He is going to continue. He has a little bit of pressure. He will look for ways to increase that. And also for Pragnananda, he'll have to watch out on the clock. Only 19 minutes left, still 18 moves to go. So that's one of the intriguing games we have going on, but all the others are also still underway. We will come back to them after just a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a moment.
At Tata Steel, we place artificial intelligence into the center of our innovation program so we can innovate faster than ever before.
Advanced data analyzing techniques are not only fun to work with, but it really helps me to work on sustainability. For example, reducing dust emissions. This is a really important topic for me.
We have developed the digital tools to accurately predict the performance of our products in the processes of our customers. Quantifying the performance of our products is key in making our customers and us successful.
We achieved world-class process stability by using AI to forecast and control the outcomes of over 2,000 simultaneous reactions.
We use cameras instead of eyes and computers instead of human brains, so in the near future our factories can make their own decisions.
Welcome back. It is round 3 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and we're going to dive straight back into the game of Fabiano Caruana against Sam Shankland. Robert, Sam is down to only 17 minutes, but that's maybe not his only problem.
Yeah, this position here is an issue for Black. Trying to verify on the clock situation. I'm not sure if
oh, sorry, no, that's
it's what we see on screen here, but it looks like he might have more time. I'm not sure, but either way, he has a problem on the board, I would say, because there's a king on e8 and a rook that's happy to see it there. So when you have positions like this, a rook in line with a king, you want to think, what happens if the pieces clear out? And knight f6 check would be checkmate if not for this pawn on g7. That pawn will capture that knight by force, and e takes f6. All of a sudden, there's an issue down the line. The knight is pinned to the king, and all the Black's pieces are kind of awkwardly placed here. So this looks like an opportunity for Fabiano. I'm not sure if it leads to a huge advantage, but it does look like it shatters Black's pawn structure and gives Fabiano an opportunity to alter the position in a way that should be favorable for him.
And I think if we look at Fabiano on the camera, he senses the opportunity. He has, of course, seen knight f6, and now it's a matter of doing the hard, the calculating work. So let's, shall we have a look at it one more time? Knight f6, g takes is forced.
And e takes back with the pin.
And once again, I guess we don't really have any options other than to step out of the e file.
Yeah, you don't want to remain in that pin. And now that I'm actually thinking about this a little more, the engine, the evaluation bar can be a bit misleading because it's not like the evaluation is that high for white to begin with. But one of the things that could happen is if this bishop trades for this knight, white will be better. That is 100% the case. But opposite colored bishops, even when one side is down a pawn or has this much worse structure, those types of positions can be held. It's going to be a tough defensive task, but opposite colored bishops hold many drawing possibilities. So I'm wondering if this maximizes Fabiano's winning chances, but in some way clarifies the position that allows Sam to feel a little more comfortable trying to rely on this bishop takes g5 in the future.
Yeah, so another point of consideration for Fabiano when looking into knight f6, how much of an edge do I have here? How many winning chances will the opposite color bishops, how many drawing chances will the opposite color bishops give Sam? So I think we'll leave Fabiano to it, but a very interesting moment here, and this character of this position might change very shortly. For now, let's quickly have another look at the bird's eye view, see what's happening elsewhere. And we see, Robert, actually almost all the games are jumping into live.
I really like what we're seeing from this round. Some fighting chess all across the board. We were just talking about in Fabiano Caruana's position with the rook on e1, the king on e8. The same dynamic exists in that Duba-Vidic game. We were looking at that earlier. It seems like they're going down variations we predicted. Vidic, I doubt he's comfortable, but at least he's playing moves that make perfect sense. And Jorden van Foreest, he did allow the rook trade on e4, but he took with the rook rather than with the pawn. So I'm not positive if his decision is any worse. In fact, it might just be better than taking with the pawn e4. He will try to press this advantage into a win. And of course, in Yesepenko Karyak in the Russian Derby, that one's still locked up. Nothing has altered too much there. And then Giri, that game no longer has queens on the board, Fiona. So I don't even know what game to look at is my point.
I know.
I'm talking a lot.
Also very interesting is Grandelius against Rapport, where both players have now castled queenside, but we see the white king looking rather more safe than the black one that's sort of out in the open on c8. But yeah, I don't even know where to start. I will let you choose, Robert.
All right, I'll go to the Anish game against Mamedyarov just because we see him on screen and because there are no longer queens in this game. So if we go back a couple moves, because bishop b5 check, the king went to f8, and Anish decided to trade and play bishop e3. So this is the day of doubled pawns, because black could have captured on e3, but Mamedyarov is too strong just to buy into how the position looks. He is calculating bishop e3, pawn takes e3. It looks so bad for white at first glance. And then you remember white's up a pawn. And then you see, oops, a7 is hanging, and then f7 is a problem, and the rook has an open file, and black's position is really bad. So it's not just about the pawn structure, it's about the activity of the pieces, and that is why Mamedyarov decided to take on e4, allowing an exchange of bishops, but that actually protects that a pawn in the process by turning into a b pawn.
How much of a problem is it for Mamedyarov, Robert, that his king is on f8 and that rook on h8 at the moment isn't playing at all?
And you brought it to my attention. Now that I think about it, you can actually make it even worse for black by stopping one square short of expectations. Let's play bishop c5
favorite tactic.
check.
It's been a theme throughout the tournament.
It is. I love these types of moves, because when someone picks up the bishop, you think as their opponent, they're going to trade, and then they go bishop c5 check, and you're like, oh, wait, I don't want to take, because that gives white a pass pawn while undoubling the pawns, but I don't want to play king g8, because then look at this uncastled king. That rook should be somewhere on c8. You ask where I want my pieces. I would like that rook on c8. I can't get that. And so this is not a setup you want when white is so active. So if you trade on c5, now we have this problem on a7. This pawn on c5 is excellent, and white is definitely for choice. So I think bishop c5 check, Fiona, you led me to find a good move.
Yeah, bishop c5 certainly looks like an interesting option. It feels like Anish has a few moves here he can consider, but it's an interesting one where if we go back a few moves, I didn't expect Anish to exchange queens, but I think it's a great example of showing how with the active piece play, you don't have to try and keep the queens on the board. You can keep your initiative even after the queens have left.
And it also shows why connecting your rooks is so important. Even though there's no checkmating attack, there could be if Mamedyarov had taken on e3 rather than on e4. We talk about a rook on the 7th rank and then lining up to the f7 pawn. That's very dangerous for that black king. And in the game continuation, if we do see bishop c5 check, there's such a problem for this king and thus this rook. And you don't want to take on c5, but you might have to, because king g8 looks so bad.
But Anish hasn't stopped one square short. He has instead traded on b6, and after a takes, the knight has jumped forward to e5.
Probably also good for white. I just like that tactic. It would have changed the nature of the position a bit, but look at this. Rook coming to a7 still. f7 is weak. Rook d5 looks like a nice move with a fork of the pieces, but you know what that does? It leaves the back rank, and so a rook will come over to a8 with check, and that would be a problem for the king and that rook in the corner. So knight e5 is also a good-looking idea.
Robert, do I have time to get my king out of this 8 rank and try and connect the rook? Do I have time for a move like g6, or there is rook a7 too pressing a threat?
Yeah, rook a7 is a threat, but don't stop one square short. I know stopping one square short is what I've been talking about, but g5, because after rook a7, now you slide the bishop back to g6 and defend this pawn here. I still like white's position. The extra pawn for black, like if we think about the splitting the board in half, black has a 4-on-3 pawn majority on from the E to the H file. White has a 2-on-1 on the queen side, but they're double pawns, which is not great. However, white is far more active. The b6 pawn is likely to fall, and so that does give white some promise of an outer pass pawn, not a flank pawn. It's not on the A file, not a rook pass pawn, but as an outside pass pawn that can be used to distract black's pieces.
Yeah, so Anish still in great shape here, pressing against Mamedyarov. let's come back here a bit later. Maybe we can check in, see the overview, make sure we don't miss anything exploding into life, because it feels like we're already at that point in the game where something dramatic could be happening somewhere. Do you want to go to Dubov and Vidit?
Let's first check out Van Foreest against Pragnananda, just because things have changed a little bit there. And we did see Mamadjar play G5, by the way. But here in the game between Van Foreest and Pragnananda, there is a missing G pawn for white, but there's also a missing F pawn. So after the sequence of moves, Queen E2, Rook takes E4, great lesson for everybody. Just because someone takes your piece doesn't mean you have to recapture. Queen G4 was check. The king slid to the corner, and then Rook takes E4 played. He didn't go with pawn takes to get the Rook to the D file. He said, let's keep your pawns weak and under attack. And here Pragnananda went F3, which the engine really doesn't like. Honestly, Fiona, I understand it, because when your position, the foundation of it is really poor, you want to create threats, activity for your pieces. But as we see what happened in the game after GF, Queen F8, Queen G3 was played by Jorden. This pawn on E5 apparently more important than this pawn on F3.
Yeah, so let's have a look. If black were to capture on F3, the problem is we take on E5 with check. I think black cannot play King G8 because Rook G4 check would be a problem. So Queen F6 or Queen G7, I guess Queen F6.
Yeah, but these even if we trade queens, this is a losing endgame. Material is even, but this is why we hate double, and particularly double isolated pawns. They're just so easy to attack, and you have to use your more powerful forces to defend. What you would like to do is put this pawn on B6, right? And then your pawns are safe and sound. But as soon as I go Rook C4, I defend my pawn and attack yours, and you'll have to use your Rook to defend. So I think white has all the time in the world, can start with King G2, bring your king close to the center, and there's no way that black is able to keep all of these pawns. They're all isolated and weak and exposed, and this is a technically winning position for white.
So Prag cannot take on F3, so instead, what are the options? The pawn on E5 is hit. Can we try and defend it?
I guess. I mean, Queen F6 is not easy to defend, but the problem is now you're not threatening F3 because you don't want to trade queens, as we were talking about. So Queen F6, there might even be a good waiting move, or just an aggressive, let's go checkmate your king while I'm at it. Then I can play King G2, and this pawn structure, oh gosh, just the theme of the day.
Yeah, and we see Prag actually, I think this is the unhappiest I've seen him in this event so far. He has a little bit that look, and just as we zoom in on the camera, the face goes down. I think something we've all been there, Robert. I think Prag is realizing now that his position is really very difficult, and his decision to open up the position with F3 maybe not the best idea.
And it's something we were praising Magnus Carlsen for, is his ability to show restraint. When he doesn't like his position, he's cramped, he still is able to just sit and wait. Sergei Karyakin, we've been talking about his ability to do that too in previous rounds. So I think with age and with experience, you get used to being in positions that aren't very cozy, which you're just worse, and you know that you're defending for a long time. But this moment here with F3, I completely understand why he did that. It's the type of move that I would want to play myself. But as we see after the capture and then queen to G3, he's not happy because his pawns are weaker and he can't take the pawn he's going after. And yeah, unfortunately for him, this is a position where Jorden has just all the time in the world to start attacking the pawns, increasing his advantage, improving the location of his pieces. And I think that Pragnananda is going down in this game.
Yeah, and Jorden looks like he's going to make that interesting opening choice, pay off and bounce straight back after his loss yesterday to report. So I think back to the bird's eye view, all 7 games still in progress. We're into the 3rd hour here. I am still terribly concerned for Vidit, I have to say. I see that white rook on e1, and we have our first result of the day with Anish Giri and Mamedyarov, but not sure what happened, Robert.
I'm guessing there was a draw offer. Breathe. Breathe.
Deep breath.
Breathe.
Deep breath.
I'm going to breathe. Don't worry. I'll be all right. I'm guessing there was a draw offer and a draw accepted, and the players split the point. So.
Well, do we have moves? Let's see. Because we left it after g5. Did Anish offer a draw after rook a7?
Those kings look like they're in front of one another, right? He offered a draw.
Okay, Robert, let's move on swiftly.
I mean, I have the position in front of us. It actually is a position where I think the worst is far behind black, and Anish is actually going to be quite annoyed with himself. And it's not about the result itself. It's about when you get good positions against such strong opposition, you want to make them suffer. Not that Anish is a mean guy. It's just that you want to sort of make your opponent grovel to try to make them work to level up the game. It didn't seem like Mamedyarov had to do that. He actually had quite a lot of time when the game ended, and he was able to find g5, bishop g6, and that was that. So I think that Anish is going to be quite disappointed with how he played, and I'm going to be disappointed the draw offers are still allowed. So whenever the next tournament happens and organizers are getting together, I don't need to say it so many times, do I? Ban the draw offer, please, and thank you.
I'm sure they will hear you eventually, Robert. Okay, for now, well, we're going to move on from here. But yeah, certainly a slight disappointment for Anish. Let's go to Dubov and Vidit, where Vidit is trying to hold things together. The king is still dangerously in the center of the board. Robert, let's quickly catch up with what we missed here.
Okay, well, the bishop was captured on g3. Pawn takes back, e4. So we actually had looked at this exact position. And here, instead of taking on f5, Dubov decides to put his knight on d4. And the reason he does this, had Vidit taken on g4, he did not do this. You see that there's a problem with his e4 pawn being loose here. So the evaluation bar going up, and for good reason, a move like bishop d5, just trying to win this pawn. The king is in the center, the queen's in front of it, b7's under attack. You don't want any part of that position. So Vidit smartly played the move rook f8, and now if your g takes f5, he will for sure take back with his bishop here. Fiona, for the moment, he's holding everything together.
For the moment being the key word. I still think the position looks terrifying. Vidit has taken with the bishop, of course, to keep an eye on the pawn on e4, but we need to solve that problem with the king on e8. I think it brings us back to what we were talking about very early on in the game. There was the question in the chat, can the black king castle queenside? I think that question will become relevant again very soon. How safe is the king on c8? My feeling is it doesn't look super safe, but I'd rather be pretty much anywhere than on e8 right now.
Yeah, no, you don't want to stay in the center. And I'm looking at tactics right now. I'm not sure if they work. I'm getting excited, okay? It's not my game, not my pieces, but there's one tactic I feel like we absolutely have to dive into, and it's the move rook takes b7. So
there will be no queenside castling here.
And it works. It works. The evaluation bar is, okay, it's come back down a little bit. But the point of this sacrifice is that if you take on b7, your king is still in the center here and very unhappy. I am going not to take on f5, because if I take on f5 and go rook takes e4, you block the pin with rook e5, and now I'm just down a rook, and I'm the one who's unhappy. Instead, I will toss in this move, bishop b5 check. If you go king to d8, I have knight c6 with a nasty fork. If you bring your bishop back, then I take on e4, and you're pinned down the center here, right? Bishop b7, rook takes e4. Thank you very much. You lose your queen, and your king is being hunted. So that leaves you with the one move, king f7. And after king f7, your rook no longer protects the bishop. thank you for your piece. I'm happy to be down in exchange. Your king will never be safe. H6 under attack. E4 falling. The bishop on the light squares. I think you know how I feel about this position, Fiona, and I really like it for white.
Absolutely, yeah. So Vidit in big danger here. And rook b7, I mean, Dubov is thinking right now. And do you think he will capture on b7? As Vidit is staring into our souls on the camera.
Dubov for sure is going to see rook takes b7. He is a tactical wizard. He plays these openings where he sacrifices material. He has no issue giving up big pieces for tiny pawns. But where there's a will, there's a way, and he is going to try and break down Vidit's defenses, and rook takes b7 is just the start.
Is Dubov currently at the board? I'd be very curious to see what he's looking like. Can we see if he's smelling blood? Is he at the board? Let's find out with the photographer, Leonard Oates, in the playing hall. They're trying to capture some of the best moments of today. And yeah, Dubov, rook b7 could put Vidit into really big trouble, especially with 12 minutes on the clock. There he is. Robert, what do you make of the visuals we get on the Nil?
No, he's going to play rook takes b7 because castling queenside is what Vidit wants. It's the only way he'll feel remotely safe. And if you take that pawn away, there's no chance for that king to castle. And it's not the end of the game, right? Vidit will fight on. That will just turn the material back to being balanced. But it just looks so fun to play for white and so miserable to play from Vidit's perspective. I mean, you just are going to be attacked and attacked and attacked. And if you can defend perfectly, there's a reason why Vidit is a super grandmaster, one of the best players in the world. But even the best players in the world, they fall victim to pressure, to attacks like this. So rook takes b7, I think, would be just a kind of a knockout.
Yeah, and Robert, I think we're going to go on a very short break, but maybe we can keep Dubov as well as the small board on screen so we don't miss that moment, and then we'll be back with all the action here as we approach the first time control. So we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, and Robert, rook takes b7 has just appeared on the board.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I told everybody that rook takes b7, and Dubov, he is going to find that move. I'm more curious about how Vidit will react, because he hasn't played a move yet, and he's quite in time trouble. I'm very worried about him. His king's in the center. It's only move 21. This looks like it's going Dubov's way. It's not Vidit's day.
Yeah, I mean, although we see the bar only saying plus 0.6, I think to defend this, you need to play absolutely flawless defensive moves. You need to find every single best move in the position, and that's going to be tough for any human being, but to do it with 7 minutes for 20 moves, I think is very close to Mission Impossible.
I don't even know what move Black should play here.
Yeah.
Right? We have the evaluation bar off the side of the screen. I don't know what move even looks acceptable. Knight takes b7, we were looking at, and we know how good that is for white. The Black king is going to be in big trouble. You can legally castle queenside. I don't think you should do that, but just to point out that you can still castle this way. You'll just see the eval bar go, whoop. Yep, exactly.
Do you agree with me, Robert, that I think it is one of the rules in chess that most people are confused about? I've seen some quite strong players not being certain if they can castle queenside if the b file is attacked.
They only know it when they see those tactics where the solution is the castle queenside with a rook on b7 or on b2. So yeah, I think that it is, it's so uncommon for it to happen, but you can still castle queenside, which shouldn't happen right now, but is important to keep in mind. Maybe there is a position where Vidit can hold off Dubov's attack for a little bit and then castle queenside. But I mean, this looks tragic for the king on e8. And you look at Vidit's expression here, Fiona, from a practical point of view, I think he believes he's just dead lost.
Yeah, it's always tough to have the camera on the players. Also, Pragnananda early. It looks actually today that it's going to be a tough day for the two Indian players in the field. Yesterday, we saw two Dutch participants lose. I think today, both Vidit and Pragnananda in big trouble. And yeah, I think one of the problems here is, as you pointed out, it's so hard to come up with a move at all that keeps you in the game. And these are the moments where it feels like suddenly time is passing twice as fast as it usually does. You only have 5 minutes, and the minutes just tick down at the speed of light.
That's right. And I mean, honestly, no matter how much time Vidit has, I don't really care. I'm looking in this position and I'm seeing that his king's in the center. He doesn't look very happy. So, he just is facing a really strong opponent who is particularly creative on this day.
Yeah, and I saw a comment in the chat that Dubov is creating another symphony. I mean, he is really a player. You never know what you're going to get. The first day, he was very lucky to get away with the draw after getting a little bit maybe too creative against Mamedyarov. But today, again, some unusual moves, starting with bishop g5, which is quite rare in the Italian opening, and then this move, knight a3, which Vidit decided to capture, and then Daniil got exactly what he wanted, some attacking possibilities, and he never let Vidit off the hook.
Yeah, this is, I want to know what move Vidit will play in this position. If he takes, we were talking about those lines earlier, bishop b5 check, such a powerful move with the bishop under attack, the e4 pawn, the pin along the e-file. This is really, really bad.
I'm seeing in the chat a few people are writing that rook f6 is the only move here. So maybe we can take another look at that, and we see the close-up of Vidit's clock. But he doesn't actually have...
No, he's 20-something minutes. So there's 20 minutes removed from his clock. So, yeah, that's not good.
No. Okay, so Vidit, that's some good news, at least, for all the Vidit fans. As we mentioned, it's still a very difficult situation, but having 21 minutes rather than 3 is at least something.
Yep. So thank you for informing us that if it does have time to calculate, I still don't know if he has enough, because you could give an hour to a player and White's position looks so promising, but we'll see what happens from here.
Since maybe a few viewers have joined us since the break, I see there's the question, what happens if Vidit captures the rook? So maybe we can just show those lines one more time.
Okay, let's do that. So rook takes b7 was the last move played. There was a pawn there. And the point of this tactic is the king is in the center and in trouble. So if you take the rook on b7, bishop b5 check, the king can move. Only has 2 legal squares. King d8 runs into a knight c6, forking a king on d8 and the queen on e7. The king coming to f7 won't fall victim to a knight fork, but it will allow White to capture this bishop on f5 because the king is in the rook's path. So White goes down, and you're not really down anything, but sacrifices in exchange a rook for a minor piece. The king is in trouble. The bishop c4 check will be an option. This pawn on h6 is hanging. If you play a move like queen e6 trying to guard everything, the knight simply moves back. Now the queen's under attack. I'm trying to open up this diagonal. e4 is falling. I think you get by my tone that Black's position is no fun.
Absolutely. So taking is not an option. We'll see what Vidit comes up with for now. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what's been happening elsewhere.
Sounds good. Well, we have all 6 remaining games on screen here. The Pragnananda game, I mean, Jorden is now in an endgame. Those really unappealing, let's put it that way, pawns for Pragnananda are on the board. So this should be Jordan's game, a nice bounce back game for him. And all the other games, it looks like, are about level. Well, the Duda game, I don't care what the engine says, it's anything but level. And then the Grandelius game, that looks like it's starting to turn in Rapport's favor.
Maybe we can go there. We haven't checked in with Grandelius and Rapport in quite a while, and a very exciting position on the board.
Sure, let's do that. So we have this position here where Black's queen is on a4, which is not a square you see it on every day, but White's pieces are a little bit stuck. I mean, there's pressure on e4 here. There's a great rook on c8 going down to the c2 square, and this doesn't look very comfortable for Niels. I think his hopes of an attack, I don't think they're coming to fruition, Fiona.
Should we, I know we've missed quite a few moves. Do you want to go back to where we left off, or just back a few moves?
Let's do it. So we saw here, rook g1 was played to attack the knight. The knight swaps for the bishop. b5, you suggested the idea, and it was a necessity from Black's perspective. And here, king b1 was played. It's the kind of move you play because you don't like your king close to the center and you protect this pawn. But I'm starting to wonder if this is where Niels lost the thread, because he needs an initiative. He can't just make quiet moves, because then Black's extra pawn will make itself felt. And by playing king b1, we saw that Rapport castled, and now knight to e4, but that looks like the culprit. So I see the bar going down. So at this moment, there was a better option for Niels.
Which is strange, because knight e4 looks so attractive a move at first sight, jumping the knight into that outpost and trying to control some of the dark squares. But let's see what could be a better idea for White here.
Well, the dark squares, and I mean, knight e4 looks so good. Maybe this knight move to open up these dark squares and then open up the d
and
file.
Also threatening to jump into a5, trying to get rid of that strong bishop on b7, and as well opening the d file, as you just out.
But even a move like that, like I feel like it makes sense. But you mentioned how Black at some point wants to make a d pawn move if you can get away with it. I'm wondering if you can in this position, because if I play, say, d5 and you take en passant, then I'm able to take with my bishop, and there you see the eval bar is saying, okay, I'm feeling this a little bit more for Black. My bishop is out. I'm happy about that. So I could see why Niels would not want to play this move knight to b3, because you are retreating and then you allow d5, but for some reason white is able to press from here. I mean, queen a7, it looks nice, but this black queen can always drop back to c7.
Yeah, so let's have a look. What went wrong after knight e4, which looks like such a natural move? Richard played king b8, which is always a move I think you want to make, as black get the king out of trouble and also prepare for the rook to join the game via c8, which it does. Now Niels activating the rook, which wasn't doing much any longer, on the g file, doubling on the d file, putting some pressure already on that pawn. On d7, another finally developing the last piece, bishop e7, played by the Richard report.
And that's the drawback, Fiona, of rook to d1, is that the rook on g1 kept the bishop at bay because g7 would fall. And so I think this move we see, that's really where the evaluation bar goes in black's favor, because after this move, rook c3, the queen went to a4. And now there's a rook trade being offered. Trades help the side that's ahead material, generally speaking, and black is up a pawn. And so Niels went rook back to d3. So black's pieces have improved while white's pieces have just shuffled.
Yeah, so the last few moves have really not gone Niels Grandelius's way. And now the question is, we see the bar is dropping into the white camp. So what is the continuation for black? I always wonder as well, black has the bishop pair, white has the knight pair. Is there ever any case in which you want to give up? Are there any concrete reasons? If you take on e4, then suddenly white has to recapture with the queen, and that queen is pinned to the knight. Can we take advantage of that pin in any way?
You spotted it, and I love how you hand it to me on a silver platter. The knight is pinned, so you can just play rook takes c2. And unfortunately for white, b3, it disconnects the queen from the rook, but it also connects it in a different way with queen takes a2 checkmate. So rook takes c2 would be a free pawn there, and that's, you can't afford to give up that pawn if you're white. Your king is now in grave danger, and black would just be crushing.
But this is a first line, right? Black
Yes.
can currently take on e4.
I think he will.
Which looks crushing, and it looks like Richard report is well on the way to get a second win here. So we'll keep an eye on it. He still has plenty of time on the clock, but bishop takes the e4, followed by rook c2, is a first line, and well, we'll see if Richard goes for it. But it looks like this might just be winning for now. Let's check back in with the bird's eye view. Maybe it's time to take another quick look at our world champion, Magnus Carlsen, who was fighting in a slightly inferior position against Duda last time we checked in there.
Sure. It looks like things have changed quite a lot in this game between Duda and Magnus. So pawns have been traded. It's a new state of affairs here where white's d5 pawn is potentially vulnerable. It's isolated, but black's king isn't exactly thrilled where it is, because you gave up one of your most important pawns, the golden pawn. We call that F pawn. So as we go back a few moves to see how we got here, it was this choice by Magnus, rook b2. The queen is needed to defend the rook here because the black queen is attacking. So he went rook b2, a distraction tactic. And this trade, Fiona, while it's a rook for a rook, we could see that white's pieces are the ones that benefited most from that trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still, I mean, one of the first thing I'm seeing when I look at this position is the bishop on f8, which we talked about last time we came here. That bishop still not doing anything, still standing passively on f8. And I think the question is this passive defense going to hold for Magnus? We see Jan-Krzysztof trying to take now the c file and f5, a very committal decision by the world champion.
I like it. I like the spirit of it. He says, if I just sit and do nothing, I'm going to be worse forever. And we were talking about when to show restraint and when to lash out. I don't think this is a bad moment to do so. Pawn takes f5 would be a huge blunder because knight f4 and then knight e2 is a monster fork of all of White's pieces. That would not be good. Somehow it's not completely losing, but it's obviously bad for White. But that's why, yes, exactly. So that's why g3 was played. And after pawn takes, knight takes, queen back to e8, which is extremely important defending this knight on g6, because there were discoveries, knight f6 check in particular, to open up the diagonal and get this knight. So queen e8 played, attacking the knight on e4, protecting the knight on g6. And honestly, the bishop on f8 isn't the happiest piece, but it's getting the job done, defending black's king. c7 is a weakness, but the rook on e7 covers it while being aggressive on the e-file. So maybe this looks promising for White, but in reality, black is just doing okay.
Yeah, and I really like that liberating shot by Magnus f5, which is a move, I don't know if Duda had anticipated it. I think it's a move that's very easy to miss when you're White here. You don't expect black to move one of the pawns in front of his king, especially not one that opens up that diagonal, a pawn that's at first sight undefended. So a nice shot, I think, by Magnus Carlsen.
Just the shot that he needed, it would seem. And then we get to this position where Duda is back on the clock, but I think Magnus is probably feeling much more comfortable with the current position than he was before, now that he was able to break that pawn chain down.
Yeah, so still maybe a small edge for Duda, but plenty more work. But a game where I think Duda will still continue to press. Magnus is not completely safe just yet, and we see the Polish fighter there on the camera. Let's come back here in a short while. Go back, see maybe if Vidit has made a move. Let's have a quick look at the bird's eye view. And Vidit actually found rook f6. So kudos to him.
Wow. I mean, rook takes b7 was very impressive by Dubov, and just the way he's been playing has been great. But rook f6, I mean, that is, what a move. And it might be the only move. It's just such a hard thing to do, is playing a rook lift. You still need your rook to protect this bishop. But something about this rook being on f6, it does help out, because now knight takes b7 is a threat. Remember, the problem, everyone, was that after knight b7 check on b5 king f7, the rook doesn't defend the bishop. But if that rook had been on f6 to start with, this tactic never works out. The king could have even slid to f8, but has the f7 score with the rook protecting. So rook f6 is a brilliant move by Vidit, protecting the bishop and now really attacking the rook. And of course, in typical Dubov style, he says, please have my rook. My queen will venture into the game over here. Your king is still unsafe. This has been an awesome battle between two fantastic players.
What a game. Robert, if it were you, would you dare taking the rook on b7?
So part of this question is how much I trust Dubov. And it's important when you're sitting at the board not to be gushing over how strong your opponent is. You need to be skeptical every single turn, that while it may look like a good move, it may not be. So let's put in our calculation caps. And I'll try to do this a bit in our head. I know it's going to be difficult for our viewers, but this is what Vidit is doing right now. So knight takes b7. That is taking a rook for a knight. So the first question is, should Dubov take back on b7 right away, or should he throw in the move knight takes f5, because that hits the queen on e7, the knight on b7 will still be under attack, and I can take it next move. So these are the things the players are thinking about. Or is the queen just going to take on b7, hitting the rook in the corner, still putting pressure on this e4 pawn? There is a lot to take in here, and that's why both players have been spending some time. But Fiona, Dubov continues to play more quickly, and even more so than the position on the board. His time advantage could play the role of being the winning idea.
Yes, and we see that the clocks have now been updated. I think we're looking at the correct clock times. We can see the 12 on Vidit's clock and the 2 in front of Dubov's time. 12 minutes to go. We're only on move 22, so Vidit still has to make 19 moves. 19 moves, Robert, in this position is a hell of a lot of moves. Only after that will he get an extra 50 minutes, but that's not where his focus is right now. I think the focus is to survive this position until move 40. And it is just so scary. I mean, of course, you kind of feel like you have to consider taking the rook, and maybe it is the best move, but it's so scary. There's so many things to consider. If you don't take the rook, then what else do you do?
No, you have to. I think you have to. And you're the point you're making, Fiona. Black has to be brave, take a deep breath in, and take that rook.
Take the rook, think later.
Yeah, and I think the lines will actually transpose to one another. So if knight takes b7, I know I'm making people do this in the head. It's a bit difficult. I'll put on the board in a second. And once we trade here and the queen lands on b7, the rook will have to come to d8 because it's under attack, and this pawn is falling. But because the rook is on f5 at that moment, it will come to e5. So I'll put that all on the board now that I drew a bunch of arrows. We get this situation where the rook is under attack. Let's move it here. Rook takes e4. It's important to note the king has luft, so there's no checkmate on the back rank. And after rook e5, like, oh, rook e5 apparently somehow doesn't work because queen c6 check, and this king is in trouble. All these pawns are hanging. So if you don't have rook here, oh my gosh, do you throw in this check, not just because you like giving checks, but because it frees up the d8 square for the king. And
what madness.
Like this check here, and now king d8, so there's no captures on h6. Like, that's the thing, right? With the evaluation bar, when you know you're okay,
and
it's
then
much
what, we
easier
make a draw after queen a8? What's the story?
Maybe queen a8. I mean, I'm looking at bishop b5, threatening checkmate. Look, this is so...
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Fiona, look at this. I just saw this in my head. Bishop b5. You're threatening checkmate, right? If queen d6, queen e8, followed by rook takes e8, would be checkmate. But after queen e8, rook takes e8 is check to the king on h2. Because rook takes e8 is checkmate thanks to the bishop on b5. But that you can't do it. It's not letting me because the king is in check. That is how games are saved. This is an unbelievable position.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And poor Vidit has 10 minutes on the clock to figure out that he has taken the rook on b7. So maybe we'll see some of these lines unfold. That's absolutely unbelievable. I saw someone in the chat tell me with the 10 minutes he's going to get Vidit, well, he will still get 10 additional minutes from the increment. That is absolutely true. But that means that Vidit has 20 minutes on the clock, basically, for the remaining 90 moves. Robert, that's an average of 1 minute per move, which isn't a lot for this position.
I'm just in disbelief. I mean, if we just go down this variation one more time, and it's not forced, right? It's not like knight takes f5 has to be played, but from a distance, it's so difficult to see that rook d1 check is the saving idea, but it makes perfect sense. And because as we saw, queen c6 check, you can't block with the queen. This rook is gone. If you go rook to d7, here queen g6 check still is the problem. And after king d8, queen g8 check, look at this issue. Queen e8 would force a trade of queens, but if you take on e8, the rook comes back, you're safe. But the queen is protected. Oop, not there. There on g8, the bishop protects. So let me take your rook first. Your queen can't take because there's a pin. So white would end up a piece ahead. Oh, this is such a beautiful, beautiful game full of rich tactics. Fiona, it may end in a draw, but this is why I say draws aren't the problem. I don't care about the result. I love the way this game is being played. If Vidit holds, he's a hero. If this game is a draw, it still was a brilliant fight between two brilliant players.
I mean, I think this has to be the most exciting game we've seen so far. I know yesterday we had some early g4, but the lines we have seen here sometimes, and I think a lot of people who just gloss over the game afterwards, they miss all of these beautiful tactical lines. I think this discovery check has got to be one of my favorites, and yeah, just simply stunning stuff here in this game.
I think we have to show it again. Knight takes f5, rook takes f5, rook takes e4, rook d1 check needed to clear the square for the king. King goes out, rook e5, only decision to be made because there's a pin. You don't want to lose your queen. So rook e5, queen. Is there another check? Queen a8 check. You will not play rook d8, I don't think, because then your king doesn't have an escape. So after queen a8 check, the king has to go to d7, and then you're fielding checks like bishop b5 check. The king is still running up the board. King e6, I think, is king d6. There's queen to c6 checkmate. So the king runs to e6, and after a move like rook e5, the king steps in the center. You win king of the hill. I don't really know why this position is just equal. It still is completely wild to me. Even queen c8 check here. Where's that king going? Is it going back this way? Is it going here? No, I don't think king f6, queen h8 check. Look, oh my gosh. I mean, I guess it's still equal because king f5, because of course this position is equal, right, Fiona? This is a dead draw, no questions asked. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. I mean, this game, it's the gift that keeps on giving. It's never, we think we're getting to the end of some crazy lines, and there's always more. And the players have so little time to figure everything out. I mean, once again, we are seeing these lines here. We are seeing the 0-0s, but the players, imagine having to figure out all these lines in your head over the board. You're not allowed to put them on the board and figure it out that way. I would, you know what? I don't think this game is going to end in a draw. What do you think, Robert?
I could see everyone blundering. Like, I mean, it's not even a blunder at this point. It's just such a complex position. And if a mistake happens, it's not like, oh, wait, your queen was under attack. You left it there. Come on, do better. This is so difficult to calculate, even with the eval bar off to the side, right? The engine says zeros. It's an equal position, but it's not equal in terms of just being rook and pawn against rook and pawn. Let's make a draw, shake hands. This is so difficult to see all through these variations. And Dubov's, he's looking, he doesn't look pleased. He actually just glanced at Vidit. And that was probably a glance of, Vidit, well done. I don't see a way to break down your defenses here.
I was just going to say, absolutely. I mean, kudos to Vidit. And maybe I'm going to retract what I just said a second ago. I do actually think that Vidit has great chances of saving this game. The way he's defended so far has been really impressive. You get hit by rook takes b7. You have to collect yourself. Maybe you saw it coming, maybe you didn't. You realize you cannot take the rook. Then you have to find what, according to our chat, was the only move, rook f6, ignoring the rook on b7, but trying to defend against all the different threats that white has. Then white goes rook b1, says, take my rook. If you don't take it, I'm going to crush you. So Vidit goes ahead, takes on b7, then finds rook d8. And now, well, Robert, are we going actually to go down these crazy lines?
I think we are. And I think perhaps Dubov, when he saw this position in his head, when he went queen to b1, he thought that this position might be winning. And now he's looking at like, ooh, wait a second, there's this rook d1 check. And that's not to be critical of Dubov's calculation ability. It is extremely difficult. And let's go back a few moves to show exactly why this is so difficult. There is a knight on d4. So even if your rook gets to d8, there's a piece in the way. There's a queen on b1. There's a rook on e1. So seeing that the saving move is rook to d1 with check, like, think about that. That seems ridiculous. And these players are superstars. They can work through all of the most complex positions, but it just, there's a block there. You don't see it coming. And now that we get here, we have rook takes e4 on the board. The only move available is rook d1 check. So that part will be easy for Vidit to see because he's gotten this far. Rook d1 check is you need to vacate the d8 square for the king. The king may still go on a journey. It will be a wild ride, but rook d1 is a necessity right here, right now.
What a game and what a defense by Vidit. Really incredible stuff. We see world champion Magnus Carlsen. His attention has also been caught by the game, standing there kibitzing from behind Vidit's shoulder before returning to his own game. So yeah, rook d1 is the only move here, but I agree with you, Robert. I think Vidit, he's found everything until here, and he will figure out he needs to free up that square for the for his king.
And Vidit thinking here, and I'm doubting that he's thinking about this move so much as the follow-up sequence, because rook d1 check, that move will be played. I mean, and there it is.
There it is.
Rook d1 check. But I actually, when I was initially going through the moves, I was like, oh, rook e5, and then we saw the engine go up. And the players, they're not just making moves offhandedly, they need to think. And so rook d1 check is just step one of the crazy positions we're about to see. King h2 is forced, rook e5 is forced. If the queen goes to a8 check, king d7 is forced. After bishop b5 check, king e6 is forced. You get the picture. I'm just so excited by this game because we don't get to see this kind of tactical melee all the time. Sometimes positions are locked up. We get Berlin endgames, but these players are holding nothing back. And again, if this game ends in a draw, I am okay with it. I know people think at this point that I'm against the draw. I'm against the draw offer in positions that have life in them. This game is, I mean, one of my favorite games I've ever commented on.
I mean, it's so exciting. I think maybe a draw would even be the fair result of this game, with Daniil playing such flamboyant attacking chess, but Vidit defending perfectly until now. There's a question actually from our producer. He's asking, what about bishop f1 here?
Well, I don't like taking my pieces out of the attack. But not that this is necessarily a bad move, but you're retreating. So rook e5, now my king can escape to the f7 square because your bishop is no longer covering the diagonal. So I do think that this still holds some serious attacking chances from White's perspective, but I don't think Black is so concerned about getting checkmated. So you can tell by the EVA bar, it's not that bad for White. Black is slightly better, but I just don't like walking into a pin if I don't need to.
And Dubov came to the same conclusion, went king h2, Vidit played rook e5, and now, well, Dubov has a few options here. Most of them will chase out the black king that will go on a run, but it looks like the black king is always gonna find a safe square according to the engines. Robert, what we're going to do, we're going to go on a final quick break before the first time control. We'll leave this board for you guys to follow it during the break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to calm down, gather our thoughts, and we'll be back with this stunner of a game. Hello and welcome back to an explosive third round here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Robert, we're looking at the bird's eye view, and although some pieces have come off, we still have some absolutely fascinating games left.
We most certainly do. And I've been scolded by our producer that I can't just stay and talk about Duda versus Vidit forever, even though I want to. It has been a fantastic struggle between two great players, but we haven't given much attention to Yesipenko versus Karyakin. And that position actually is very, very interesting to me, where Black's queen, that's Karyakin's queen, is all the way on the rim over there. And White has this extra pawn if we cut the board in half from the E to the H file. So I think that White's position is better. Yesipenko has his rooks on the central files. Here, he's got the extra pawn as mentioned from the E to the H file that can even go up to E5 if Black's not careful. But you can't rush that decision because E5 immediately allows, knight D5. And that's something we've talked about in several games today, right? Like this E5, immediately the knight comes to D5. So as soon as a pawn leaves, the opponent will try to take advantage of that square.
So instead of that E5, which indeed looks tempting at first sight, but seems premature, Andrei went knight F3, hitting the black queen, which instantly went to G3. Well, it went there instantly because it didn't have too much of a choice.
No, it did not. And the queen is actually very annoying here because bishop takes H3 becomes a threat. The F4 pawn is in some danger. So I expect the move knight E5 to be...
There he goes.
And there he goes. It is a queen trade by force. And after the queen trade, and here everything is happening, that once this queen trade happens, we see a dynamic where this knight on E5 is happy. The rook on D1 can maybe land on D6. The C6 pawn is a bit of a target. Black should be okay with best play. Maybe rook E7 or something like that is required, but it's just uncomfortable to have this position from Karyakin's point of view because his pawns are weaker. And even though he's holding everything together for the moment, it could collapse really with one inaccuracy.
As you mentioned the other day, though, if there is one man who's excellent, and sorry, but we've had a result. The clash between Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Magnus Carlsen has ended in a draw. Maybe we can go there. We'll watch the player have their brief post-game analysis, and maybe we can quickly go through the final moves there.
We saw a trade of rooks. And then a queen trade was offered by Duda, and Magnus said no, because if that knight comes to B5, you lose C7. So it was queen C8. And it's a move we talked about a long time ago, Fiona. And it was the final move that was necessary from Magnus, because that's the move that led him to a draw. C6, D takes, draw agreed. I'm actually okay with this one, everybody, because after queen takes C6, the queens come off. I can see very clearly and also explain quite easily why this game is completely even. It's a 3-on-2 majority from the F through H files. Black has this D pawn. It's a pass pawn, if you will, but it's not going anywhere. So both kings will come towards the center. There's no way to make progress. The draw agreed. I'm okay. I'm fine with it.
That's great to hear. And I was actually laughing because I don't know if you watched Magnus pull on his mask, but we're 2 years into a pandemic. And there's some excellent photos out there. One is by Eric Rosen from the World Cup and another by Leonard Oates, I think from the World Rapid and Blitz, with Magnus having the mask all over his face. And I don't know if anyone caught it, but once again, like, it seems like he puts it all over the face and then pulls it down. So an interesting handling of that situation. But back to Yesipenko and Karyakin. Just for one final time to have a quick look at that position where indeed Yesipenko did play knight E5 and the queens came off on E3.
Chess is frustrating because in moments like this, it looks like White is just so much better. Every single piece more or less looks better for White, and yet the engine's like, yeah, half a pawn better. That's it. That's all you get. I think from a practical point of view, the position is very promising for Yesipenko, but Karyakin, as you were just mentioning, he really, of anyone on this planet, if I want somebody to defend this position, he's very high up there.
And he did great. I mean, a couple of days ago against Fabiano Caruana, he was on the back foot and did a tremendous job of that. It is not a fun position. It is especially not a fun position with only 6 minutes on the clock, but he is the man for the task. So we'll come back here in a bit. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view. We have 5 games still going. I saw someone in the chat say Rapport is winning, and oh my God, look at that evaluation bar. It is the most leaning bar we have, so let's go there because I think that game is about to be over.
Yeah, there could be a handshake any second in this one, and the reason why is the last move played by Rapport. It's nothing spectacular. He moved his rook from one side of the board to the other, and now he's threatening a checkmate. So as we bring that up for you, the queen is coming to c3. You don't like this if you're white, seeing a bishop on a3, controlling the dark squares. b2 is the mating square, and I actually don't see any way for Niels to deal with this threat. I mean, queen e1, that takes away the c3 square, so at least there's no checkmate immediately. But Fiona, you ready for this? Let me know when you're ready. You ready?
I don't think I'm ready.
H1!
And
Rook
instantly
H1!
played by Richard Rapport. Rook H1 is on the board. Today is Tactics Extravaganza. And Rook H1, what a move. If Niels takes the queen on b4, Rook takes d1 is checkmate. And if instead Niels takes on h1, then once again queen c3 will lead to the same checkmate.
Yeah, that's a distraction tactic if I've ever seen one. White's problems are endless. There's a king on b1, a bishop on a3, back rank checkmates. Just because you pushed a pawn doesn't mean that your king will find any space on a forward rank. So Rook H1, let's show that again. Instant replay. Bam! Rook H1. Take that rook. I dare you. In comes the queen. This round has been so fun. Not for Niels Grandelius, but for me as a commentator, and hopefully for you as well, Fiona. It's been such a fun round.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we've been absolutely spoiled today. I think we're going to stay here because we will see a handshake within moments here. There is simply no defense. Rook H1, a fantastic tactic by Richard Rapport, who's about to score his second consecutive win, Robert.
Impressive way to rebound after losing the first game against Duda. He is now going to win his second straight game. And that's the thing about Rapport. He can win against anybody. He can also sometimes have some inconsistent chess and then struggle in certain games. But I love the way he plays the game, always full of unique ideas as early as the first few moves of the game. And he found Rook H3, Rook H1 to end this game. It's just amazing how all the focus was on the queen side where the both kings are. And then the winning idea was bringing that rook all the way to the king side to distract the enemy queen and deliver a checkmate.
And I cannot wait to hear from Richard Rapport. We see Niels try Rook G1, but that's only going to delay his fate because after Rook takes G1, White is faced with the exact same problems. We see Richard take the rook, Niels recapturing with the queen, and here it comes, Queen C3, and that White king is done. And we see the resignation by Niels Grandelius, who could not stop the checkmate on B2. What a fantastic game by Richard Rapport, Robert.
I mean, seriously, that was well done by him. There was some initial pressure he had to deal with. He did take a pawn for his troubles, and then he was able to convert with what seemed like relative ease. And unfortunately for Niels Grandelius, it doesn't seem like it's been his tournament. In round 1, he lost that game. In round 2, yesterday against Sam Shankland, he was in trouble. And here in game 3 with the white pieces, he was on his back foot throughout. But Rapport, I mean, that is such a good showing by the Hungarian Super Grandmaster. He is an awesome chess player.
Absolutely. And Niels Grandelius, well, he was one of our early leaders here last year. Then the second half didn't go so well for him. Let's hope that Niels can bounce back. He is, of course, capable of beating any of these guys. So we hope that tomorrow there is one final game before the first rest day. Let's hope he can bounce back soon. We are back in the bird's eye view.
Blunder
Robert,
alert.
what do you think about that game between Dubov and Vidit?
I love that game, but I'm actually going to choose a different game because I see the eval bar go sky high for Andrei Yesipenko. And the reason why is I think this is a blunder from afar. I'm pulling up the game here that Karyakin, he made the move rook to b8. Maybe this was a commentator's curse, Fiona. We said if anyone can handle the pressure, it is Karyakin. I think what's about to happen is a very forcing sequence. Knight d7, knight d7, rook d7, free piece, thank you very much. Not so free. Rook takes b2, hitting your bishop, outside pass pawn with a rook behind it. We love those. But here's the problem, Fiona. Bishop d3. After a3, there's bishop c4. And after a2, I am going to take your pawn. But first, I'm going to steal your f7 pawn with check. So no matter where your king goes into the corner over to f8, I will only then take your pawn on a2. You bring your second rook into the game. And not lucky, but good for white is that rook g3 exists, protecting, attacking. White's up one pawn, will win more. And that's the game if Yesipenko finds the sequence.
And I think he will, because if we go back to the current position, and this is yet another incredible game we're witnessing here, I think you don't really... What are the alternatives? What's the alternative to defend the pawn on b2? You are always, I think as white, you're always going to try and make knight d7 work. And in fact, the line that we were showing, I think is not so hard. Could it be that from a distance Sergei missed that f7 would be hanging with check? I'm not sure. But
I think that's part of it.
Fairly certain that Yesipenko will figure this out.
I think that's exactly it. That in this continuation here, a3, a2, you think of bishop takes a2, but bishop f7 check first is the issue. And you can try to pin the bishop in one way or another, but the rooks will just move to safety and you're not actually getting what you want. For example, after rook to b3 here, I believe that the rook can just move because this rook defends it, right? So it's not going to happen for Karyakin. A shocking mistake from someone of his caliber, but it is a mistake from a distance, not just, oh, he didn't see his bishop was hanging. Of course he saw that, but what he, I think, is forgetting about is the capture on f7 with
and
check.
And there he goes, Robert. Sorry to interrupt you, but just as you're talking, we had the close-up of the bishop on d7, which was captured by Andrei Yesipenko. We're going down this line. Rook takes b2, has just appeared on the board. And, well, I think Yesipenko, he's not going to miss his chance here.
How do you find Karyakin's poker face? Because to me, this looks like somebody who knows he just made a mistake, but I also know for a fact he made a mistake, right?
Yeah, Andrei... it looks like my own poker face in existence.
Oh, yeah. This is a situation where he's not bluffing anybody. Bishop d3 to c4, not difficult to see right now. I think, unfortunately for Sergei, he was feeling the pressure. He knew his position was worse. And for Andrei, it's a gift that he was able to earn by putting that pressure on Karyakin. It was a big mistake, one that we don't see from a 2750 player very often, but it's because Karyakin was just feeling that discomfort, move after move. He lacked space. His position had no counterplay, and that's where he ended up making the last mistake, it seems, with rook to b8, and here comes the bishop to c4.
And we talked about Karyakin's face, which is sort of giving it all away. But also Yesipenko, I think he didn't need that helping hand of seeing Karyakin's face. He spotted this. He will spot bishop d3, I'm fairly certain. We can see his body language. This is the body language of a player who smells. He knows my opponent messed up. I have a chance here. He is going to get his first win, I believe. And what a start it's been for Yesipenko.
And maybe we can keep Karyakin on screen for a bit, but I have to bring up the board between Vidit and Dubov. I mean, look at this game here, and he...
Oh, what?
Oh, maybe this rook just comes back in time and goes to a1, but, oh, I mean, maybe that's also a solution. I was about to change games here, but a3, rook to d1, a2, rook to a1, and this also
looks good
might just be
enough.
sufficient.
Yeah.
But I need to bring up this game here. I can't help myself. There is a king on f5 because we saw all these checks, and here f3 was played, and immediately it's losing for white.
Wait, this is the game.
This is the game. And
oh my
now
goodness, I think we have to go there on camera as well. So we have Daniil and Vidit. Oh my goodness, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, this king is going to take this pawn. And unfortunately for Dubov, I don't think he has enough checks. The king may, in fact, walk all the way to c1, take a walk on the wild side here, hide in enemy territory where it's actually at its safest, and the checks run out, and that means the game is Vidit's.
That, I mean, out of all the possible scenarios, that is not one I had envisioned, but that goes to show what happens when you put on resistance. I think especially when you play someone like Dubov, someone like Dubov is likely sometimes to overextend his hand, take too many risks, want the full point too much, and that can backfire. Vidit has held his nerve throughout, and it looks like he is going to score maybe the first, well, no, not the first black win, because that was reported just now. Today looks like it's going to be a good day for the players with the black pieces.
Wow, wow, wow. And I have to state this very clearly, that at this point in time, we see that the engine says it's zeros and it's equal. But that is, I mean, where? What is the move? Because rook takes e5, queen takes e5 is check, and check to the queen in the corner. That means the queens come off, black wins. So I'm actually not sure what the move is. At this point, it's very tricky, but I know for certain it wasn't this, because as Vidit's king comes to e4, white's king at the end of this game is not going to go here. When they put the kings in the center, it's going to be a black king on e5, a white king on d4, signaling a victory for Vidit Gujarati, who started 1.5-2 against the American players. Now with the black pieces going 2.5-3. And I just want to say that when, you know, this whole growth of the game of chess, online content creators, there's been many fans for many people. And sometimes there are people who mistake popularity for strength. There's no mistaking this for Vidit Gujarati. He is reaching his highest rating ever. If he is able to put nerves aside, his king is on e4 and win this game, he will be ascending towards that 2740 territory. He is proving his worth as a player, his strength as a player, and he's also a fantastic person, so that doesn't hurt either.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he has that India #1 spot in his sights. He could be dethroning Vishy Anand soon, who's been holding that spot for God knows how long, forever it feels like. And Vidit, well, he's been given a check from a8, but it's actually funny. This game started out with Vidit's king being in such a precarious situation, and suddenly look at Dubov's king on h2. As soon as the checks run out, that king in h2 is going to be in a world of hurt.
I mean, I'm drawing the arrows of where that king has gone. Like that's what just happened in this game, is the king with rook, bishop, queen staring at it. The king just walked up the board. It will continue. King e3, queen f3 check, only legal move, king d2. And there goes that king to c1, where it finds shelter at long last. I mean, it's over. There's nothing that Dubov can do about it. This king is reaching the other side, and you don't get to promote your piece, but that will promote Vidit to 2.5-3, and he will be the leader that people are chasing.
Yes, because the other co-leaders drew their game between themselves. So Vidit, it looks like a couple more checks and he will take the sole lead of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Of course, only 3 rounds in, but what a start to the game for him. What a turnaround. On the other hand, Daniil Dubov, it will be a devastating loss for him.
Oh my goodness. And I just am realizing, I think, I know when the mistake happened, but what the mistake was. And oh my gosh, this game was just full of tactics everywhere. But if we go back to the moment where he went f3, and Ben Feingold would say never play f3, but queen c8 check, king takes e4. That is not possible here because queen g4 check, and after the king goes to d5, only move, queen c4 check, not queen takes d1, but queen c4 check, king d6, queen c6 is mate. I've been thinking about the position, trying to figure out what it could have been because f3 seemed necessary. There didn't seem to be other options. This is it. That was the moment. Queen c8, queen g4, queen c4, queen c6. That queen does a backward Zorro, slicing through the position and delivering a checkmate. Oh my god.
What a checkmate. 2 extra rooks for black, but the king gets trapped on d6. I mean, this game, Robert, I have never seen as many different tactical and checkmating patterns in one game as this one. But as it happened, the black king is safe. It is 2 squares away. I cannot believe it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this game makes people love and hate chess at the same time. Right? Like, it was a game full of beautiful tactical sequences. And that's why I always recommend you get a notebook out, you start looking through the game moves, you start writing your notes, your annotations, what you think could have or should have happened. Because when we just see the engine off to the side and saying that move is correct, that move is correct, that move is correct, we take for granted how difficult those choices were. That's why we play the game. That's why people sit and think and spend 20, 30, 40, an hour on the clock just for a single move because of all of these possibilities. Vidit for rook f6 way back when to survive that attack and to get his king out here wide open, but for the win. I'm seriously so impressed with Vidit Guzrathi. What a player he is and what a performance he's having in the early stages of Wijk aan Zee.
Indeed, and I see in the chat, Drunken Aim is asking you to please take a deep dive on this game. Well, I'm fairly certain this will be our rapid recap later for the game of the day. But Robert, it will be a tough job for us to pack into 10 minutes what happened in this game.
Nobody's going to hold me back. I don't care what time frame you give me. This game is wonderful. I mean, I'm just so excited by all of the great chess we've seen. And we've talked about this a couple of times, blunders, inaccuracies, how to phrase certain things. And this game, I'd be wrong to use the word blunder anywhere. I think that Vidit's defense, the wonderful defense that he showed in this game, has earned him the point that he is going to obtain. I mean, seriously, to find rook f6, to make Dubov question his entire attack in the way that he did, and look at the concentration on his face right now. He is locked in. He knows that the win is just a few moves away. He is not going to let this slip.
I mean, also bishop c6, so Dubov not giving a check. The king was going to hide, but now it is Vidit's turn. I was just saying a minute ago that king on h2 and Dubov, he knows that things have gotten out of control, and it will be really a tough day for him. He played such an interesting game, so many exciting sacrifice ideas, and yeah, always sad to see him like this. But kudos to Vidit. It is his turn now, Robert. So how do we proceed as black? Do we start giving some checks of our own?
I think he should, and the reason why the bishop came to c6 is because without the bishop there, this queen would come to square like d6, and there would be a check on the second rank, and this king would be in trouble. But after g3, the bishop can slide back to g2 to defend the white king, which is now in danger. I just don't see how Dubov can follow things up. Let's say I play queen e5 check. You have to play g3 because king h3, rook to h1 is a quick checkmate, so g3 has to be played, and I'm going to try to find the best way forward here. I'm sure there are many good moves, like you could probably even take pawns on c3 and start mopping things up, but I want to go for this king, and I'm looking across the board. I would like to get my queen in here, maybe g4, queen h5, queen h3, just checkmate you this way. That looks pretty promising as well. I mean, that's actually how you can't stop that.
How do you stop that? I mean, if you give checks to the black king, black king, I guess, will once again either run to c1, where it seems to be safe. If you give a check from f2, I guess I just go to c1 and, oh, you just want to swap queens.
I mean, King C1 might be better. I think objectively that is probably the case, but when a win is clear, let's just get the win, right?
Let's get the queens off. I agreed. Why not? And what was I saying? I've lost the thread. So if you don't give a check on A7 after G4, then you have to somehow cover the square on H5. How do you do that? Bishop E8. There will be another checkmate incoming here, I guess, after rook D2. G3 is going to fall. So yeah, this looks like it's lights out.
Yeah, no, it's and even here, if we don't have checkmate, we could trade queens again. So can't complain for Vidit here. There's just too many winning possibilities, but I like what he's doing. He is spending his time right now. He knows has the winning position. That's not in doubt whatsoever, but he wants to end the game now, because if the game continues, let's say White got to play these two moves, G3 and Bishop G2. Now it's like, okay, White's king is safer. Black's king can always hide down in C1, but now you have to think, you have to calculate. Let's just end this game, give no hope to our opponent, score that full point.
The chat is reminding us that we are only still on move 35. We are only 7 minutes away from the first time control. Maybe we stay here with the camera and very quickly just look around, see if we have time scrambles going on elsewhere. I think this is the big one, but Vidit is just putting the finishing touches on it.
And let's check on the Yestepenko game really quickly, just see how this has developed. Black has pushed pawns up the board, the white king venturing over to the queen side over here. It would be kind of funny if somehow there was like a fortress here. I mean, like, I don't think there is, because the king just runs over and that will do something about this rook. But if somehow Karyakin had seen all the way down, and it wasn't a depth issue, it was on us, you know. But I do think this is just winning for White. And of course, Bishop D3 to C4, which we mentioned earlier, was possible. So Yestepenko has this one under control.
Also, only 2 moves to go here until the time control, so that's not a problem. What about Fabiano against Shankland? I guess they made the time control. Or they just made the time control. So we'll come back here in a second. I suggest we stay with Dubov and Vidit because I expect this one to be over very, very soon.
There it is.
Very
there it
nice.
is. What a game.
Vidit really ending it in style.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised after that whole knight B8, knight D7, after those moves, maybe that was a mistake, I'm not sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if Vidit played a perfect game after that moment.
Funnily enough, John Rambo is just writing in the chat, Vidit found all the top engine moves.
Okay, yeah, thank you, John. You know, I'm sure your name is John. You know, just like everyone on the internet never lies about their identity. But I think that was kind of clear, actually. Like, when he found every single move, first taking on G3, playing E4, knight C5, rook F8, and then rook F6 later in the game. I really feel like he played a perfect game after the opening stage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing comments in the chat, Vidit's immortal. I'm very curious to hear from him after the game. And there we see the handshake, Dubov stopping the clock in resignation. And wow, Robert, I think we have an early candidate already. It's only round 3, but for game, not only of the round, but of the tournament.
Early candidate for game of the year. That was so electric. I mean, throughout the whole game, it was Dubov's position. Rook takes B7. Don't forget, he sacrificed a rook, and he sacrificed a pawn early in the game. He put his knight on the rim that was captured, double pawns. Everything about this game was special, and some would say it's unfortunate that the game was spoiled by a mistake. I don't think it was spoiled. I mean, I don't expect any result. I don't expect players to find perfect moves, but this game was so entertaining. You can't ask for more as a chess fan. And I right now am a chess fan. I know I'm commentating. I'm doing my best to give you the best analysis I can, but I am a fan of both of these players. They just played their hearts out.
I mean, absolutely incredible stuff here. We saw Dubov after the handshake, and not too interested in discussing the ins and outs of this game. He will be very disappointed. But what a day it is for Vidit and his numerous fans. I hope we will be hearing from him. I think we're going to go on a very quick break, catch our breath for a second, and hopefully we'll hear from Vivid and we'll catch up with all the other games in just a minute. Apologies about that. We're having some slight issues, but we'll have the interview later. We'll play it once it's been recorded. I was outside when Vidit came out from the playing hall. Of course, he's delighted. His feeling was, Robert, that he was lost at some point in that middle game.
Yeah, I don't blame him for feeling that way. And that's when calculation supersedes feelings, because Vidit, he just proved it. He didn't just allow himself to resign. He said, I am going to dig deep and make Dubov show me why my position should be bad. And it turns out that he played as accurate a game as you could possibly ask for, especially under those circumstances. I'm still in shock. I tipped my proverbial cap off to Vidit. In fact, I shot him a message just saying I was wowed the whole way through. Such impressive stuff from him.
Absolutely. I mean, Vidit, you could see the smile on his face when he came out. I think especially when you get to play such a game from what you feel is a losing position, you're on the back foot from the entire game. You have little time on the clock. I think just so impressive. And Robert, he is our new tournament leader on 2.5 out of 3. Let's see, how is the chasing pack getting on? We see Sergei Karyakin there on the camera. We have the board as well. Does he have any hopes of saving this endgame at Peacetown?
No. Hoping, unfortunately, isn't going to get him anywhere. And the reason why is the power of the bishop. Bishops are great pieces. And what White is going to do is play e5 and bishop to e4. And this bishop will then guard g2. It also covers the b1 square, which is extremely important. So the last move played was king to d1, because had White started with e5, I don't think it changes. Oh, I was about to say, I don't think it changes. Okay, it didn't change much. The bar is trying to figure things out. But the point is, you want to play bishop e4 so you can trade rooks. Playing bishop d1, which we can do from the start, tries to offer a rook trade. But the issue is not rook takes e2, even though that might be fine. It's rook takes g2. And if you trade on b2, you lose the game by checkmate in 1. That would be quite silly. And if you trade this way, you now are in a position where Black has a fortress, and probably the best White has is a forced draw. Bishop c2, rook g1 check. You have to block, and then rook g2 back, and you just have no moves as White. So the bishop coming to e4 is really important to defend that g2 pawn while opening up an exchange of rooks.
Yeah, so Esipenko, we thought he was going to go the other way earlier by bringing the bishop to c4, but it looks like this is going to be good enough for the full point. We can show that one more time. So it was...
He went one way just to go back the other.
Very funny.
Yeah, he got this, though.
He's got this. And let's see. I'm happy. I think today I'm going to win our little prediction contest. So we have 2 decisive results, and I think Yesipenko is going to be the third one. No, we have too many, too many decisive results.
Wait, isn't this going to be the third one? This is going to be the third one. Then we have Jorden.
Yesipenko and Jorden, probably. Let's check in with Jorden. We haven't been there in a while.
No, we have not. We'll bring up that game as Karyakin digs deep, tries to find something, but Jorden, he was able to break through, and his pawn is on the way to promoting. The rook can slide to b3. That's really important, because after a takes, rook b4 almost gets that pawn, but there's rook to b3. And after rook takes c2, you don't rush your decision to play b7, because then you actually lose the pawn. Instead, you play rook to b3, and it doesn't matter what Black does. c4, the rook comes up, and you are not stopping me from promoting my pawn. And actually, after c3, b7, you want to give a check. The king moves. Oh, I try to cheat. We promote, and both sides promote. But when one side promotes first, you know you're just going to get checkmated. And here, queen g8 check will lead to a very quick checkmate.
And I think we can stay here, because we're actually seeing some of these lines being out on the board as we speak. Pragnananda has just taken on c2. And, well, I expect Jorden, as you just showed us, to put his own rook behind his pawn. And this game shouldn't take too much longer.
No, and Perhaps there's a way to win with king marching to c7, but a rook b3 is pretty straightforward. And I don't think Jorden is really calculating for the first time. He's probably double, triple checking because you don't want to spoil this position.
And there he goes. Rook b3 is on the board. And I think we could even see a resignation here quite shortly. Maybe c4 will be tried. But I think we can see also from Prag's face, he knows this one is over.
Yeah, and maybe actually c4, I should just put my rook on the first rank, and that way your pawn is never going to promote. But either way, it's clear that this is going in Jordan's favor.
So it looks like there's 2 wins on the near horizon. I don't know, maybe if we keep these players on the camera while we move on, because Prag's looks to me like he's going through the motions, and we might see a handshake here in a second. So maybe we'll keep him on the camera. And do you want to check in with Fabiano and Sam?
Let's go there, sure. And the last one we played was f6 by Sam, and it seems like they were repeating moves for a second here. The knight came to e7 and then to f5, and the king went up and back and all that good stuff. But finally, rook e1 was played, and Sam plays the move f6. And after a trade of pawns, this knight is very strong on e6, safe and sound. I would be a bit concerned about a bishop rerouting to this diagonal, but maybe Sam has this worked out where he's like, your bishop gets there, my king slides back. It's not the end of the world. I am a little nervous, though.
Yeah, and Sam, I mean, so far his choice of this Berlin endgame being rewarded, Fabiano not quite finding a way to break through, although I agree with you and taken on f6. After the bishop rerouting to the long diagonal, there will still be some things to watch out for. And maybe back to Jorden and Prag, sorry, for a brief moment, because I saw they made a few quick moves. I think the game is coming to a conclusion as Jorden has just pushed b7, and that pawn is going to be a queen in the next couple of moves. Rook e2 check, and I guess the white king is going to hide behind the black pawn.
Yeah, that pawn is promoting for white, and black's pawn is not doing the same. So unfortunately for Praggnanandhaa, he probably will play c2. The rook will move somewhere like g1 with check, and then he'll promote, and that will be the game.
Yeah, so Jorden, I expect the king to go to d6. Maybe it can also come back to d4. But either way, there is no stopping the b pawn here. What would you play? Where would you go with the king?
I don't think it really matters at this point, and it looked like he dragged it back. Yeah, he did, to d4. And now that's a look of I'm going to resign from Praggnanandhaa.
I think so. And Praggnanandhaa, who had a great start, he is going to go down here against the Jorden van Foreest, who played a really interesting opening choice. Praggnanandhaa had these goalpost pawns, and maybe we can show them again in a minute, but Jorden just kept piling up the pressure throughout the game, and I think Praggnanandhaa cracked when he played this move f3, looking for active counterplay, but in fact getting too many weaknesses.
And he pushed c2, rook g1 check, and I think that's that. Yeah, there it is. Clock stop,
the
fist bump.
Yeah.
A great game from Jorden. Honestly, I think Jorden should only play in Wijk, because if he does that, he might be the first player to 2,900. I think he elevates his game like no other when he's on his home turf in the Netherlands.
I mean, he is very impressive here, and I always have to say kudos. Bouncing back from a loss straight away is not easy, and it's nice to see Jorden and Prag there both discussing the games quite intently.
Yeah, it's a good learning experience for Praggnanandhaa. Of course, he didn't come here just to learn. He came here to score some points. But this game was a good illustration of fantastic preparation by Jorden. He surprised Praggnanandhaa. He really played a very nice game. I think he should be happy with the way he played. And then he made this move f3, a sign that he was uncomfortable for a long period of time. And after that, Jorden was able to take that pawn, secure his advantage, and then win the game.
And maybe we can keep the players on the cam while they discuss the game and bring up the bird's eye view so that we can see what has been happening here so far. So 5 games have ended. The Van Foreest still showing as ongoing, but I think they just hadn't put the kings in the middle yet. So we have 3 decisive results so far. Vidit in what has been just a simply stunning game. I don't have the words to do this game justice. Beating Dubov with the black pieces, Rapport beating Grandelius with the black pieces, and Van Foreest with the result there just showing up, taking out Pragnananda. And Robert, what a day of chess it has been, and it's not even over yet.
I mean, I feel like everybody is just so tired in like that happy way. Like when you eat a good meal, you're tired, you have the itis, you're sitting there like, wow, that was delicious. And now I'm ready for a nap or for sleep. And so we have been treated to some delicious games thus far, 3 decisive ones, 2 still going. It looks like Andrei Yasipenko is going to score victory. And then that will leave the All-American Derby between Caruana and Schenklin. And that one will probably go on for a decent while.
Yes, and we see that Jorden van Foreest and Prague are still sitting at their board discussing the game. And I think it's great, especially in these pandemic times. Usually in Wijk aan Zee, we had a lot of boards out in the back room, and you would see a lot of the players sit down for a proper post-mortem where they can move the pieces. Unfortunately, we can't do that so much now, but so nice to see the players staying at the board for a while to discuss.
For sure, and it's Pragnana's first event here in the Masters group in Tata Steel. This won't be his last. I have a feeling he is really showing a good start. He's a very promising player, and he'll only get better from here. So Jorden played a great game, showed some excellent opening ideas, and both players will have another day, another round tomorrow.
Indeed, and on the camera, we've switched over to Fabiano, who, as you predicted, he didn't drop back the bishop. We were talking about d2, but the idea is the same, to bring the bishop onto b2 and onto that long diagonal, which is a threat right now in this position. So the question is, how do we deal with it as black?
Yeah, I think I was about to say something that I was going to regret. So let me say what I was going to say and then walk it back. I was going to say, I'm not sure it really matters. The point was getting the bishop on the diagonal, but it always matters. So this bishop on d2 coming to c3, that covers the d2 square in the event of rook d8 like we just saw. So maybe that is important in some positions. I think in terms of the evaluation, it's not too big of a deal, but the bishop did come to b2 with check. The king, I think, has to go back to f7 because, and he did it. If knight to d4, you're walking into a pin, and that will allow white potentially to win a pawn, but the way that bar is going, Fiona, there's definitely more, and it's probably just like a move like rook e7 going for this material here. I think that's what would have put black in big trouble.
Yeah, the pawn on c7 looking very hard to defend. Also, the black king looking in like quite the pickle. So that's why Sam decided instead of knight d4 to go king f7, and another quick move by Fabiano. Rook e3 has been played already.
Interesting, because knight h6 check would have forced king to e7 because that king needs to stay in line with this knight. And I guess he's saving that check because knight on e6 in the game position, it can't go anywhere because if that knight were to move, then you have rook e7 with check, and that's devastating. So he's saving up knight h6 check. It is only a single check. The king would have gone to e7, and now we have to see how Schenklin will respond.
Yes, in this game, we thought a second ago when we came from here that Fabi had a little something maybe with the bishop coming onto the long diagonal. And also, we talked about it from the start, there is a pawn majority on the king side where Fabiano has 2 versus 1. On the other hand, there is only one pair of bishops left, and they are opposite colored bishops. So, Robert, do you think there are really some chances here still for Fabiano, or are we closer to equality?
We're definitely close to equality, but black is going to have to prove it and may have to prove it for a decent amount of time. These positions can be a bit frustrating as the knight on e6 is perfectly placed, and you have to just be happy with that. You say, that knight is good. I'm going to keep it here. It covers g5. It stops any sort of f4 ideas. If white wanted to try to spring free a passed pawn, we can't forget that the pawn structure has been this way since the opening, the Berlin, that black has double pawns. So even though there's a 3-on-2 for black on the queen side, you're not making a passed pawn, whereas white has a 2-on-1. So if f4 were to happen, then perhaps we could get a pawn going, but it seems very far away at this point.
Yeah, I expect this game to go on for a long time with Fabiano trying everything that's left in this position before agreeing to a draw, and Sam will have to still find some precise defending moves. Shall we check in with the other remaining game and see if Andrei Yasipenko is making progress?
Let's do just that. And Andrei was up a bishop, and that's because Sergei sacrificed that piece. It's a sacrifice that he will likely regret because the way this position is going, we talked about e5, and I imagine the follow-up will be bishop to e4, but perhaps I'm taking things for granted here because after e5, maybe black will play h4, some kind of move like this. And after bishop e4, I'm curious now if there's something that black can do because the threat is rook takes b2 and rook takes a2. The importance of the bishop being on e4 is very clear. It covers the promoting square and the square the rook would like to go to right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really, I'm not sure what Sergei can do after e5. The bishop looks like it cannot be stopped.
Looks lost. I mean, just to show the point that after rook takes b2, pawn takes b2, this would normally be menacing. Aha! Well, perhaps it is menacing after all. Rook takes a2. There's rook takes g2 because the bishop is overloaded. It can't take on g2 because you promote. So you have to be careful if you're white here. I guess taking on b2 and then a2 too early will allow black to survive.
Yeah, so as always, you cannot let your guard down too soon. So, okay, how do we avoid this then as white? We still, I guess, want to start with e5 and bishop e4.
So bishop e4 was fine. That wasn't the issue, right? King g7 was just a whatever move. Oh, maybe we just take the pawn a2. I'm like,
it's been a long day, Robert. It's been an emotional day. We've been through a lot of emotional roller coasters.
Yeah, no, this is just clear. The rooks both hit the a2 pawn, the rook on e2 through the rook on b2. And that's something that actually I feel like I miss sometimes, that like the rook is still attacking something through another piece because it doesn't seem that way. But like the rook on e2 protects a2 through the rook on b2, right?
Yes, exactly. And just as we say that Yasipenko has played the move e5, and I think this game here will be over very soon. We can also see it from Sergei's body language.
Yeah, he is probably extremely frustrated with himself that he went rook e8 to b8, giving up the minor piece, and Andrei just played a straightforward finish to this game. He brought his king to the queen side. He now is bringing his pawn up so his bishop can go to e4, and the a2 pawn, that one looks like a goner.
And Sergei, unfortunately, the pawns look like they are quite advanced, but there is just nothing he can do. He wishes those pawns were at least connected, but this way, I mean, the bishop, the light squared bishop is just keeping everything under control, controlling the pawn on g2, controlling the check on b1, and Sergei will have no other choice but to resign very shortly. And very shortly, aka now.
You spoke it into existence. Sergei Karyakin resigns, and yeah, he looks like somebody who's just, I mean, disgusted with his play. He was worse all game. They're talking about it. Yasipenko, he played a nice one. He had an advantage, and yeah, you can tell that Karyakin's like, how did I just miss all that?
Yeah, an uncharacteristic blunder from Karyakin, who we hailed so many times as the Minister of Defense, as he's been dubbed by many people before. But today, a very uncharacteristic lapse by Sergei Karyakin.
And the players just talking about the game. I do like to see the players analyze at the board. I think we look to the engines as the solution, but for the process, working through our thoughts, it's always nice to have a discussion with your opponent, because you say, I was thinking on move 18 about this choice. And then they agree with you, and then you start going down these variations, and it's a lot of fun.
Yes, indeed, and it's good to see Karyakin. I think it's a tough loss because you never want to lose a game of chess, full stop, of course, but especially not against the next generation from your own country. Those are always slightly particular battles, and wasn't it actually Karyakin that Yasipenko beat in one of these very early upset games at some World Rapid and Blitz, where Yasipenko took out some big names?
Yeah, I mean, Yasipenko, despite his young age, he's been around for a little while now. We talk about his win over Magnus, but he's taken down Karyakin before. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time, unless they just don't play each other that much. But it's great to see this young generation coming through. And for Karyakin, if we're being honest, he definitely cares about every event he plays in. But the big event is this summer.
Absolutely. When the Candidates Tournament will be coming up, Karyakin, he has been a challenger to Magnus Carlsen before, and he will be looking to repeat that feat. Robert, of course, the Candidates Tournament, you will be able to follow it on chess.com. And here we see 6 of the players that have qualified so far.
6 out of 8, the Grand Prix coming up. Vidit Gujarati, one of the players taking part in the Grand Prix, along with Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren, many big names. It'll be interesting to see that series of tournaments come to a close, so we know who rounds out those 8 players. But Sergei Karyakin, I don't care what his rating is at the end of the event or going into the candidates, he always has a shot in any event he plays in. He has a style that allows him to go from tournament to tournament, and he can withstand punches. He's not always the most aggressive player, and that's been a point of criticism of his in the past, even in his match against Magnus Carlsen that he tied in classical chess before losing in rapid. But he can really roll with the punches. He can take a worse position and neutralize his opponent's advantage. So when the candidates rolls around, Duda, Caruana, Firouzja, Rajabov, Nepomniachtchi, and whoever else joins them, they all will be serious contenders.
Indeed. There was some talk about people being upset Yasipenko did not get one of the wild cards into the Grand Prix, but I am sure he will be a contender at some point, and we will be seeing him in a Candidates Tournament in the future.
I agree. I think we will see him compete. You never know, because the candidates are so difficult to qualify for in the first place, let alone win to play for the World Championship. But here, Yasipenko, he's showing good results. And, well, Fabiano Caruana, he will be playing in the candidates. That is the big event of 2022. This event, the Olympiad supposed to happen, the Grand Chess Tour as always. So we are spoiled in terms of events. But this particular event, Fiona, in round 1, Caruana had quite an advantage against Karyakin before letting it dissipate. Then in round 2, against Vidit, he had no difficulties with black. And you have to expect, with the white pieces against Sam Shanklin, who's off to a bit of a slow start, that Fabiano wanted to win this game. The more I look at this position, the more I think that Sam Shanklin's holding without too much difficulty.
Yes, because it is difficult to make things happen, I guess, as white without opening up yourself too much, because there is a pawn on b3. You can never drop that. If you play f4 at any moment, which is what you want to do to create a passed pawn, you will be opening up your own king. So maybe there's just no safe way for Fabiano to really try and make progress here.
Yeah, I could see this game petering out very shortly. The last few moves, just to show them, is the bishop went to c8, making sure that knight the knight is safe and sound. Bishop to e5. And I like this move, bishop e5, because if this rook, after rook d2, say that rook went somewhere like this. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to make that happen. I don't know. I don't want to make a bad move, though. But let's say this rook went to a2. Then there's this tactic with bishop takes c7. That's why you see the bar go up so high, because bishop c7, knight d6 check is a nasty fork. That's why the rook staying on the d file for black is so important.
Yes, indeed. And well, we see Fabiano in the playing hall. We saw the camera overview the playing hall by now is quite empty. I was wondering who was still walking around. But of course, the Challengers Tournament, for those of you who are not aware, it's not just the 14 masters playing here, but also the Challengers. So there's still a couple of games going on. We see Fabiano sipping a cup of tea, and our producer Bigfoot wants to play a game. What drink is Sam Shankland having?
Is this actually a game that I'm supposed to play, or was
yes,
it rhetorical?
Robert, you're cordially invited.
What drink is Sam Shankland?
I think the game is we're gonna zoom in little by little.
That looks like a tea bag, and it also looks like a bottle of water. But why is that bottle of water so small? Also, I'm not a fan of water bottles like this in general, because it wastes of plastic and it's just bad for the environment. But that definitely looks like a bag of tea.
It does. I think the bag of tea is Fabiano's choice of drink, while Sam Shankland is on the water. So, Robert, you are the winner of our game. Congratulations.
What's my grand prize?
Vic? You get to keep the mouse and talk us through the remainder of the game. Very well done.
What an honor it is. I just want to thank everybody, of course, everybody in chat, because you know how much you all mean to me, and it would not have been possible to win that game without you all. So give yourself a pat on the back. Let's get some pogs and some, what are other things that we need to get here?
I don't know. I'm also an absolute boomer when it comes to the memes, but I'm sure we'll find out in a second. Some puck jams, I see some lulls, I see some hearts, I see some claps. So yeah, the full range. This one I never even know. That is the pug. Oh my goodness, showing my ignorance.
Look what I did. As soon as I say it, the chat goes wild, huh?
Oh my goodness.
This game, the players are still trying to figure out if there's a way forward. Particularly Fabiano, his pawn structure is better. Both of his minor pieces are extremely active here, but the knight on e6 holds the entire position together. And if you're not careful, here's how mistakes are made. Let's say White made this really bad move, bishop to h8. And the problem, wait, it's not bad? Somehow it's not bad. I was thinking that knight f4 led to checkmate because the king is in a bad spot, and yet rook e7 check, maybe there's like some kind of draw here. Wow.
And the king cannot escape. Incredible.
So here, king to h7 and then knight e3. Okay, there's
no perpetual. The knight just comes back to defend.
There is a fun one. I think that this is it's not even a draw, it's a win.
And the discovery on c3. Wow.
Chess can be fun sometimes. That's
Robert, you know what time it is?
Time to take a break?
You are correct once again. I think we've earned it.
What do I win this time, though? I was correct again. I've won 2 games, so
I think you win. You win. Do you have any chocolate? Some chocolate on your break.
The chocolate that I already own? That's not winning something. That's just eating what's already in my possession.
You earned the chance to eat it now.
Oh, thank you for the permission, Fiona. I really, really appreciate it.
Robert, enjoy the chocolate. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the last remaining game here. Caruana against Shankland. See you soon.
Bobby,
Yeah, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. No, we gotta get up. it was you like I was gonna do it, but then you said yeah.
I would be like, yeah, please. Please, Dvoretsky, one more time. You ready?
Let's put that away.
That's what I said. I told you. Let's do it. All right. Woo. You know what they say though? What happens in Salt Lake stays in Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's
That's not what they say.
Cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good. The World Championship on chess.com. Let's do this. Let's chug that whole beer.
That was impressive.
Whew.
You
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm great. Round 2.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. You guys have to go with it.
I can't do it. Do that.
Okay. I just actually didn't expect you to do it that time, which made it funnier. Like I thought you was a one-time thing.
Like, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ad-lib with what feels natural.
Yeah, no, of course it feels natural.
Wait, so we should expect that next
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just so I'm mentally prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
It's eggs.
I want an omelet with brie.
Just fucking eat it.
You eat it.
Wasn't expecting that.
That wasn't either. I was like, what?
We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there. The faster card and unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
Sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No. It said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
Not faster hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was. I mean, I think it's hilarious. Don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Dang, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I guess that's it. All right, that's it. That was great, by the way.
Keep it rolling.
Okay.
Same thing.
I love that. Stupid I've ever seen in my life.
You can do like a 2-shot of them.
Yeah.
And we are.
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're gonna be right back.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
You can't do it. It's so funny. Okay. Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're gonna say? Because we all see things in the same way and the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
And let's bring up the analysis board as we do that, so Yvonne can give us her thoughts on the Petrov. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a very good question because I was firstly trying to.
Fabi?
Yeah, Danny?
My throat's still dry. You're like, you've had 5 glasses of water.
Okay.
You remember what happened last time? My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water, and you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
You peed your bed.
You're looking fresh, man.
All 6 of them?
Again, dude, your haircut just looks great.
Wait, did we start the bit?
Yeah.
That's the
first thing I noticed.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that if we start the bit.
If black's a6 pawn was transported, let's say... Good night, guys.
Good night, Dad. I'm Fabi.
Fabi.
One more time. Maybe just one of you guys say the good night, Dad.
That's what I said. I said it. Should I not said it? I think it's funny if we both say good night, Dad. I mean, Fabi.
But we need to be in sync. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Vidit, you just beat Daniil Dubov in a crazy game, a fascinating game.
Yeah.
Let's start at the beginning. I know you're a very sensible guy.
Who, me?
You.
Okay.
Yes. Why don't you castle? Why do you keep your king on e8?
Well, that's modern chess, you know. But I was forced to keep my king on e8. If I would, I would love to castle either side, short or long, but I didn't really get a chance. But now, you know, after I checked the game, I thought I was pretty lost. And that's what my feeling was. But now when I checked the game with the Wijk engine, it said that I played all the best moves. So I'm very happy about that. Yeah.
We will remember this game for a long time because of the winning king walk.
Yeah.
I would say. Have you ever played a king walk like that before?
Well, I think the king walk was good, but I don't think that's the highlight of the game. I think the highlight was that he played, first of all, knight a3, which was a new idea. And then I did not react in the best way. But at some point, I played this f5, completely opening up my king. And then e4, knight c5, rook f8. I think it's all the only moves according to the Wijk engine. And also, I'm very proud of this move. He played rook b7, gave up a rook. And it looks pretty lost because he has so many checks. But I found this rook f6 move, which keeps the game going. And surprisingly, it just says it's equal. And even after that, then the king walk becomes the highlight. But I think previous moves were much tougher. The king walk was slightly easier comparatively.
How would you rate this game in your best games collection?
I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So if I played good moves, if this king walk and all this rook f6 and then rook d1 check, rook e5, taking on b7, all these moves, if they were good, then I would definitely say it's one of my most memorable games. But if they're not good, then I'll pick something else.
For all the viewers out there who might get inspired by your game, can you just give a rule of thumb on king safety?
Well, I would say castling is better for the heart. So try to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Some sound advice there from Vidit Robert, who was clearly delighted with his win over Dubov. I think we will come back to that game towards the end of our broadcast.
We have to. There simply is no choice but to do that. But I also want a T-shirt. Can Vidit make one and send to me with his face on it saying, you know, castling is good for the heart? Because I would gladly wear that shirt.
I'm completely seconding that. Maybe I'm sure chess.com is watching, and we could do with some new, we could get some new Vidit merch. But no, I mean, what a game. I also like what he said about being a perfectionist, how he's yet to decide if this game is going to be one of his memorable ones once he has checked it with a non-weak engine.
Yeah, I mean, the engines that are in relatively low depth, if you just go to a laptop and check very quickly, it won't give you the full scope of the game. So he'll definitely dive into that game in much more detail, probably not during the tournament, or at least not yet. I think he needs to focus on the games ahead, but I think he was grounded, he was humble, and he's hungry. He wants to keep going in this tournament, and he's got those jitters from playing such an adrenaline-filled game, but I really liked the way he played. It was fantastic, and he is now the leader of Wijk aan Zee.
Absolutely, and what a day it has been for him. The pity, of course, we are in a lockdown and in a pandemic. I'm sure he would love to celebrate this victory in some way, but maybe tomorrow evening. There is a rest day coming up into 2 days. At the moment, not too much to do here in Wijk aan Zee. Get some dinner, go for a walk, but kudos to Vidit. And let's take a look now at the last remaining game, Caruana against Shankland, where Fabiano has pushed f4 and now has this G passer.
Yeah, it was the only way to play for a win, and he put his bishop back on e5 because the bishop was under attack from the knight. And white, if anyone is better here, it's probably white. The game is level at this point. The bishop on e5 is better than the bishop on c8 because the bishop attacks the c7 pawn. It covers the length of diagonals. It just has more squares to go to. So Sam needs to be a bit careful, but with accurate play here, he should be able to hold the balance without too much difficulty. And they both have plenty of time. They're going to be sitting and thinking. And there's numerous options, even in this moment here. Like, do you sit and do nothing? Do you make a move like bishop d7? Do you get a little adventurous and try to bring your knight to d4 at some point? These decisions are not easy. I mean, knight d4 actually, I think, tactically is all right for... Wait, yes, okay. It tactically is okay for black. You leave the c7 pawn, but you open up an attack on the f5 knight. And if the knight takes on d4, pawn takes d4, rook f3 check. So I saw this far, and I was giving away the c7 pawn. I'm actually not sure where to bring the king. I'm not certain where, but let's bring it to the center. And if I lose the pawn, I thought my d pawn is so fast that it makes up for the sacrifice of this pawn on c7.
Not just on c7, white could also take on b6, but I guess that's a pawn you don't want to take.
You might want to take it. You just might also regret capturing it. Although it really needs to be worked out in advance, because if you just give up two pawns and it's not holding, which it apparently is, then you just gave away material and will likely lose the game. So that's why
one of the nice things about taking on b6 is that it covers the square on g1. So at least you don't have that discovery with check to promote the pawn.
Very true. I would not want to do this if I were Shanklin. So the move knight to d4 was not played. Instead, he just moved his king back to f8 because he has what looks like a kind of fortress at this point. So why should he do anything too drastic? Although, nah, it doesn't work. I was like, what if I'm inspired by Vidit's king march. So I'm like, what if this king jumped to g6? Then that king on f8 would be in trouble, but that's very far away. King h4, there's always rook h1 check, for example.
Yeah, so I expect Fabiano to take a bit of some time here to figure out, is there a way forward? If yes, what is it? And maybe we can, while Fabiano is thinking, look at the interview with Jorden van Foreest after his victory over Praggnanandhaa.
Jorden van Foreest, you just beat Praggnanandhaa in a game that's being classified by 2 double pawns by your opponent.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have a good pawn structure, basically. Actually, that's the point of the line. I'm playing that he gets a pawn extra, but he's always playing with this, this very bad pawn structure, basically. And it's a little bit better or easier to play for white. It's maybe not all that much, but definitely long-term white has very good prospects of finally like taking all the pawns. Basically, that's kind of what happened. I got coordinated and his position became really unpleasant. Finally, he played f3 to give back a pawn for some activity, but it was not quite enough.
But still, it took you quite some time to actually convert to the win.
Yeah, probably my technique was actually not so good. Like in the rook endgame, I could have done better. But the position was so good, I think it was probably never really in doubt, I hope at least. And yeah, I mean, the position is just too good. But of course, he's defending tough, and it was never easy.
You said that this pawn structure was like the point of the whole line. To me, like you played 3 bishop c4 in the Sicilian. Like, how much of a theory or preparations do you have?
I've been planning to play this line for a long time already, but especially in classical chess, but I never got the chance. My opponent, he played one of the most critical lines. So then you basically get this pawn structure, but of course there are a lot of other variations. I just mean, in general, the position, like after he took on d4, knight e5, and then how the game went. Your
brother recently played queen g4 against the Sicilian. Are you guys looking for like new ways, like not super theoretical lines?
I don't think Queen G4 should be taken as should be considered a new way of playing. At least don't try it at home, I guess. But yeah, the theory is evolving rapidly, so you're trying to sometimes catch your opponent off guard. And these days, it seems people try to do that as soon as possible, basically.
Tomorrow, you will play your boss.
Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting game. At least I hope. We'll see how it goes. It's the first time I'm gonna be playing with black against him, so extra hard, of course. But it's a challenge, and I like. It's for me always very special to play with him. So I'm looking forward as well.
Yeah, just to clarify, you will play Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. Do you guys have some kind of agreement that like you cannot use the prep against him? I mean, maybe there's some line of that, but I don't think that would be really strange. So I think we'll find a way to get a position we haven't discussed. But that
we'll
basically gives him a big edge. He can play whatever he wants, and you're restrained.
I don't know. I have to think about it. I haven't put any thought into the game yet, but I don't think anything gives him a big edge. So it's just going to be a game, and we'll see, I guess.
You're defending your title. Is Magnus your biggest competitor?
I think everyone is my biggest competitor. So yeah, well, I mean, I'm hopefully just playing well myself, but definitely not thinking of tournament victory right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leonard.
Leonard with some hard-hitting questions there for Jorden and Robert. I guess Magnus Carlsen against Jorden van Foreest tomorrow is one of our standout pairings.
It certainly is. He said he's playing his boss, but he's not too concerned because everybody, is trying to wrest that title from him. It's going to be a tough pairing. I see that Fabiano gets a second white in a row tomorrow. He will need to make use of that. He's playing Daniil Dubov, who probably is quite upset and will have a rough night of sleep after losing the game to Vida Gujrathi. And speaking of Vida Gujrathi, he plays Andrei Yesipenko, two players who won games today. They should be thrilled, and that should be another good matchup tomorrow.
Absolutely. Once again, I think every day anyway, it's always like, oh, this is a good matchup. But I mean, let's not fool ourselves. There's going to be some great matchups here every single day. Today, we've been treated to so much entertaining, decisive, bloody chess. And we have 4 decisive results already. Fabiano is still trying to win here with the white pieces against Sam Shankland, but it looks like Sam is doing a great defensive job so far.
Sam certainly is. He's holding his hand towards his head, so it looks like he's going for his rook. He's stretching a bit. That rook is very far away from the rest of his pieces, so he's probably going to move his rook. Hey.
That's At first, I thought my TV was bugging.
Oh, and there's Fabiano in the middle of it all.
Having some fun here in the 5th hour of play.
Yeah, and Rook H1 play. That is a necessary move, though, by Shankland, because the point of king to F2 is not just bringing the king towards the center, but if you get Rook H3 and then get to bring that rook up to H8 or H7, black is in some big trouble. So that's why Rook H1 was played. Sam reaches across the board, grabs that rook, puts it in the corner, and now for Fabiano, it's what's the next idea? You Rook H3
sure,
stop? Yeah,
What
I'm not
way?
sure either.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's a way to just like sort of wait a turn and try to put the opponent in Zugzwang, but I don't think so. There's always going to be moves for black to just sit on the position. Bishop D7, back to C8, for example. So it's just trying to figure out a way for white to create some tricky.
It just seems very difficult to create some possibilities if you cannot activate the king. And I think the black pieces, although only 3 pieces remain, they do a great job of working together to keep the king out.
And this rook on e3, it just doesn't have anywhere to go. h3 is covered. It would like to perhaps go to a3, but you can't go through your pawn. And if you retreat off the 3rd rank, then your pawn on b3 is loose. So you don't really have time to just do whatever you want if you are Caruana.
Yes, absolutely. And well, Fabiano is thinking, you know Fabiano very well, Robert. What do you think his approach here will be? Will he keep trying for another hour, 2, or if he understands that Sam has defended perfectly and he cannot find a way forward, do you think we might see a draw offer?
Well, he's not somebody who offers draws early, and this is not early. This is quite late into the round, late into the game. And if he did offer draws, it's because no progress can be made. And that's actually how the situation looks. He will try his best. He's not going to do anything wild. He's not the type of player who just sacrifices a pawn speculatively. He doesn't like speculation. He prefers to calculate through. And you know, I think in general, Fabiano, he looks at this tournament, he knows that every player he's going to face is tough. He wants to make the most of his first move advantage when he has the white pieces. But at this stage of the game, there's only so much to be done. Although rook to d3 suggests that there's a little something. Watch out for your back rank. I mean, bishop takes c7 is a tactical threat. So he has no risk. He should play on, and that's what he'll do.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a threat in the position here, bishop c7, and maybe we can show that with a pass move, maybe a rook move somewhere. That's an interesting pass move there, Robert.
That's what you call a mouse slip. Like I was trying to drag the rook, and it got stuck on f1. So let's bring it to, say, c1, just a kind of random move here. Then, well, I didn't want to move it this way because rook h3 also scares me, but bishop takes c7 was the point, and then rook d8 check, and down goes the bishop.
So that is one threat in the position. And I think, well, as you also just explained, we don't really want to move the rook away from h1, or at least we don't want to move it along the first rank, because then Fabiano would be pouncing on the opportunity to get his own rook to the h file. So
yeah,
what? Sorry.
We're going to ask the same question. No, what is the waiting move? What's the decision to be made here? I was going to ask you, you're going to ask me. So.
But Sam is about to answer it for us, I think. But he was reaching for the rook, which surprises me. He's reached back for his head.
Maybe rook h7? I mean, it's a very defensive move, but at least it covers the immediate threat.
I mean, I'm always surprised that the bar just coolly says, and yeah, he does go for rook h7. 0-0s. I would not be feeling comfortable defending this as black, I have to say.
But Sam Shanklin, I guess he feels reasonably comfortable at this stage. Though I wonder if black can just wait forever. So say rook d1 is played. Now the rook has much more flexibility because it can also go to the a file. That said, this bishop can go to b7 at some point. So it's not like black has nothing to do, especially with the rook on h7. It covers the point of entry, the d7 square. So that means the bishop is free to go to the long diagonal if Shanklin so chooses.
Yeah, and I was wondering if rook d1, can I try and get active by bringing the rook to h3, or is the tactic with bishop c7 still there? Or does it matter that I'm attacking the pawn on b3? What's going on?
It matters for sure. And you can see that the engine says, looks like a good move. You have to calculate it probably pretty deeply because after bishop takes c7, rook takes b3, you don't have to move your knight. It still covers the square. But even this position with the bishop coming back to e5 and a rook coming to d6, things like that, or a knight to d6, you have to be really careful at this stage of the game. So I think the players They see the options, but now it's about whose evaluation function is operating better, as they've already been playing for 5 hours. Also, they prepared for the game. What time is it by you? Like 7?
It's 7 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting later. They haven't eaten in a while. All we've seen is the tea and the water that they're drinking. So these things add up. And
also, Sam played some very long games. I mean, we remember his marathon game against Vidit from the first round, and then yesterday Sam played. I think he played twice the longest game, or the first day definitely, but yesterday his game against Niels was maybe not the longest, but also very fighting. So although it's only round 3, these tournaments really take it out of you.
Yeah, he's 3 for 3 in terms of long games, and he's a player who he fights. And so far he's had to fight because game 1 against Vidit just had a better position and was pressing. Here in the 3rd round, Fabiano's been trying to make some inroads, but Sam is defending very well. And then yesterday, Sam actually had some great chances to win against Niels Grandelius, and he was not able to do that. Right around the time control, nearing move 40, was where Sam went wrong, and Niels was able to stabilize his position. And as we see Sam here, he's still thinking, he's still working, he's calculating, and he does not want to let this game slip as we're 51 moves in. It's quite late into the round here to make a mistake. He will not do that, and he will not want to do that, that's for sure.
Yeah, and let's look at the time control. Again, the longest out of any tournaments. We have 100 minutes for 40 moves, then an extra 50 minutes for the next 20, then another finally 15 minutes after move 60 with a 30-second increment from move 1. Right now the players are on move 51, so they have 9 more moves to make in their allocated time, and then they will get an extra 15 minutes. So Fabiano still thinking, is it going to be rook d1? If not rook d1, what other options are there for Fabiano?
I think the big question is, where do the pieces belong? Is the king on f2? Is that where you want to be? Or does the king want to be on a3? And I think you have the time to just walk your king over, unless black has some quick way to punish that decision. But this rook on h7 needs to stay on the h file. I think that's pretty clear, because if you offer a trade with rook to d7 or something like that, then this rook slides to h3, and you have some serious problems to deal with revolving around rook to h8. So I think that black is in the perfect defensive stance, and then that leads me to wonder, okay, so what can white do here? Black kind of stuck, but also very stable. Now for white, is there something I can threaten by maneuvering a piece? Should this knight come back to e3 and maybe to d5, try to go to f6 or attack the c7 pawn? Something like that is certainly available to Caruana here.
Yeah, so a lot of things to consider, and I think the position is definitely not as simple as I thought at first sight, or not as simply to keep equal for Sam, who I think has done a tremendous job so far, parrying every attempt of Fabiano. I see there's quite a lot of discussion in the chat about Fabiano's face mask. Actually, that's the mask that was handed out to the players here last year at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And I noticed actually, Robert, that it's been a favorite of Fabiano's. Wherever I've seen him for the past year, he was very often wearing this Tata mask, which the players were handed out plenty from. Of course, it's a cloth mask, so you can wash it anyway, but I think last year we were given about 15 of them or something.
So maybe that specific one isn't his favorite. Maybe it's one of his 15 favorites.
Exactly.
It was free 99. It came with the tournament entry, so he's happy to sport that mask. And oh gosh, as someone who wears glasses, I'm pretty impressed that I haven't seen his glasses fog up too much, because I know from experience that when you wear a mask, like my glasses are always fogging. So that he still has clear vision in his game is
I've been thinking that. I think this mask, maybe there's something special about it. Maybe that's why he keeps wearing that one. Because indeed, we haven't seen the glasses fogging up. So shout out to the Tata Steel mask makers.
Indeed. And we see Fabiano focus, both players trying to assess this position. And it's Fabiano on the clock. There are 9 moves until the next time control. As you pointed out, Fiona, move 60 gives the players more time. And they have plenty remaining in this segment as well. But I'm really trying to dive in and see where Fabiano can even hope to make inroads. Like, what's the square? What's the piece? Where can we make improvements? I would like to threaten to push my pawn. I know it's going to be difficult. The knight on e6 is so good, but that's what I want to accomplish. If I could push my pawn to g5 safely, now black is in some serious danger with that pawn advancing. But g5 is not a good move here. As we can see, that the knight can't afford to take this pawn, I don't think, because there's a rook d8 check getting the bishop. But now the pawn has gone quite far. So actually, I'm not sure. Like I said, it was not a good move, and now I'm looking at it like, maybe it's not that unreasonable.
And Fabiano has just made his move. It isn't g5, but king g3.
Okay.
Which
like
makes a lot of sense as well.
Yes, it just covers many squares here on the H file and sort of passes the baton back to Shanklin. You come up with a move. I just found one at long last. And yeah, I mean, it's a more advanced square, so you probably pretty happy about that. But I still, let's say black plays bishop b7, right? That kind of waiting move. What is white going to do? Where is the winning attempt going to come from?
I was wondering when we were looking at the previous position, can we ever put the bishop, our bishop on f6, or are we giving up the defense of some squares? Like even after, like I like king g3, and well, you were saying what after bishop b7? Can I go bishop f6 there? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
I'll go back. I see what you're
so
saying.
in the game, so you were saying bishop b7, and I was wondering, can I put my bishop?
There might be rook h3 check. King takes, and then knight f4, and we liquidate into an ending of opposite colored bishops. Still not the end of the story, because white has this pawn that black needs to deal with, but it seems, at least by the bar not wavering, that black is doing well enough to survive this position. So g5, bishop d8 comes to mind as well, but black has knight c1 going after b3. So it looks like the queenside pawns are going to fall.
Yeah, so okay, we will see if Sam is still thinking after rook g3. Our producer Bigfoot is being triggered by the open door in the background of the players here. The playing hall, it always looks so stunning, but in fact this is just a gymnasium, a sports hall, which is every year in January being transformed into the beautiful blue playing hall for a few weeks.
And the players, they're always treated very well in Wijk aan Zee. It's a fantastic event because the organization is phenomenal and the atmosphere is great. And of course, the competition is also stellar. And right now it's just Fabiano and Sam Shanklin. Those two players are duking it out. You know that Fabiano wants to win this game. He could offer a draw that would be accepted at any moment. So you know, Fiona, that he really, really, really wants this one. And the move number 52, Shanklin has plenty of time. He's doing well on the clock. But you get that feeling that if this goes into that third time control, and then both players are getting low on the clock, that's where those mistakes happen. And it looks like a position where white can't go wrong, and black has to be careful here not to make a mistake.
Yeah, and well, we're going to come back to this one. We're going to quickly go to a video and hear what Magnus Carlsen had to say after his draw against Duda today.
Magnus, you just played a draw against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. You continued your theoretical battle in the anti-martial. Were you ever in trouble in this game?
No, I wouldn't say I continued the theoretical battle. I kind of conceded the theoretical battle by going h6 instead of d5, and I basically, yeah, just wanted to play some relatively quiet position and gradually equalize. Yeah, I think he played it very cleverly with queen c2 and d4, which I'd kind of underestimated. I always thought I could meet d4 with d5 and be fine, but then as it happened, I was not so sure. And he got a little more pressure than I had hoped that he would. But I think maybe his only chance was to refuse the rook exchange with rook b2, go queen c4 instead. I think after he took the rook, which looks very promising, because he can sort of kick my pieces away after, I can kind of consolidate, and he has to reckon with knight jumps and also these ideas of c6 and f5 all the time. And I think I gradually equalize, or at least get the position to something I can hold comfortably.
Is it surprising to you that your opponents keep on playing the anti-martial and not letting you playing the martial attack itself?
No.
Is it because the martial attack is dead, or is it like a dead draw? Or
no, if not a dead draw, it's at least a good opening that has been thoroughly analyzed, and it's kind of hard to to get something there.
Tomorrow you will play Jorden van Foreest, the title holder, and also your second in for the recent match. Is it special for you to play a second?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he's got up his sleeve. I'm sure it's going to be something crazy.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen conceding the theoretical battle to Duda today, and he also said, Robert, he cannot wait to see what Jorden has up his sleeve tomorrow, which should be a great game. But before we look at the pairings for tomorrow, let's see what happened here in round 3 today.
Yeah, we have 4 decisive results thus far. Fabiano Caruana trying to make it 5, but Sam Shankland saying, no, sir, you're not getting that victory. But Anish Giri, Mamedyarov, they drew their game. We heard from Magnus Carlsen about his draw with Duda, and then you see the results. The first wins for the players of the Black Pieces report, quickly followed by Vida Gujarati, and they beat Grandelius and Dubov respectively. And then, of course, Yesipenko and Van Foreest, they won with the White Pieces. So a very combative day.
Indeed. And well, before we come back to Fabiano's fight, he's pressing against Sam. Here are the pairings for tomorrow. We've talked a couple of times already about the clash between Magnus Carlsen and his second, Jorden van Foreest, but there's plenty more action to look forward to. Fabiano Caruana, he will be white against Daniel Dubov, so he will get another chance with the White Pieces regardless of what happens today. We'll see how Daniel recovers from a tough loss to Vidit today. And well, speaking of Vidit, he is the new tournament leader, and he will be playing against Yesipenko with the White Pieces.
Should be a great day again tomorrow, but right now we just saw a pretty funny repetition. While we were away, the rook went to h7, king g3. We saw that. And then look at this, rook d7, rook d1, rook h1, and then rook h7. So if this looks familiar, it's because you have in fact seen this position before. The king just went to g3, the rook went to d7, to d1, to h1, to h7. So we have seen a repetition, and that's clear that Shankland knows what he's doing. He has this defensive task in the bag. And if Fabiano is going to continue to try and win this game, to prolong it, he needs to do something new. Otherwise, we will have a draw by repetition.
Yeah, and Fabiano, well, he has 12 minutes remaining on the clock, but only 5 moves to go until move 60, when they will get an additional 15 minutes. So this attempt with King G3 has been I was going to say dismantled by Sam, but maybe that's not quite the right word. But here comes the new attempt, Rook D1, a move which we were looking at just earlier, Robert.
And it came with a walk away. He made the move, got up from the board, and he'll leave Sam to think about how he wants to respond. And I'm trying to figure out the major differences here. So now the king is on F2 rather than G3. So if Rook to D7, which is what Sam went for before, when the king was on G3 and the rook on D3, the rook couldn't go through the white king. So Rook D7 will allow Rook to H1, and that is not what you want to see if you're Sam Shankland, right? Rook D7, Rook H1, and now the Rook infiltrates, and you see the evaluation bar go up in White's favor. So there have been small differences that often go unnoticed, but not by players of this caliber. They see that Fabiano retreated the Rook. He wants to take over the H file. I will not allow him to do that.
Yeah, and now Sam, once again, he's already found so many accurate moves, but once again, what is the correct move here? He has been facing this passive defensive task for pretty much the whole game, but he's done his job marvelously. We saw him reach out and then take the hand back, and he's going to give it another thought, but I thought he was reaching for the bishop.
And bishop b7 is an option. Bishop d7 also is an option. Though the rook being on d1, that is a bit of a cause for concern here. That rook not only could go to h1, but it could go to a1. So you want to be really careful here if you're Sam. That rook can enter the game via a7 or a8. It's not like black has much of a choice. If Fabiano wants to play rook a1, there's nothing that Sam can do to stop it. So you need to figure out where your pieces should be for black.
Yeah, and we see Sam reaching again, and bishop b7 it is. So the light squared bishop once again back along the long diagonal.
Ooh, oh no, it doesn't work. So I was going to try to be cheeky here. And I was thinking, if I go rook e1, how is black going to respond to this? Because your knight is in the same line as my rook. And my idea is if you play king f7, protecting the knight, then I have bishop takes c7 here, I believe, because I have this knight d6 check. And I guess even getting this isn't that great for white, but I did steal a pawn in the process. Rook d7 will trap my knight, so not the ideal scenario, it appears.
Not ideal, but another example of tactics to look out for in this position. It's never too late. I mean, even with such reduced material, you always have to be on the lookout, especially when there's an opponent knight nearby your king.
Exactly. And another variation, rook e1, rook h1. This is the type of move that black wants to play to exchange rooks. That might honestly just be a good decision. And white can try to avoid the trade with rook e3. And then I think we're back to where we came from. The bishop can go back to c8 to protect the knight, and we've been here before.
Yes, indeed. It seems like we keep going around in circles here. But still, Fabiano, of course, he is continuing trying to find ways to create problems after bishop b7. Are there any squares that are loose that the bishop was defending from c8? Do we have any new possibilities?
D7 covered by the rook, which is why bishop B7 is possible. Is there a waiting move, like rook to D2, but then the bishop can probably just go back to C8? Where is the chance? And rook A1 comes to mind.
Funnily enough, that question just appeared in the chat by Anish Giri. What about rook A1? So let's have a look at that.
Yeah, rook A1, very reasonable. Let's go onto the open file. And rook A7 is annoying, but the knight and the rook both defend the pawn. So you're not even threatening anything with rook A7. If I move my bishop, I could actually start moving my bishop, and I'm attacking your knight. I'm threatening bishop C2 ideas that you need to be on the lookout for. So that's not the most comfortable situation. Although, if we take this just one step further, can I almost, say go king E3 and you go bishop C2. I'm wondering if I can trap your bishop. Like bishop takes B3 and then king C3 and something like this.
And rook H3?
I was going to block, but now that I see it, you have knight D4 and you survive because this knight needs protection and it is pinned and this knight defends here. Chess
What a save.
Funny.
By the way, just pondering in the chat to get back to your question about would we please review Vidit versus Dubov. If you want to see the review of that game, stay tuned until the end of the stream because it will be our rapid recap game as soon as the Fabiano game is over. For now, we see once again the bird's eye view with only one live game remaining. 4 of them have ended decisively. If you want to replay any of the games that have been played so far, you can head to chess.com/events to play through all the games and see all the results.
Yes, we will be breaking down what happened in that wonderful game between Dubov and Vidit. And Fabiano Caruana, he doesn't care about that game. He might care later, but right now, all he is thinking about is his moves, his position, and Sam Shankland's stubborn defense. And you have to give Sam credit. Some players would have been broken by now. He's just committing to the task at hand, and he's doing a wonderful job at that.
Indeed, and Fabiano, we saw there a slight shake of the head. It is a frustrating one for Fabiano. I think it's the story very often of the Berlin endgame. Your opponent from the start says, okay, I'll play this super solid opening, and White tries, White only has these small things to play for, but Fabiano has been trying to play for that small edge for the whole game. Sam doing a perfect job of defending so far. So it can be frustrating, but he keeps trying, and so he should. The bishop has just gone back to G3.
And I'm trying to figure out why the bishop is placed here. It does cover the H4 square in case you want to go to a new diagonal. The knight wants to jump there. It still covers H2 while putting pressure on C7. I don't really see the huge benefit of the bishop there besides putting it on a new square so there's no repetition.
Can we have any... Okay, this is gonna be... Can my idea be to play knight H4 and knight... Although I don't know where I'm going, Robert.
Hey, sometimes that's how you find the right move, is you just look and like, okay, knight. Oh, knight to E5, that looks right. It's not entirely clear where the pieces are going. He is opening up the E file, so maybe rook E1 is a bit of a threat that Black needs to take into account. In fact, if rook E1 is to be played, that asks an uncomfortable question of this knight, although maybe it will try to go to D4. So,
Robert.
Yes.
Bigfoot wants to hear the thoughts of our viewers on this all-important topic of the open door. Can we please get a poll in chat? Make our producer Big happy. Can we please hear your thoughts? Should the door be open or should it be closed?
I mean,
Robert, what's your vote?
Of course you would ask that question. We shouldn't close doors. We should be open to people. We should be accepting, understanding, empathetic. So why are we talking about closing doors? not bothering anybody. I think we should leave the door open.
You should always leave the door open and leave a light on. Robert, is
Yes.
it time for a final quick break? What do you think? For the players to reach move 60, and then we'll be back with the final stages of this game here.
Sure, if you say so. I'm not gonna say otherwise. Ooh, Bishop E4 was played though.
The players have a different idea in mind.
Hey, he makes the move Bishop to E4. He's trying to take that knight in F5. Who knows where that will lead us? But I will follow your lead, Fiona.
We'll be back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
I just want to say, I know it's early. It's early for all of us. But Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
Chat likes it, man. Looking good.
What about me?
All right, guys, let's go. Run a show back. Here we go. And Fabi, this video series was great, by the way. People love it. They really do. By the way, again, dude, you're just looking fresh, man. I love your new haircut. Looks good.
Hey, how's it going? I don't even recognize myself, you know? It's a whole new me. Hey, Fabi, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, Robert.
Hey,
What's going
man.
on,
You know, just trying out a few new things here and there. The day's beautiful, sun is out.
Cool. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention that haircut's looking real fresh on you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
You serious? What does a guy got to do around here to get noticed?
What are you talking about?
That seems a little out of line, a little uncalled for. You know, you already can't spell chess without him. What more does he want?
Fabiano Caruana. Will he win his second Tata Steel Chess Tournament? At the moment, he is still looking for his first win in this year's event, Robert. But today, there were a lot of other players who got what they were looking for, which was the full point.
Yeah, really decisive day. It doesn't look like Fabiano Caruana is going to join those ranks. And actually, with the last few moves, Sam Shanklin has turned this game from one that he was holding to perhaps, if Fabiano is not careful, that Sam can even try to win the game. I mean, right now we can see that the evaluation says level, but look at this. It's so different. There's a knight beautifully placed on d4, attacking this pawn on b3. The last move was f6. Is that a pawn that's wandered too far? Or is actually that going to be a thorn in black side? So to go back to where we came from, bishop e4 played, rook to e1, forcing black's hand here. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, the knight moved, and then f6. So I think the first thing that everyone is thinking about is that not just a free pawn? And it is a pawn that can be captured. White can immediately force a draw with the move rook to e7, because once the trade of rooks happens here, and you are up 2 pawns for black, white takes 1, white takes 2, white takes 3, all in a row. It's like Pac-Man, and you just grab them all and it's just a draw. So that would end the game peacefully. But also, I mean, with the pawn on f6, perhaps Fabiano can try to put his bishop on e5 and use that pawn to try and promote. It's asking a lot, and you could lose because black now has extra pawns over on the queen side, and the knight can come to a5 and hit this other pawn, but it also is a winning attempt.
Yeah, so let's see if Fabiano tries to win from here. So if he doesn't go rook e7, let's have a look at, was it bishop e5 you were suggesting?
Yeah, and the knight can come to a5 to attack a pawn. The rook, I think, should likely go up the board to defend it. And a situation like this, where those pawns are not moving just yet for black, I get that black's up a pawn, that the queenside majority looks good, but one pawn is more advanced than the rest, and it's that pawn on f6.
And how are you going to make progress? You're going to try and bring the king forward.
I would love to. If you give me a few free moves, my king is going to walk, not that way, up this way somewhere and try to get all the way to g6. This knight can go right back into the game. And yeah, there's no hope really for white to win unless black does something ridiculous, because you're already situated right in front of the pawn. So it seems like black can just bring the knight back and there's nothing. I would try to force the draw from Fabiano at this point. I don't really see too much in the way of winning chances.
Sam decided not to take the pawn on b3, instead playing rook h6, attacking the pawn on f6.
Okay, so he wants that pawn, which would also defend the b6 pawn, which means that the knight would then be free to start taking things. But bishop e5? I don't love the rook on h6.
It is a weird square. So bishop e5, can I still go and take on b3?
Okay, and then I was going to try to bring my rook to an open, rook a1, which just drops the rook. It's been a long day. Can't do that. So I can play rook d1, but then you're probably just going to bring your knight back to d4. And all right, the game continues. Like, this king is walking up the board. My rook, nope, still can't go to a1 after it because there's a check here. But maybe my rook can try somewhere else. Nah, this is nothing. This is just totally equal. There's no way to win for white. I mean, honestly, if anything, black is the one who's going to have some winning chances. So Fabiano needs to be careful.
Yeah, and well, Fabiano is the one who's thinking now. Rook h6, by the way, was move 60. So both players, we don't see the times being added yet, because I think it will be added once the 3 minutes that Fabiano has remaining are gone. But they will get an extra 15 minutes now, and that's the final time control. But I agree with you, Robert. I think we will see a share of the point here.
Yeah, it's you're taking mindset into account. When you've had a better position for a while, sometimes you don't make that switch to, oh, I need to calm down. I need to actually just make sure I have the draw immediately, because if I don't, then I may never make that draw. So for Fabiano, who was the one pressing, now he's the one that's probably on the defensive. So I think that he should, if he sees a way that just says, game's done, let's do it. Let's make a draw. For example, if bishop takes c7, rook takes f6 is check. The king just walks away somewhere like g2. And if the knight takes on b3, at this point, just go rook b1. You win this pawn here, and then you're going to take this one and just call it a day. That's what I would probably do.
Yeah, I think Fabiano will do that. If he doesn't see any way to press any further, which there doesn't seem to be, I think he's never really the kind to overpress too often. I think he's very, what's the word I'm looking for? When you see things the way they are, you know, he
Practical?
doesn't.
He's very practical.
Yeah, I think he's very practical. There's another word, I'm sure it'll come back to me, but he's very objective also about his evaluations of the position. So a player who's quite unlikely to overextend. And yeah, I'm curious if we're going to maybe even just see that line that you just showed. Pragmatic is another good word, actually. Yeah.
We're playing the thesaurus game now. I like that game. Can we do that one? But he is going to drop the b3 pawn, and then he will have to prove that his bishop, his pawn here, that is worth playing for, because he could have just taken on c7 and made the draw right away. He's choosing to play on. His king would love to get up somewhere like g5 or f5, but that's a ways away. Wait, he took on c7?
Bishop e5 was just on c7, rook f6 is on the board, and king g2. And I think after knight takes b3, for a second there I thought what's going on, but it was a Jadub. Can you even say Jadub if you're wearing a face mask, Robert? What if your opponent doesn't hear it?
You know, it's extremely important that when it's just one player against another, that you say Jadub, I adjust, however you say it in your native tongue, extremely loudly for everyone to hear. Because if you clearly adjust the piece but don't say it out loud, the entire internet is going to take you by storm and be like, how could you? That's cheating. And then it's going to be the talk of the town. So I don't know. That's maybe just my opinion, but I think that both players will be okay whether or not it's said out loud.
And yeah, I think, well, we looked at this, and indeed it looks like if anyone can play now, it is Sam seems to be the only one, because I think that line we showed, which knight b3, rook b1 would just be an immediate draw.
Right, because you give up b3, you get b6. Once b6 falls, then c5 will fall, and white will lose c4. So it's just a mass exchange of material, and Sam might be looking for something better. If he could play rook c6, for example, and kick the bishop back, then he would be able to win that pawn on b3 without losing b6. So this is a good moment for Shanklin to really dive into the position and not just accept that the result will be a draw, and there's rook c6.
Exactly, and it's an interesting moment, because throughout the whole game we felt Sam would be accept a draw for at any time. He was always the one slightly on the back foot, but suddenly he gets the slightest of chances and he is not happy any longer to just shake hands and go home. And Fabiano is the one now who's going to have to find a few precise moves to not get into any trouble.
Yeah, and where is this bishop even going? I think if it goes to d8, it's not going to stay in contact with this pawn for very long, because bishop d8, after the move knight takes b3 even, like let's say we get this position, the rook comes to b1. If the knight were to move, then b6 falls, but black has this great move, king to e8. You see the evaluation bar sinking, and it's because black is kicking this bishop off of d8. If rook takes b3, I take the bishop, I'm up a pawn, and my king is closer to where the action is taking place. And if your bishop has to move away somewhere, then the knight will just move away and attack the c4 pawn. So this would be a big problem for Fabiano if he doesn't play with care.
Indeed, and well, let's very quickly, while we wait for Fabiano to make his next move, go back one more time to show you the results of today, because it's been such an exciting game. we had four decisive games. We had our first black wins of the tournament, one for Richard Rapport against Niels Grandelius, and the other undoubtedly the game of the day. We shall come back to that in our rapid recap. Vidit Gujrati winning an absolute phenomenal game against Daniil Dubov. And then two of our younger players, Andrei Yesipenko, took out Karyakin, and Jorden van Foreest bouncing back to beat Pragnananda. The main clash of the day, Duda against Magnus Carlsen, was well fought but ended peacefully.
So many interesting games. We are spoiled. Of course, tomorrow will be another great day at the office. And this day is not done yet. The players do not want to go home. No rest for the weary. And for Fabiano in particular, I mean, he needs to be careful. He has spent the majority of this game trying to nurse the tiniest of edges and make it into a win. And right now, he's the one who's worse. Sam Shanklin is probably sitting there thinking, all right, if Fabiano makes one inaccuracy, now I can take advantage and play for a win. So Fabiano's sitting there still pondering his turn, and it's not comfortable. We've been there as players when we're better all game and now we're worse, to sit there and just try to take it in stride. We often become self-critical.
Yeah, it's a weird one for Fabiano, because he just a couple of moves ago had the chance to force a draw. If we go back to that moment after was it after knight d4? Or am I imagining things? Did he not have?
No, it was a different variation where if, for example, knight takes b3 was played, then we were looking at lines where it could be a forcing situation. But instead, Sam wisely played rook h6 and now rook c6, and it's up to Fabiano to find precise moves.
Yeah, maybe this whole pushing f6. Do you think pushing f6 is the moment that started giving Sam some chances, or where do you think the turning point was?
I think Fabiano might have overlooked bishop e4 right here. He went bishop to g3, which was a retreating move that we were kind of wondering what the real purpose was. And then bishop e4 happened, and it's black who's seizing the initiative. This capture we saw in the game. Otherwise, the bishop was coming to c2 to hit the rook and the pawn. And once we saw these trades here, the rest of the moves are kind of forced in a sense. And now we're at a point where Fabiano is exercising caution. He will gain more time in the clock. Once the player hits 0, they go under. If you zoom in on the clock, we'll see he has time. He is going to use much of his remaining time to figure out how to play here. I do think that bishop d8 will still maintain the balance. Other moves like retreating don't really look appetizing. They don't look appealing. Knight takes b3 is there. I say appetizing because I'm hungry. Would love some lunch eventually, but it really doesn't look appealing to retreat. And bishop d8, he is just trying to figure out this situation when rook b1 is met by king to e8.
Yeah, and after bishop d8, knight takes b3, the question is, what do we do? Unfortunately, as you said, rook b1 fails to king e8, but what are the alternatives here?
I think rook e5, sacrifice your bishop, take the last pawn, because rook and knight versus rook is quite an easy theoretical draw for players at this level. So if this knight were to move, you say, okay, I'm about to go, or even kind of better looking is knight d2. There's no rook e4. I'm going to take your pawn c4, which white cannot afford. He's just in time to play bishop takes b6, give up the bishop, take that final pawn, and then make a draw. Yes, a knight down, but a draw is a draw.
And what if I don't move my knight away? What if I, so yeah, in this position, what if I try and bring my king, let's say king f7?
And I'll give you another turn. What's your next move?
Okay, but yeah, you're just going to bring your own king. But okay, you trying to set some trust. Okay, king f7, I'll pass the move to you.
Okay, I'm going to keep giving you moves. Black's turn.
Okay. Okay.
Right. The thing is, this bishop and the rook.
Yeah, you're cutting me off everywhere.
Exactly. And as soon as you move your knight, then I will take the
Yeah.
pawn, and then I'll get your last pawn. So that's going to be a drawing mechanism. We just saw the move bishop f4 played by Fabiano. So he retreats the bishop, giving up this pawn on b3. I don't love this decision by him.
So what's the idea if Sam takes on b3?
That he's just going to try and hold this position down a pawn. Fiona, we've had a long day already, full of excitement. This one might go a whole lot longer.
Yay!
And it is getting interesting though, because Fabiano has to prove that he's up to the challenge, and he perhaps can sit his rook on e4, and then as soon as the rook for black moves away, go back to bishop c7, and this pawn is a permanent target that you'll have to deal with, and the king will be cut off. I don't have a good feeling about this one. If you're a Fabiano Caruana fan, this is not going in the direction that you can be happy about.
I still have faith in Fabiano. I don't still see exactly how is black. If I just bring my king now as white to like c3 over to the queen side. But I agree with you, of course. I mean, for Fabiano, this is not going to be any fun. He was the one pressing throughout the whole game, and all of a sudden, he is the one doing the defending.
Yeah, and he could have just ended the game at several moments. He played bishop e5 back to g3 and let Sam play bishop e4. So that's what's uncomfortable, is he could have concluded, he could have offered a draw, Sam would have readily accepted. Now Sam's up a pawn, and if a draw were to be offered, Sam would obviously say no. Why would you agree to a draw here? Even though it's completely even, he can play it out for a while and make Fabiano prove it.
Yeah, and well, there will be, I know you said it jokingly, of course, there would be no draw offer here. I think Sam would maybe even find some words of choice. Would you feel quite disrespected here, Robert, if your opponent offered you a draw as white?
I mean, it's not polite to do that. The etiquette of chess says the side that has the advantage is the side that can offer a draw. I mean, black's up a pawn. It's not like white has an attack or anything to speak of as compensation for it. It is still objectively a level game, but there's no reason why Fabiano should ever offer a draw here. It would actually be a bit rude.
And the clock situation, does Sam actually still have 26 minutes on the clock?
Yeah, he gained that 15 minutes at the time control.
Okay, so I didn't realize he still had so much time left leading up to move 50. So I think one of the things that Fabiano is going to have to be very mindful about is not to take down too low on the clock, because Fabiano only has 11 minutes. This position we think should be a draw, but you don't want to be defending it with only a minute on the clock.
No. And the 30-second increment will always come in handy. So if you make a couple quick moves, you can gain a minute or two. But here, rook f6 played, very clear. Please play king to f3. Why don't you play king to f3? That's how you lose games in the spot. The bishop is pinned, so knight d2 check. There you see the bar go down, and it's going to stay down. You can't take the knight. Bishop is pinned to the king, so that would allow black to win the game. Obviously, Fabiano not going to make that move. He instead plays king g3, and he's going to walk his king up the board. Fiona, something you advocated for a long time ago, and he's going to just hold the balance by being extremely active and thus limiting black from getting everything that he wants, going after the c4 pawn, because black's king, while it's tucked away in the last rank, if the white king goes up to g5 and even to g6, then there could be a kind of mating net.
Yeah, and it's one of the problems for Sam in this position, that the king is cut off on the f-file. You would love to bring your king over to the queen side, maybe via a6, a5, b4, infiltrate the white camp. But Fabiano isn't going to let you do that so easily.
Certainly not. And if you trade rooks, then white immediately trades and plays bishop c7, takes. So that's another issue that black needs to deal with, is that if the rooks get traded, this knight needs to be somewhere where it defends the b6 pawn, and then you're in a passive position anyway and not going for white's remaining pawn on c4.
And on the big camera there, we see the two arbiters in the background who are also waiting for the final game of the day to conclude in the challenger section. Everything is over, so this is these are the last two players in the playing hall. There we see one more time the results of the day with, of course, the magnificent Vidit victory. Jorden van Foreest beating Pragnananda, Rapport beating Grandelius, and Yasipenko deciding the Russian clash in his favor. The other two games were drawn, and we see the two arbiters also with the clock. It is 19:59 here in the Netherlands. So in just a minute, we will hit 6 hours of play, Robert, which is quite a long game.
It's only 6? It feels like it's been 26. Wow, it's been a fun day, but also these players, they must be really tired. Chess, when you're going through all the variations in your head, you're calculating, assessing, starting all over again with every single move. It's a really tiring adventure. And so for Sam Shanklin, he, after 5+ hours, now has the edge. So he's going to try to maximize that, but there really isn't anything he can do to get a win here. The position is balanced, and Fabiano knows it, and he plays king to g4. And if there's ever a rook trade, as mentioned, we swap, we play bishop c7. Thank you very much. I get your pawns. So if I'm Sam, I maybe move knight to a5 to start with. Just try to figure out a way to get after white's pawns. The bishop can go back to c7 at any moment.
Yes, indeed. And well, Robert, you talked about how grueling the tournament is. Maybe we can take a quick look at the tournament schedule, see when is the first rest day coming up. I think the players will be looking forward to it eagerly. So we have one more game tomorrow. Tomorrow is round 4. And after that, on January the 19th, we have our first rest day. After that, there will be another 4 rounds. So I think this first stretch of the first 8 rounds is quite intense, but after that there's another rest day on January 24th, then only 2 games before the third and final rest day on January 27th, and then the final weekend of the tournament where everything will be decided. So a long tournament, and so important. We haven't talked about it so much, but I think so important for the players to arrive here in good physical shape.
Certainly, because when you're sitting at the board for this long and working through the complexities of the game, that takes a lot out of you. So if you're not in your best physical shape, you're not going to be able to play your best chess. And that's been talked about much more recently than it was in the past. And I think we've seen exercise and physical well-being that has become increasingly important. Whereas back in the day, it used to be like a kind of a running joke. Players were smoking at the board and drinking at the board and doing all that kind of stuff. Of course, some players smoke, some players drink, but they also put more of an emphasis on the physical aspects of their entire being.
Indeed, and I think here in Wijk, well, it's such a small town, but very often if you are in the village, either in the mornings before the round or in the evenings, you will bump quite a lot into the players who are going for walks. It is a small village, so there are no gyms. There are no gyms at the hotels. There are no swimming pools. So you will see the players going for long walks. It is very scenic for that, though, with some green fields. The beach is, of course, right here. So that's how the players try and balance the many hours spent at the board. And Sam, he is still in the tank trying to figure out how he can potentially make progress, but it looks like Fabiano has found a good defensive setup.
He certainly has, because his king is up the board, which means that black can't bring his king up too much more either. So we sit here, we think, what can we do? What trades do we want? Honestly, black doesn't really want to trade, but if black doesn't trade anything, then there's no way to make progress. And that's why this game remains even despite the extra material for black.
And Robert, I think we're going to go on another short break, as Sam has just given a check, but we'll come back to this game in just a couple of minutes.
I remember coming here, first time was 2015. I was playing the B section. I had a fantastic result. I made +5, but Wei was an absolute terminator. I played him with white in round 1, and it was a draw, and it was just, I never had a chance again. If I had known that he was going to go nuts, maybe I would have pushed a little harder. I remember at first it was chorus chess before it was Tata Steel, and I always remembered this was like the most important tournament of the year, the biggest, the best one. Tata Steel Chess Tournament, they call it the Wimbledon of chess, and I think they've earned that name. It's just the best tournament in the world. Obviously, with Magnus in the field and I'm in the bottom half, the odds are against me, but, if the best player always won, chess will be a very boring game. I'm just going to play my best, and if the points come that way, they will. So I use technology for opening preparation for sure, but that's more or less the only thing I use it for. I think I'm more scared in terms of the future of chess of computers just processing faster, and then if they become a little bit stronger. I worry that one day chess can be weakly solved. Luckily, I still think that day is very, very far away, and I think it will be after I'm retired many, many years in the future. It was a very memorable tournament for me, both with positive and negative attributes last time, but I'm really looking forward to playing again this year.
And good to hear from Sam there, who has good memories from Wijk and Zee today. Well, we see him deeply focused, so trying to see if there is any way here to break Fabiano's defenses. Fabiano, who maybe overpressed just a little bit and now has to defend a pawn down, but Robert, we think he found a good setup.
He certainly did. He just put his bishop on g5 to block the check against his king, and a pinned piece can still protect a square. So rook e7 check, that bishop still defends the e7 square. He'll try to push the king back, and then this rook can perhaps go to b7. The king's going to try to infiltrate via f5. Black is trying to win. It really doesn't look like he's going to be able to because of White's activity and well-placed pieces.
Yeah, sometimes you even have to be careful again to not suddenly overpress. As black here, you don't want suddenly the white king to come in, the white rook to appear on e7 to being pushed back. So I think we will see a draw here, but I don't think it will be immediate.
No, although it's kind of funny because if you look at the players, Fabiano looks kind of, I'm ready for this game to be done. And Sam looked a little distressed, even though for the most part, he was the one who had the slightly worse position. Now he's like, I really want to find something anyway to go for a win. There just isn't anything happening here. The rook coming to e7, if knight to d4, although this, and he just made a move. And what is it? Knight to a5. But I was going to say that had he chosen knight to d4 and white played rook to e7 check, that you have to be careful because now rook takes g5 is a threat, removing the guard of this rook. And if the rook moves away somewhere, you have to watch out for knight e6 type of ideas. You're fortunate in a position like this that say after rook to b7, knight e6, there's king f5 hitting the rook. And if the rook takes the bishop, then you lose your knight. So white gets into a pin, a bit of a pickle, but king f5 would solve all the problems.
Yes, so very nice for Fabiano. I'm sure he had seen this from a distance, but a very nice resource, king f5 with the double attack against the black rook and knight. So knight d4 wasn't played. Instead, Sam is trying knight a5, so putting some pressure on the pawn on c4. And I wonder, can we bring our king closer? The move I'm looking at is king f5. Rook e7, of course, is also tempting. What do you think?
Yeah, if king f5, perhaps this knight will come back to c6, which covers the e7 square, and then knight d4 check in the future. The knight could have been on d4 right away. I think that rook e7 check, the king has to go back, and then maybe rook d7 is possible. I understand I'm giving away a second pawn, and some of you may be nervous about that or think I'm just blundering. I did it intentionally. It may end up being bad, but I'm trying to do something here by going king f5. We talked about how the mating nets can be a bit scary. Here, I don't think that white is in any danger of losing because even in the event of a rook trade, the white king is so close and the bishop will sacrifice itself at the very least for these two pawns here. So there's no real risk in this position for Fabiano. That's why the bar just remains around 0. It's why Fabiano doesn't seem bothered by anything that's going on. Even in the event he's on 2 full pawns, he'll be able to hold the ensuing endgame.
Yes, but Fabiano down to 7 minutes. So one thing, maybe the only thing to keep an eye out for, he's gonna have another sip. Oh no, it's water by now. The tea is gone. And yeah, I like what you demonstrated, that even losing another pawn, which would look very scary to most of us, if the pieces are active, it should all be good for Fabiano. Do you think he's gonna go rook e7?
I think he's going to spend a couple more minutes here, although he is getting pretty low on the clock. And the position is simplified in a way that there aren't too many pieces remaining, but the decisions aren't that simple. So he needs to be careful here. There is the 30-second increment, but there's no more time to be had except for that increment. And you don't want to be on your waning seconds and then have a critical moment. We saw what happened yesterday, right? With Rapport against Van Foreest, where Jorden actually blundered in time trouble. I actually, regret even calling it a blunder. It was a very tricky ending, but he made a losing move with his knight retreat because he thought that if the knights got traded, he would lose the king and pawn endgame. So, it's these moments that can be the difference between a half point and a loss. And for Fabiano, he's getting lower and lower on the clock.
Yes, but he is so hugely experienced. I wonder, what about my move king f5? I still want to bring the king closer. Is that also an option, or am I running into any trouble here?
No, it's a fine move. The knight will come back to c6 just to stop your check. Maybe I'll bring my knight to d4 with check if I can make it work. And my rook is now free. So the move itself is fine. I think many of the moves that we'll see are going to be about equivalent or just totally fine. But it's more so about how the trajectory of the game is going to go. Because if you allow Black's king, you made this point earlier, which is a great point. If that king can somehow work its way to the queen side, then you have to be really concerned. And so if that rook were to move from e4 and the king was able to start walking, that's when people start fretting about different variations. And right now, everything is under control. Did he play rook e7? No, it's my analysis. We're still waiting to see what Fabiano does.
5 minutes on the clock. At which point do you start getting nervous, if it were yourself?
Probably move 1. But besides that, 5 minutes is plenty of time here, I would think, because it doesn't seem like there's a losing move that will happen that quickly. Even if the c4 pawn is taken, which you don't want to happen, I still think that it is closer to a white draw than it is a draw draws between both players than a win for Black.
And we see the close-up there onto the clock. So just under 6 minutes for Fabiano, 17 minutes and 20 seconds for Sam Shankland. Fabiano has gone for rook e7 check, kicking back the king to f8 and then putting his rook onto d7.
And it's a line we were talking about just before. You give up this c4 pawn, and then you bring your king in, and either the Black king gets in trouble if you leave the rooks on the board, or if you trade the rooks, let's say knight c4, king f5, rook d6, we swap rooks, the king can go into the e6 square, and then this bishop is going to quickly attack these pawns. The white king is also around to start attacking them, and this is just still a draw. So 2 pawns ahead, not enough material to work with to win this game.
And I think we're getting closer to the conclusion of the game, because if you're a Sam Shankland and you've done all this work bringing the knight to the rim to a5 just to attack the pawn on c4, if you're not going to take it, there is not really any other way to make progress here, I believe. Can you try king e8?
King e8 is rook d8 check, so I can just kick your king back to f7. I think you have to take the pawn, but it's very clear that Fabiano has no issues with that resulting position, and he shouldn't. The king for white is just so much more active than the Black king.
Yes, and well, Sam, I think he is taking his time now.
Not laughing at him, he really is trying to win this game. So you have to give him credit. He's a really hard worker and he's working hard at the board right now. But it is kind of funny, he just seemed stressed. Like, I need to find something. There just isn't anything to find.
The stress followed by not like this. Akram, the first to start, the not like this is in the chat. And yeah, Sam, well, he had a frustrating draw against Niels yesterday. And today, I think, again, both players likely to walk away feeling not completely happy with the draw if it happens.
Well, we know what happens in Vidit's games when he does the not like this. So I think Sam's just trying to take one out of his book. He's like, that guy's winning his games, making these motions. I'm going to do the same. But no, he should be happy with the draw. He's played a good game. He was solid throughout, and he's playing against Fabiano Caruana. So drawing him with black is a good result, and the play was good.
Indeed. A great game by Sam, who I think will soon give up his attempts to win this game, as Fabiano, after maybe pressing slightly too much, finding himself a pawn down. He didn't lose his cool. He regrouped and found this nice active defense here. He can go 2 pawns down, but as you said, the king is just simply too close, and the black pawns will drop eventually.
I'm just wondering which move Sam will play. Like, will he play knight takes c4, and then we'll see the king come to f5, or will he do something else? Because there's actually a forced draw sequence that we were talking about rook d6, and the reason I was mentioning the move rook to d6 here rather than anything else, because if rook c6 is played, rook d8, rook d7 is a draw on the spot. Like, you just can't do anything.
King has nowhere to hide.
That's it, right? The king on f5 is taking away these forward squares. The bishop and the rook do the rest, and the king will just have to go to the back rank and then back to a square like f7. So that's why rook d6 was my recommendation, and bishop e7 check. The king comes to e8. This is also going to be a draw, because after rook takes d6, if you take, the bishop takes. I didn't even think about bishop e7 initially, but now that we're here, we can make a draw in a bunch of different ways. And I guess that is really why Sam is thinking, because rook d6 allows bishop e7 check, which means there's nothing else to consider after that. And the game is a forced draw.
Yeah, I think he will have to eventually admit that there isn't anything else. Of course, we can only commend him for trying. He is such a fighting player, but there he goes, the close-up just in time of the knight, capturing the pawn on c4.
And there goes Fabiano's king to f5. And Sam, there it is, the draw. He looks at him, the hands, they shake him, and that is that. Fiona, round 3 officially in the books. That was a really long round.
Incredible. And we see Sam getting up there very fast from the board. He's probably not happy with how the game concluded in the end, but I think very often that's the case right after the game. But then if you go back to the hotel and you look at the game as a whole, I think all in all, Sam did great. And of course, a draw against Fabiano with the black pieces, especially when you were on the back foot for 90% of the game, is a great result. And yeah, what a round it has been, Robert, indeed. And we are not done just yet. First of all, here are the complete results of round 3. We had 3 draws between Duda, Carlsen, between Giri and Mamedyarov, and the one we just saw between Caruana and Sam Shankland. But Robert, we also had 4 decisive results.
We most certainly did. Shankland, he tried so hard, he got so far. In the end,
It didn't even matter.
The game concluded as the draw we thought it would be, but 4 other games did end decisively. We see Rapport, Yasipenko, Vidit, and Jorden van Foreest all taking down their opponents. So we had a very exciting day. I mean, I loved it.
Yes, I mean, we were really treated to one of the early candidates for Game of the Year, which in case you have missed it, don't go anywhere because we are going to go on our final quick break of the day to get set up, and we'll be back with the rapid recap of the day in which we'll be looking, of course, at the game between Daniil Dubov and Vidit Gujrati. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a sec.
It was a brilliant day in Wijk aan Zee, and without further ado, we bring you the round 3 rapid recap. Fiona, we could make no other choice than a game between Daniil Dubov and Vidit Gujrati.
Indeed, an early front runner for game of the year, not just game of the tournament. And let's see, it started off quietly with an Italian game. Daniil Dubov, he can play anything, he will play anything, but he soon sprung the first surprise.
Right here, he played bishop g5, which is not the most common move, instead castling for white or other variations, but instead bishop g5, and after h6, he retreats his bishop. And Fiona, right around here, knight a3, what an odd choice.
And Vidit talked about it after the game. Knight a3 was the first real surprise of the game for him. After some thought, he decided to take the knight on a3, always a double-edged decision.
Yes, white gets the bishop pair, but also a ruined pawn structure here on the queen side. But the game started heating up where Vidit, he was a bit self-critical about the move knight to b8, but it worked out in his favor as he reroutes the knight to d7. And here, Fiona, this is where it gets spicy.
Indeed, g5 kicking back the white bishop, and Vidit now deciding to take the pawn on e4, which is going to, of course, open up all the lines in front of that uncastled king on e8.
As Vidit said, this is modern chess for you. He takes this pawn on e4. It attacks the bishop. It attacks the pawn on c3. So Dubov plays queen c2. We see another brilliant choice, pawn to f5. If my king's going to be in danger, let's put in all the danger it can handle. And after de5, we saw a trade, rook to e1, knight takes bishop, pawn takes, e4. And Fiona, we saw g4. Things are heating up. And how did Vidit handle this?
Vidit handled things incredibly well. He was already, the time was ticking down, but Vidit just started playing perfect chess. He now just ignored this g4 push, jumped with the knight into c5, Dubov doing the same, bringing his own knight forward via d4, and rook f8, admitting, I'm never going to castle kingside. That was off the table for a while already. But that rook on f8, Robert, soon started playing a very important role, because what was Dubov about to uncork here?
It was a heroic piece indeed. We saw gf5, bishop f5, and now this was the first humongous shot of the game. Rook takes b7. The point being that after knight takes b7, bishop b5 is check to the miserable king. If you go king to d8, you walk into a fork. Knight c6 check is a problem. You lose your queen. If the bishop returns to d7, rook takes e4, guess what? White wins your queen again. That leaves you with one other option, king f7. White snaps off this bishop on f5, hits the queen, hits e4. The bishop can come back to c4. h6 is under attack. e4, as mentioned, is threatened. This would have been bad news for Vidit. So Fiona, instead of capturing a rook, we don't have to immediately recapture pieces just because they took ours. What a move Vidit played here.
He took some time. We were incredibly worried. You don't want to find yourself in this position against Daniil Dubov, who's just sacrificed a piece. But Vidit Gujrati, he played the incredibly calm and cool rook f6, which turns out to be the only move in the position.
I wish I could give that like 3 exclamation points. And as we were just seeing in the previous variation, that when this bishop came to b5 with check, the king got in the rook's path. But with the rook here, now knight takes b7 is in fact a threat. And Dubov said, threat, what are you talking about? Let's play queen to b1. The knight took the rook, the queen swooped into b7. And here's where everything broke loose. Rook d8, knight f5, rook f5, and Fiona, from a distance, perhaps Dubov didn't see Vidit's saving grace here.
Indeed, it looks like the black king is in a lot of trouble. All the pieces are swooping in. We are skewering the queen and the king. Rook e5, the move you want to play immediately, it doesn't work, Robert.
No, it does not. You'll see that evaluation bar go sky high because queen c6 check ends the story here. If the king were to go to f8, queen takes h6 with check. The queen can go to h8 with check, pick up a rook in the center of the board. Had the rook blocked on d7, queen g6 check. If king f8, we just told you what it would happen. Queen h6, queen h8. Actually, queen g8 is mate in 1. What am I talking about? I can't see the obvious. But instead, king d8, the point is queen g8 check, queen blocks. No, we don't trade queens. We do it on our own terms because the bishop defends the queen on g8. We stole a rook in the center. That means white would have been a piece ahead.
And maybe the move that Vidit played and that Dubov might have missed from a distance, the saving grace, rook d1 check, freeing up that all-important d8 square for the king. Dubov here stepped out of the check, and now rook e5 is a different story.
Completely different story. As you mentioned, the d8 square is vacated. King f8 would have run to the same exact problem with the check and queen h8 winning this rook in the center. So king d8, and the fireworks just really started continuing. Queen a8 check, king to d7, bishop b5 check. That king goes up to e6. We'll give it another check, why don't we? The king steps to f6. And now after queen h8 check, it's not losing because of the move king to f5, Fiona.
Incredible stuff. What a king run by Vidit Gujarati. And here, is it the moment where Daniil Dubov finally took the wrong step, Robert?
It was. He made the move f3, which I can understand because rook takes e5, queen takes e5 is a check to the king, a check to the queen. That would force the queen trade, and black is up a rook for a bishop. So instead of these moves, the only move was queen c8 check. I can forgive Daniil for missing this because king takes e4 is not possible. Queen g4 check, you see the bar go up. King to d5, it is not queen takes rook. That's the move that we were all thinking. No, it is queen c4 check. The king has only one square, and this is sort of a smothered mate. The rook and the queen, they block the king's access to free squares. That is check and mate on the board. So that is what Daniil Dubov missed, and Vidit was missing nothing after that was not played.
Yeah, f3, Daniil Dubov taking a wrong step, and Vidit was just clinical from here on out with the king that has been all over the board already, now running for a safe haven. All the way in the white camp, it's heading for c1. That's why Daniil, he didn't try to give another check because the king would go to d1 and finally to c1 when there is no more checks in the position. So instead, Daniil tried bishop c6, but now all that was left to do for Vidit was to put the finishing touches on this position.
And he made it look easy. He pushes his pawn to g4. One last check, king d2, and that is where the game concludes because queen f2 check, even queen e2, forcing the queens off the board because the white queen is pinned to the king. That would end any debate because black is up that rook for the bishop. And we're going to end our game here. That was your round 3 rapid recap.
An absolutely stunning game. We hope you all enjoyed this recap. And not only did Vidit win this brilliant game, it also propelled him to the lead of the tournament. He is now in the sole lead on 2.5 out of 3, followed by a pack of 5 players on 2 out of 3, among them world champion Magnus Carlsen, World Cup winner Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the fantastic Hungarian attacking player Richard Rapport, Andrei Yasipenko, who beat his fellow countryman Sergei Karyakin today, and of course the defending champion Jorden van Foreest, who will be playing against his boss Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. Robert.
Yeah, he's going to say tomorrow, you're not the boss of me. That was a one-time deal only for the World Championship. But Jorden said it's always a pleasure to play against the world champion. I'm sure they did some sparring, some training games as part of the preparation for the match against Jan-Krzysztof. But there are 6 other games that look equally fascinating. Fiona, in particular, Vidit Gujarati, white pieces. He's the tournament leader. He takes on Andrei Yasipenko, who now has 2 out of 3 after beating his compatriot, Sergei Karyakin.
Indeed, both of them will be coming fresh of a win. They will be eager to keep the run going. And I think tomorrow is also an interesting day because it is the last day before the rest day, which is coming up in just 2 days. So it's always curious to see how much are the players willing to risk. So a lot of new storylines to follow tomorrow. We will be back same place, same time. It starts at 2 p.m. Central European Time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific. Robert, what a day it has been. Thank you so much to you. Thank you so much to the chat. Thank you for watching us. And Robert, I'll leave you the final words.
Well, it felt like 3 days in one, and there were 4 decisive games, so we had a treat. Wijk brings out the best in many players, and it's just such a fun tournament filled with the who's who of chess, the top-rated players in the world, some youngsters like Praggnanandhaa. It was not his day today, but tomorrow the sun still shines. He gets to come back to the board and try his best and try to get another win, or not another, he hasn't had one yet, but another in his illustrious career already at just 16. So Fiona, thank you so much for joining me. I know it's been a long, long day, but day 4 should just be even better than the great day 3 we just had.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'll see you then. I'll see you all in the chat tomorrow. Have a good one. We'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye.